Hello, everybody. Welcome to the pub. Saturday night. I hope you all are doing well. All right, who do we have over here? We got Last Dance, RW. Thanks for being here, guys. Just Steve-O, Anna. I see you. Right on. Light, what's going on, man? Thanks for coming. Cool. All right, good. I'm glad to hear everyone's doing okay. Welcome. Pretty eventful week, pretty wild, a lot of things going on. So I expect we'll have a lot to talk about tonight and some varying opinions about different things. Riddle, what's up, man? Cool. Kind of tough end for the week in the stock market. Obviously, I hope that's going to bounce back. Find the bottom, as they say, soon, and return on a northern, growth there. So I don't know. Somewhat to be expected, though, with the amount of heavy tariffs that were put in place. It's going to shock things. So I'd like to hear from the president about it. I think he would be well served to discuss it and lay out his expectations and timelines. I think it might be comforting for people, and it might be good for the markets. But, we've been on a heavy growth for a long time here, so there's certainly a correction to be expected, but obviously this is extremely drastic. East Wind Farms, hello, welcome. Hank Brandon, good to see you, man. Hi, wife. Thanks for coming. Welcome. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and fire this thing up if you fellas are ready. Appears that Last Dance is talking. I'll give him a second. Usually get him in here first. He needs a minute. All right, I'll give him a minute. We can switch it up and add URW. What the heck? Why not?
I don't know if I'm ready for this type of responsibility. Usually Last Dance starts to bring out the intellect, and then I kind of wake up to it. But I can try.
That's all right. Well, yeah, were you surprised at the level? Oh, well, here we go. You in? You good?
I'm good, yeah.
All you, buddy.
Were you surprised with things this week, Last Dance, the way they turned out?
Surprised. No, I wasn't surprised.
You weren't surprised by the size of the tariffs, the amount of tariffs, and
no,
the reaction of the market?
It was well, I certainly wasn't surprised by the reaction of the market to the tariffs. I mean, this was predictable, completely predictable. The investors are not going to like this kind of, economic churn and uncertainty that tariffs are introducing. I mean, it's not something, that people who invest in stocks are going to like at all. They're going to move their money in other places and see what happens. So, yeah, no, nothing. There's no surprises here.
By pulling out, though, by taking their money out and pulling it from the investment, doesn't that cause the problem as well? Even if there is no problem, it's a guess, but they're creating the problem by pulling out.
No, it doesn't really. I mean, the pullout is, a short-term thing. If it continues over a long period, then that signals, a great deal of disagreement with what these policies are going to do for the American economy. So we'll see. As with everything, we'll see. I think the bigger problem is going to happen when inflation numbers hit and prices are skyrocketing everywhere because of the tariffs. That's going to be a much bigger political problem, a short-term political problem.
And you predict that?
I do predict that, yes.
Can I get a clarification on the tariffs that are happening right now? My understanding is that I need it, Dance. I need to understand.
Okay. I probably can't.
Are they
provide.
reciprocal? Are we hitting people?
No,
and
they're not
they don't have any
really.
tariffs.
They're not really reciprocal. So I'll say no. I'll just say it that simply. It's not. They're not reciprocal tariffs.
Okay, it seems to be controversial, so I look forward to hearing more voices on that tonight. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just curious to hear more points.
Yeah, there's the tariffs are just the trade deficit divided by the amount of trade. So, reciprocal tariffs involve taking the tariffs that somebody else has placed on our goods and us placing the same tariffs on similar goods. Those are reciprocal tariffs.
That is not happening.
That is not what is happening. No. What Trump is doing is not based on tariffs at all. That the other country is even countries that have no tariffs on any goods in the United States, like Singapore, and Vietnam have tariffs that Trump has raised against them. So they're not really reciprocal tariffs. So that at least as that terminology is normally understood.
And there's no. What is the reasoning for this? Is it simply revenue?
What the reasoning is, not many people quite understand why Trump is doing it this way. Some have described it as critical trade theory in a mocking reference to the critical race theory of the left, and not just mocking, but there's a little bit of meat to that, if I may use such a word without being mocked for that. In the sense
that's a fair name. I think that
Trump is assuming that all trade deficit between the U.S. and any other country is solely because of some unfairness that the other country is guilty of, or so it seems. So he thinks he's punishing these other countries for their unfairness, even though the reasons for trade deficits are, many, and most importantly, they're because the other country can do it more efficiently. Perhaps just because they have their labor rates are lower, but whatever reason, the trade, that's global trade means that, you get that's the upside, is you get to buy products and services from the best deal, the cheapest, and whoever does the best job for the money. It's kind of like capitalism, only worldwide. What could be better? I certainly think it's a pretty darn good arrangement, but Trump wants to break all that.
Well, do you think it's a fair system now for the United States?
Oh, go ahead.
Yes, it's fair. Whether
in its current state, it's fair before Trump
started messing around with it. For the most part, for countries that do have tariffs, you can have reciprocation. But we already did that. We already had reciprocation for countries that have tariffs. Like Canada has tariffs on. I think they want to protect their dairy industry, and we already had reciprocal tariffs, against them. So. There's so much bullshit you hear about what Trump's doing and its fairness, and it's growing the American worker, and some people think that he's trying to bring back, the industrial jobs that we've lost. But that can never happen. If you were to bring back, let's say you were to make steel here, because let's skip tariffs. Let's just say you ban all steel imports. Just ban them outright. And we were to make steel, we could make steel here. We know how to do that. But there wouldn't, it would be a new, modern, automated factory with, maybe 20% or less of the workers that those factories had in the 60s and 70s.
So, I would say less than 20%.
I'm being generous when I'm saying 20%. I think it'd be less than that.
Oh, 20% of the workers, not 20% less.
No, 20%, like 1 in 5 workers.
Yes, correct.
Where there was
yes.
100 workers, there would now be 20.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like you're going to like return to the. We're not going back to the 1960s.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
I mean, yeah, you look at a Tesla factory, for example, and there's not a lot of people there making the cars. It's mostly robots.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, they're made by robots mostly in America, but I suppose the owner it's an American company. I guess the workers, yeah,
That guy, he's so good.
may not benefit as well. What's he saying?
Clean coal.
A base Welshman's here. Dank Brandon.
I think we
Riddle.
should start using coal again, especially in the Northeast, where when Canada cuts off their power.
You
Anyway,
think we should?
Happy Saturday.
Hi.
I didn't get a chance to say hello because you
Happy
stuck your
Sabbath.
face up there when I was still feeding it.
Good evening, all.
Hey, Based.
Hey, Welshie.
Hi, man.
Hi, bud.
How's it going?
Not bad, man. Not bad.
Cool. Should I get the rest of the guys on here? Let's get Dank Brandon.
What
Hello?
have
Yeah,
you been
I'm gonna try and fix my internet. I'll be back in a little bit, guys. Have at it.
Sure.
Yeah,
What
is my
up?
volume okay?
Your volume's pretty good. I'm going to give you a touch of volume. I can take care of it though. Yeah, your mic sounds good though. No crackle.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Riddle.
Good.
How's it going?
Good.
Riddle.
It's been a while.
Yes, thanks for being here.
No problem. Brandon, it's been a long time.
Yeah, what's up? I'll be right back.
Oh, and he's gone.
All right, we'll let him back in.
Stop scaring
Stay.
people away, man.
It's all good.
What have you been talking about then, lads?
We're just getting started on tariff talk.
Go yeah.
Tariff talk. I've got actually I had an interview lined up here with some people who were been affected by the tariffs directly. If you guys would allow me to indulge,
Go for
and here we go. There they are. These poor penguins have had massive tariffs placed on them
Herd Island.
on Herd Island. Poor guys. Look at them. They can't even stand up. They're so
It's brutal.
beat down by these things. Sorry,
Wow.
fellas.
I think I don't know if
They-
it-
They deserved it. You should see the tariffs they put on us. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know if this is the case here. I think they said that some of these islands had big fishing fleets processing through them. So I don't know.
I contacted him and he didn't get back to me, dude. You can't be on the
Right.
screen. Okay.
No, that other there's a couple little islands that have nothing.
No people.
Right.
Nothing. No humans. Just seals, penguins, and seabirds, you know.
Yeah.
I don't really understand why he did that part of it. Is he just trolling?
Who knows? What's the difference between trolling? How do you detect the difference between trolling and being a dumbass? There's no way to know. They look the same.
So why are they? I don't even know why you would tariff an island rather than a country, or is that in the country's tariff? The islands? Yeah, so I take this goes that way around. Go ahead.
No idea. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, the fact of the matter is, the United States, what are we going about $2 trillion a year further into debt?
Hopefully not that bad this year.
I
This
guess I was
year.
the one that froze.
But up to that
For a little
point,
bit, Dank.
up to this point this year, that's about where we were at. But are the tariffs going to help that?
Well,
The deficit?
Well, they might generate some revenue. I'd be stunned if it was that much.
Right.
Remember,
Wouldn't the
remember,
purpose be to force trade deals to bully
yeah,
people
it's a
into
ba- it's a
better trade
bargain.
deals?
It's a bargaining tool, isn't it?
All right. Well, I've
That's
got
my
a question for everybody. I have $1 million trade deficit with Walmart. Should I walk into my local
Nice.
Walmart with a gun and force them to give me equal
Wow.
trade to take my shit for the same price that they charge me for their shit?
I'm assuming the tariffs are the gun, this metaphorical gun,
Well, yeah.
because that escalated quickly.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm just gonna say don't do it, Brandon.
Dude, we're
Don't do it, Brandon.
we're tariffing islands with nothing but pagans
Well,
on them.
well, hang on.
It's a
is
fucking
this-
gun.
Is this gun? Does this have like a 25% caliber? Like, is the caliber 25% the size of the other gun, or what? Like, what's going on here?
No, but it's got a 34% chance of me actually shooting somebody.
Oh boy.
No, this is the idiocy.
Oh, it's a chicky.
A trade deficit does not mean that other countries are tariffing us.
Yeah.
It's a completely different fucking aspect.
So I have heard that, like, especially just now from I think last dance, you had mentioned that there were no tariffs that Vietnam was imposing against us, but it sounds like, according to even the president of Vietnam, that there were. So I'm just curious
Well,
about that.
Okay, but
Singapore was certainly one that doesn't have tariffs.
Oh, Singapore. Oh, okay, I thought you said Vietnam.
what about Israel?
Yeah. What about them?
They removed their tariffs
Yeah.
like the day before or 2 days before he dropped the tariffs, and there was still a tariff on Israel. So why how do you explain that?
There's still a tariff on Israel. Is that for sure?
Yes.
Where does it? Okay. Where does it say that?
It's one of the countries that he listed in the countries. He tariffed every country on the planet, dude. Every landmass.
I
It
understand.
doesn't
that.
even have to be an actual country.
Yeah, so I heard. I've heard that that's what happened. But my question is:
Are
is
these
it for
imposed?
sure? Is it for sure? Is it still imposed that there's still tariffs on Israel, even though they dropped it to 0? Like, where'd you get this information from?
That's the information
Yeah,
that I'm
I just wanna
hearing
know
from
if these are
everybody.
imposed.
Let's see here. Israel tariffs.
I also heard that Argentina is going to drop their tariffs as well, which is not a surprise.
Israel
Real,
hit
you
with
were-
17. Israel hit with 17% tariffs, despite saying it would scrap levies on U.S. goods. This is from the Wall Street Journal a day ago.
It says that they're still imposed even after the drop, or what's going on?
They're not based on tariff. They're not based on tariffs. That's why our tariffs aren't affected by what other countries do for tariffs. They're based on a trade deficit.
Okay, but that's weird because he's been saying that countries have huge tariffs on us, and that's the reason why he's tariffing the rest of the world.
Mhm.
I don't know what Trump has said. I mean, Trump says a lot of shit.
According to Trump, Canada has like a 90% tariff on American milk.
That's true. I don't know about 90%.
It's way higher than 90.
They have a
200 or
have-
something.
on certain dairy products. Yeah, it depends. It's kind of complicated.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I mean, they do have like massive tariffs on us, and
I mean, as I heard a lot of how these tariffs were put in, they were put in after the Second World War to give a leg up for the rest of the world. Well, this is how I was hearing it. America were giving countries around the world sort of a leg up to do with.
Okay, so
tariffs.
let me ask you something.
Like I said, I'm here to learn. Like, so you know.
Let me
Yeah,
ask
that's
you.
how
Let
I
me
do it.
ask you a few questions.
Good on you, Welshie.
What country did the best coming out of the attack on Iraq? Like the coalition of
The Vatican.
countries that came together
the
that
Vatican.
attacked Iraq. What countries like economy came out better for it?
Obviously ours.
Okay, so our economy has weathered us taking the rest of the world and most of our allies into a stupid war for 20 years. then our like during all of that, we've had like recessions and crashes and things like that to our economy that we've bounced back from. I mean, granted, not very well, because up until last year, we were still like lower. The dollar was still lower than the euro. Last year was the first time in, I think, a decade that that the dollar rose above the euro. And now it's dropped down again because Trump's in office. So if our economy weathered all of this shit and all of the other countries that have massive tariffs on us, like, came out bad for that, then what are you saying exactly worked with us, like, giving a hand up to the rest of the world? Because it seems like we still need to give a hand up to the rest of the world by buying all of their shit.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with what you said. I'm just saying that's how I understand what happened and why a lot of tariffs are against the US. And I don't blame Trump for trying to.
Yeah. So
Wait,
like, I could see for national security reasons wanting to like have industries here that are doing things, but for national security reasons, those industries more than likely just need to be
Not on the couch.
under the government umbrella.
Hey,
Because
sorry, I just had a quick question. Just to
Yeah.
clarify, you had you said that the dollar compared to the euro had dropped below the euro. What year? 2023, right?
I know the
22?
last time I saw it, it was I could have sworn it showed that we were on parity or higher than the euro last year. So let's see
Yeah.
here, U.S.
So it
dollar.
says about October 2022 is when
No,
it
it
was.
changed on January 20th, 2025, according to Dank Brandon.
According to Dink Brandon, 2025 now, is that what it is?
January.
Well, no,
20th.
it would have started going down before of that.
It was
in
about, like, on
anticipation
par,
to the
right?
tariffs.
Okay.
So right at the moment the November elections, the presidential election was
Actually, it was.
decided.
I mean, his threatening tariffs even during the campaign was scaring markets. The markets were fluctuating through the entire campaign.
So you're claiming that when the euro rose above the dollar, that was at the same moment that Trump threatened tariffs sometime during the campaign.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying
okay.
that he's been saying that our country is being screwed by everybody else. If our country is being screwed by everybody else, then why is it every time there is a world crisis, America comes out on top economically, and we usually wind up putting our currency back up to parity, if not gaining on other countries, mainly Europe, because the euro is mainly the one that like we compete with. China's trying to compete with our currency, but they still can't, even with their new like super yen or whatever the fuck they call it.
We were only doing better than the euro for a short time. Not that it really matters much.
Well, I mean, I know, I remember when I was growing up, like the euro was always less than the dollar.
Was that before the EU?
Well, it wasn't a euro.
I don't
They-
think so, man. I was born in
Well,
the
it
80s.
was. Didn't the euro only exist
Did-
post EU?
I'm
Didn't
pretty
we-
sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
So-
it wasn't the EU around before 82?
No, the European Union started, I think it was just after the war, and then obviously the currency coming in the 80s, I think.
Okay,
That's what I think it happens. That's how I remember it.
interesting.
And we kept our pound, of course.
Well, I
So
mean,
what-
the thing
what
that
the
I'm
hell
trying to
was it?
say is everybody says that America is exceptional. And that the reason that America is exceptional is because we can afford to buy the things that other countries make, and that we are like the end road of manufacturing.
Correct.
Yeah,
When,
I mean,
you know, wages weren't very high when we were making all the piddly shit that China now makes for us.
It was enough to have a stable family. Now it's people are struggling.
No,
Well,
it's,
yeah, people are struggling because there's not enough like new sector jobs. As technology has grown,
What
our
is it?
country has refused to grow.
Where's the new sector jobs go?
yeah.
Well, number one, Republicans have been against solar energy for
Southeast
as long
Asia,
as I
right?
can remember.
That's not a high
Uh,
mind.
I know when solar panels started being made, there were Democrats saying we needed to get the manufacturing of solar panels here in this country and make sure that we can make them for the future.
Yeah, what happened
And
to that?
Republicans were like, no, we're going to stick to oil.
And what actually happened was that there were Democrats had these huge government subsidies for solar panel companies, and
Yes, because we wanted them in this country.
they
That's
went
what
out
you
of they
do.
went out of
When
business anyway.
When you want to keep another country's products out of your country, you tariff their product, and then you subsidize your industry.
Anybody who thinks that solar panels are where we should be investing in is
Okay, so
lost
why
their
are we
mind.
subsidizing? So why are we
Right.
subsidizing the oil industry so much?
Hey, last dance. The solar panels in China are literally just going off. There's a city that just rolls them off, and
Yep.
like hugely generic. It's all set up.
And that could have been done in America.
You can't go into that sort of industry and start to say you're going to take it over. It's just you like I said, you
Guys, we got some real-time breaking.
yeah,
We got some real-time breaking on the tariffs. I just posted it in chat. The UK just folded to the tariffs, it looks like.
Boom, boom.
What does that mean, though?
Sorry,
10%.
just thought that was relevant.
10%. Yeah,
I don't know more information on what the back and forth on that was. I just thought that was relevant. Sorry, go ahead, Brandon.
source.
Yeah, that's leading report.
Leading
X.
report. Alrighty.
Yeah, I can drop the link in the back chat.
I think it's 10%. I haven't really bothered looking for the UK, which is cheaper than anyone else.
I think is it 10?
Yeah,
Yeah,
10.
I mean-
think it is.
I heard an interview with one of Trump's head money guys in the cabinet there, and they were talking about this guy who's a bike salesman. He sells bikes, yada yada. He gets bikes from Taiwan, and now it's going to be a 43% or something like that tariff on these. And like, what is he supposed to do? And the answer is, well, American companies are going to make bikes again, almost like miraculously out of the blue. All these bike factories are going to pop up and make bicycles to supply for local bike shops. I doubt it. It
Well,
might
I
happen
mean,
over
it's-
time, but it's
impossible. It's impossible for that to pop
Me-
up like within
medium
the first
to
year.
long term, I think this will definitely work. But short term to medium term, you might find that it's going to cause a lot of problems along the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Well,
think
we
that's
don't
been-
have long term.
That's been openly stated too, that this would cause short-term pain for the long-term gain. Ideally, right?
Well, that's just not how our that's one of the weaknesses of a democracy is that we don't really. There is no long term. We had
Oh,
the Republican
ask you
Party
guys-
has the midterms are coming up in 2026, and if if things are painful, if the economy's bad, if people feel like they're losing money, they're going to kick the Republicans out, and the Democrats will take control of at least the House. And then
So if
that's the end of the Trump administration. He'll have those last 2 years as a lame duck. So I don't.
Yeah.
What do you think? I
see-
have a feeling he's going to cave on all these tariffs and back.
I see
off.
what you're saying, but I have a question about that. Is if he did, so say not even just Trump, but like say a Republican, if they were able to keep the tariffs going, I guess for say 10 plus years, would it
Mhm.
benefit? You think the economy eventually, or
No, I think it would hurt it
okay?
because the reason they're not real. The tariffs aren't based on other tariffs. They're based on balance of trade.
Market
And-
access.
Yeah, and then it's just sometimes it's cheaper to make things elsewhere. It could be because the labor's cheaper. It could be because
So
elsewhere has better access to raw materials. It
Yeah.
could be
Be
because
that
they're
other
more
countries-
efficient.
It could be that other countries have like way higher standards on their food products than we do, and so our food products can't like go into their countries until they're like changed.
it's possible, and also to Brandon's point, actually, like for example, China, the way they harvest rare earths, right? They have a process that we just don't have, right? Because they've been the ones dominating the market.
There's a million reasons why that something might be cheaper
Yeah.
to import.
So it's not even just the tariffs, right? Because they're not literally reciprocal, technically, like you had mentioned before. But my question is, do you think that this is also part of a negotiation tactic to change market access as opposed to just changing the tariffs?
It's clearly a tactic, you know. Whether it is
A viable one?
a good negotiating strategy, I don't think it's a good negotiating strategy. I think all negotiations should be
Done with a crazy
done
person.
bilaterally.
Do you think international trade was better under Democrat leadership?
Not particularly. I think it was better under there was a time when the Democrats were the protectionists and the Republicans were the free
Yeah.
traders.
That's true.
Uh,
I wonder what
so,
happened there.
Yeah, well, that Trump happened.
Trump
so-
happened. So they're willing
I
to
don't
forego their values?
I don't ever remember any Democrats saying that we needed to mass tariff the entire planet.
Okay, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
I
Okay. So
now I'm going to.
Targeted tariffs make sense.
They do
That
not
was-
make sense. Not at all. And all your
Targeted
examples
tariffs don't
don't
make
make sense.
Targeted tariffs don't make sense. So let me ask you a question. When the auto industry was dying in this country, if we had targeted Chinese-made automobiles then with tariffs, do you think that our automobile would have sustained itself?
You mean Japanese-made automobiles?
Yeah,
Like,
Japanese.
well,
We
Well,
don't-
yeah, Japanese, whatever.
Yeah, we would be stuck with, buying shitty American-made cars.
Oh, so Americans are shit at manufacturing. That's what you're saying?
Last Dance. That's pretty like based. Pretty like not the best, but there you go.
They
Well,
did-
I'm a libertarian, so I don't have any nationalist sympathies in free
Yeah,
trade.
and you've said it before actually on the same sort of thing about production. You don't care where it's made. You just care it's cheaper. You've said that before. Remember?
Well, it can be cheaper or better, but whatever the reason for buying it, let the free market decide.
Should Cuba place massive tariffs on America?
Why do I care about what Cuba does?
Well, I mean, for the past 40 years, they've been driving like 1970s automobiles because they can't get anything else, right?
No.
But it's a
Who
nothing
says they
country.
can't get anything else?
I
Yeah,
mean,
but nothing-
we have a trade embargo on Cuba. Well, we did until
Yeah, but it's a
What about the
nothing
rest of
country.
the
Obama, and
world?
then Trump put it back on, and then I think
Wait,
Biden took it
why
back
can't
off.
Cuba
I'm
buy
not
from
quite
everybody
sure
else in
about
the world?
Russia and China. Why can't they buy from Russia or China?
Russia, China, Japan.
Yeah.
There's
Well,
no trade
any-
embargoes with those countries.
Anyway, who gives a fuck about Cuba? What are Cuba in the grand scheme of anything?
The reason why
Why
Cubans
should the
drive
rest of the world give a fuck about Americans?
the reason why Cubans drive
No one should.
1970s automobiles is because it's a communist shithole, not because we have a trade embargo. Only thing a trade embargo would change is if they could buy American cars, and who gives a shit? There's
Well, I mean, if
plenty
we
of cars made
the
elsewhere.
rest of the world, then why haven't we been selling all of our shit to Cuba?
Why doesn't
But
Cuba
who
buy
gives a fuck
BMW?
about Cuba? Like I said before, who gives a fuck? They don't buy fuck all really anyway. And all those Cadillacs they have over there, they're all powered by Chinese engines. They've literally just like morphed Chinese engines into the Cadillacs.
So
And
this
it's
this sounds
like,
like this sounds like it's really just a discussion of market access. This is kind of what we need to be really putting on the table here. And tariffs seem to be the way to indirectly do that. or directly do it the way, depending on how you want to see it, I suppose.
I think the trickier issue and the more important issue is government subsidies of local industries. Because how do you know if the reason, let's just pick a Japanese car, is a better deal isn't because there are subsidies of the Japanese government provides throughout the production chain for Japanese cars. That is probably more significant, especially for other countries, because the U.S., only mainly subsidizes their agriculture and doesn't subsidize much in industry. So, but that's trickier. That takes more analysis. And, that's not what we're seeing from the Trump administration is anything like a sophisticated analysis. They literally are just taking the trade deficit and dividing it by the total amount of trade and then taking that as a tariff.
Yeah. So if you're not seeing it as like a negotiation tactic, then yeah, it's like exactly what he's doing on the surface, right? Well, because I really think it's about bringing the talks to open market access to the table through these tariffs, whether it's fair or not.
I'll say this, Riddle, you might be right, but a lot of people who kind of support Trump are always giving him credit for like this 3D, 12D chess he's playing.
I don't think so. I mean, well, not for me anyways. I think some of the shit he says is dumb, like the Greenland takeover in 51st state of Canada. Even though it's funny, it's still dumb.
That's 3D chess. He actually means, and you'll hear some other nonsense about why he's doing that.
3D chess. Yeah, I get you, but just because, whether it's still a possibility, right? Now, I understand that there's a lot of people that will just, kiss his boots no matter what he says or does, right? But if what I'm saying is reasonable, then that's not really what I'm doing here. So I guess there's only time will tell, right? We'll see if they go to the table, and we'll know in the next few months if they actually negotiate something.
Yeah,
I guess we'll see.
Well, we will see. I mean, everybody's going to attempt to, get a better deal, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if countries, whenever a country will, try to appease Trump in some way, the Trump people, the Trump social influencers, social media people will say, so-and-so country caved.
Yeah, that's true. They will say it like that. You're right.
And that the truth may be something entirely different, possibly even, the opposite.
In the middle. Yeah.
Yeah. But that's why it's helpful to just read into it as opposed to reading a headline.
Yeah. Agreed.
So if I try and move a little bit on to Ukraine and Russia, because I thought that peace deal was going to be quite soon, if not very imminent, the last couple of weeks, and it turns
I haven't
out
heard anything.
Well, it turns out that the Russians are basically not interested. They're making very good ground.
So what does that mean?
Well, basically, they're not ready to come to the negotiation table to give any final. That's how I see it.
Yeah, you're probably right.
They're happy.
I mean, according to the recent news, Russia either intentionally or accidentally flew a missile into a children's playground.
Wow.
I mean, I'm not thinking they staged this because there's videos of dead children, and it's very recent. It's not like a recycled video. Russia's fucking bad dudes, man. I don't like
it could well be the case, but there's also been proven cases where Ukraine fired a missile into Poland, and
that has happened.
And they killed 2 Polish people trying to get the UN into the war. So false flags.
Oh, come on! It was an anti-aircraft missile, wasn't it?
Well, it was a purpose. It was a purpose act. It's an act of war. They fired missiles into Poland. They proved where it came from. They know where it came from.
Yeah, but they don't know that it was an intentional.
Of course,
firing. Nobody has suggested that.
It was 100% intentional. That's the whole point of it. It was to cause a
would you-
reaction.
How would Ukraine firing a missile into Poland?
It's
get
a
Poland
UN.
into the war?
It's part of NATO. You
But
can't
Ukraine
fire
fired
into
the
NATO.
missile.
Yeah, but they said they said Russian done it. The Russians done it, and they proved it was the Ukrainians.
You know who proved it was the Ukrainians?
The Russians.
The U.S.
I'm just kidding.
The satellites. They could prove it where it came
was-
from.
Trust the science.
Mhm.
Well, no, it happened about 18 months ago. So that there is false flags. I'm not saying that it didn't happen. I'm just
Well,
saying
th-
there's many false flags going around.
yeah, that particular thing was, I think, a case, a rare case, let's just say, and it seemed to be a malfunction. I don't think that type of missile was intended to be shot at ground targets, right? Wasn't it?
No, it was an anti-aircraft missile.
Yeah, I mean, this thing just, what did it do? Just shit the bed and fall into Poland?
Oh yeah, okay.
I don't know exactly. There's, they've had these problems in Syria as well with these particular anti-aircraft missiles where they'll be fired without being locked on target, and they'll just wander around for a while, and if they don't find a target, then they're going to crash and blow up.
That is scary, isn't it? They'll find
that's
lock
how-
in on anything.
That's how Syria ended up shooting down a Russian airplane. They launched this missile. It loitered around looking for a target, and it found one, and it was a Russian. So the Syrians ended up shooting down their allies' aircraft during an engagement.
In the Falkland Islands,
They just tweet oopsie.
a
What's that?
ton. Sorry.
Back to the
In-
Falklands.
Derailed.
In the Falkland Islands, they laid off like a missile from one of the ships, can't remember what it was called, and it missed its target, and then it got sucked into another British vessel about 8 miles away and blew that up.
That might have
yeah,
been.
so we blew up our own fucking ship.
Mm.
It missed the target, and then it, like a magnet, it just got sucked into somewhere else, and it
Yeah,
blew
Yikes.
another Brit. Yeah, crazy.
yeah.
It would be
Anybody on
smart
here?
if they had some kind of a signaling device on all of their own ships to stop the missile from hitting
Yeah.
themselves, But
It's
What do I
risky
know?
because the enemy can figure that out and make
of
themselves.
course,
So
Yeah.
hack into the missile, and then
Yeah,
I hear you. Hmm. Well, Brandon, were you about to start something? Or was something?
No, I was just gonna ask if anybody here likes Star Wars or Star Trek.
Star Trek.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The old one was kind of cool.
Star Trek's pretty cool.
The OG.
Yeah. Do y'all know what
Yeah.
year the Bell riots were supposed to happen in Star Trek?
No, I don't.
2024.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
The what riots?
Bell riots.
Bell riots.
Yeah, the guy that created the first like hypersonic engine to travel through space,
Mm.
the first warp drive for humans, he his name was like Bell. And during the time that he was creating that engine, like the earth had been thrown into like immense turmoil, like all the governments on the planet had collapsed. And I do believe that if I remember correctly, it all stemmed from a trade war. And then
So you're
all of
saying-
that culminated in the Bell riots of 2024 in the story, right as the guy that created the first wormhole engine was leaving into space.
So you're saying that Elon Musk is Bell, and the hands-off riots that are starting right now are a little bit late?
No, I'm saying that Elon Musk is the Thomas Edison of our time.
I thought. Oh, okay.
He stole everything that he was credited for, and he is the one that history remembers. Yeah, so
All right,
Who'd
fair deal.
you steal it from?
Tesla.
Bell.
What
Nikola
do you mean?
Tesla?
What do you
Yes.
mean Tesla?
Yeah, what do you mean?
Nikola Tesla.
Okay.
He stole it from Nikola Tesla. Okay.
Except for the phone.
Interesting.
It was
No, I mean, like,
Alexander
who did Musk steal from?
Oh, Musk steals from everybody. He just bought the Tesla car company. He didn't create any of that. He bought it and then destroyed it.
Yeah, but the Tesla car company was basically a nothing sort of company. It wasn't doing anything. He wanted the name. It didn't matter how much it cost him. A bit like X. He wanted the name Tesla, so he bought the name Tesla. He didn't buy it for the company.
I didn't know that.
Okay,
Yeah,
so he bought the only electric car company that was dedicated to electric cars,
He
and
bought the name.
he only wanted the name so he could like destroy the car company.
Just,
no, he
that's
bought-
why he just
How did
wanted
he
to destroy it.
destroy it?
Exactly. He didn't
Tell me,
destroy it.
business expert Dank Brandon, how did he destroy it?
He's
Well,
done-
now-
he's
how
done
many
an-
points-
he's
how-
done an
how-
interview. He's done an interview on this, and he's literally said exactly these words: "I bought it for the name. That's all I wanted was the Tesla name."
How much like has the stock price for Tesla dropped recently? Hasn't it been
30%.
cutting itself in
I
half
will
for
check.
like a year?
Well, it's funny because if you look at any interviews he's given, he's been saying for years that Tesla's shares are too high, and he gets into trouble for saying it clearly. And he says I shouldn't say it, but his shares are really high. They're overpriced. He says this sort of shit.
You think Tesla's not a successful company? Like, what's the deal?
It's tanking now.
Sure, just like everything else is.
No, it's tanking because of his
Politics.
politics, relation to Trump, that sort of thing.
So it's not because of the product; it's the politics.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
wait,
well, there you go.
wait a minute.
You got people like that out there.
Explore more products. Let's explore more
Dank-
products.
Dank-
Hold on.
Dank Brandon is going to,
Be on a
throw
video
the-
damaging
throw the
them.
dumb anti-Elon Musk narrative.
Yeah, what's
Now,
hilarious?
This guy only thinks
it's-
about
let's-
all that.
Let's look at the next
It's these
product.
people.
Let's look
It's these
at his
people
next product.
that
Hold
are
on.
firebombing his car and firebombing his car showrooms are
Hold
the
on.
same people. Are the same people who've bought his cars for the last 8 years.
I know, which is why Musk is stupid
Yes.
for enraging them. What's his
Yeah.
problem? Doesn't he know what he's doing?
He doesn't give a fuck.
He should.
Yeah,
He
we
will
should.
once- He
Okay,
will
so-
once that company stops producing
All
income.
right, so let's
He,
move
he,
on
he,
to
own-
the
he,
next
own-
Elon
he,
Musk
he, own-
product.
he owns 12% of Tesla. 12%.
Yeah,
Still.
he might get fired.
Yep.
The shareholders.
Yeah, the board of directors might tell him
Right.
to get out. Maybe they'll
Wait.
buy him out.
Wait,
It's
did
just-
Musk make Twitter? I forgot.
No,
No,
Oh, he
Twitter-
didn't? I was
Not
confused. Did he do SpaceX too? Did he create that?
SpaceX is pretty much his baby.
That's not successful because it keeps blowing up rockets everywhere, right?
Yeah, they're
Well, no, actually, SpaceX is the only success that he's had
Oh.
because it's been government funded.
no way.
Oh my God.
other than
This guy's fucking
PayPal,
crazy.
Tesla, every company he's had, yeah, SpaceX.
Hang on.
Okay,
Are they-
okay.
wait,
Let's look at another company that he's had. The
Do
Boring
they have?
Company.
Hang on. Do they? Hold on. You said SpaceX is government funded, right? I mean, I know they make a lot of
that's-
contracts, right?
That's
But
just
does that mean subsidized?
that's just a dumb left-wing narrative.
Yep.
It's not government funded.
There you go.
Okay, wait a minute.
There you go.
Has he not been trying to steal all of the NASA contracts from the for the government?
Steal?
Steal
Well,
them?
Well, yeah.
Steal.
Steal.
How would he?
Like,
How would he
he's-
steal
he's-
them?
Steal
the
them,
bid?
as in he buys fucking politicians,
Okay,
and then
okay.
they fucking give him
Oh,
goddamn
He's losing it.
Yeah, he's
He
losing it.
fucking stole them.
Who would have
It's
won
Mc-
the contract if it wasn't
It's
for
McGrande
him
we've won.
stealing?
No, this is worse than the broad day.
Like,
Like Boeing and their Starliner?
oh, man.
Well, I mean,
I mean, what's
we
crazy
have
is,
been, we have been pulling money out of NASA and
wait there.
funneling it to
You're mentioning.
Elon
Wait there. Wait there. You're
yes.
you're mentioning him stealing stuff. Do you know that he doesn't patent any of his EV products now? He's left it all open, and this has been cross-checked on me before. He said, "I don't paint in anything now. Just
Patent.
I just want to improve."
Patent.
Okay, Patton.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
wondering.
Let's see here.
Yeah,
Right,
so he
well,
doesn't
I
patent.
mean-
So he hardly steals stuff if he's just leaving it to be used in the open market.
Yeah, I think what Bottle Cap is saying here is pretty much what
That's
kind of
interesting.
what-
Yeah.
Brandon is saying.
So,
What did he say?
the thing that I was trying to get to was the boring
When
company.
is buying a form
And
of
since
steel.
since nobody's mentioned the boring company, I imagine that nobody knows what the fuck the boring company
Yeah,
is.
I know
I know what the Boring
what the
Company is,
boring
asshole.
company is. They sold 20,000 flamethrowers in 3.5 days. And he just made them for a lol. All right.
They dig holes.
Okay. Where have they dug holes?
They're
California.
designed to bore holes into the earth for huge projects like subway systems.
Didn't
Okay.
they?
Can you bring that share screen up for
Where are
me?
these subway systems that Elon Musk has like
Didn't they-
dug holes for?
Didn't they do that in like Vegas? Like
I
there's
think,
one of them?
California.
he tried with Seattle, didn't he? I
Seattle
don't
as well.
remember, but
Wasn't it actually for a light rail system underground that he created the boring system?
yeah. Well, can you get to your point so we don't have to?
Yeah.
Okay,
what's-
tortured.
let me ask you this: how does one get money for a company?
Any number of ways. Which way are you
Yeah.
suggesting?
But
Do
backers.
you
the
go out
government,
and you tell
there's
people
many
that you
different
have
ways.
a plan that you can achieve,
That's one
and
way
you
to
show
start
them
getting money.
evidence that you are
And you-
moving toward that plan,
And you sell
and do
shares.
you get them to
too.
give you money?
That's how it works.
Okay, so what happens when you don't deliver on those plans?
It's what happens is the company goes out of business.
So why hasn't any of his companies gone out of business?
Why don't you just make your point without this
My point is
pedantic
he's
asking
buying fucking
questions?
politicians, and he's gotten himself into the head of the government, which has now allowed him to stop every investigation into every company that he's had in every fucking like
You do
area
re- you-
where
you-
the
you do-
government
Okay,
like
okay, you-
monitors
I get your point.
businesses.
I get your point, but you do realize, you know, when you open multiple businesses, especially when you deal with space travel, etc., etc., you get failures, you get financial failures, and you get failures. The important thing to do is to get back up and have another go, and have another go, and have another go, and that's what he seems to do. Especially when he has failures on the rockets, he just has another go. They
Okay,
change
so
it a
let me
little
ask you
bit,
another
and he
question.
learns.
When you tell
He's firing off rockets every 3 days and stuff.
this is going to be a little bit difficult. It has to do with a little bit of law. So let me ask you this: when you tell investors that you can do something that you cannot do, and you provide them with false proof that you can do it, and it never happens, what is that called?
Oh, fuck off already.
Yeah, this is a pretty
It's
bad
called
faith.
fuck off already. I mean,
This
it
is-
starts with an F. Yeah.
This is pretty bad faith. Honestly, let me ask you a question real quick, Brandon. Now
Okay.
you made a wild claim, right? Now, what
Well, I make a
politicians?
lot of wild claims.
I know you do.
What was about?
Yeah.
Well,
okay.
let me finish and I'll get to that, right? So you said Elon Musk bought off politicians, right? Can you provide to me who he bought off and why?
Well, Donald Trump,
Trump.
has allowed
Trump.
him.
Oh,
Donald
just
Trump
he
buying
bought off
Donald Trump has
Trump.
allowed him to
Well,
stop
he's kinda
every
hard to buy
motherfucking
off.
investigation into his
He needs
ass.
that money from. Oh, okay, all right. Well, where's the proof, please?
Yeah,
Show me anything?
The fact that he has stopped every investigation
Bloody
into
hell,
his
bloody
company since he
Whoa,
got into
whoa.
fucking office.
Are you
Oh,
okay?
Dan, calm down. Stop spurging. Now, just a quick one. Just a quick one now, right?
Dude,
Just
we are standing here in a bar.
Dan,
No, listen,
Dan,
you guys,
calm down.
listen. We are standing here in a
spurging.
bar. There
Stop
is a
spurging
chick
out.
in the corner that I am telling you
calm,
is a training
calm down.
and you guys
calm.
are telling me, how do
Oh,
you know?
goodness me.
And I'm telling you,
Now,
look,
control
Oh,
yourself, Dan.
Bones, give him a hypo. Give him a
Cons-
hypo, Bones.
Yeah, it's a simple question. Have you got a problem with Elon not being voted into office?
All right, I want to say I see a smile. Dan Brandon. He could smile.
Of course.
Yeah, Dan, can I ask you a question? Have you got a problem with Elon not being elected in?
Well, yeah, I have a problem that Elon Musk is what the right has been telling us that George Soros was, but
Okay.
20 times
All right.
worse.
Okay, so you've got a you've got a problem with it.
rehabilitate Soros and
Yeah.
Dang.
clobber
Dude, I don't give a
Musk in
fuck
the
about
same breath.
Soros.
Okay,
And fuck
so-
Nino,
so-
Soros is dead.
Yes. So thanks.
Right.
So thanks. You've got a problem that he wasn't elected in. But let's just turn the clock back 3-4 years. Remember Anthony Fauci not elected in, changed people's habits and how they live their life
Wait a second,
all
dude.
across
No,
the
wait
world.
a second, wait a
No,
second.
no,
dude.
no
You
one was
are
screaming that
mistaken.
he wasn't elected.
You are mistaken.
No one was screaming. No one
You
was screaming
are
that he wasn't
mistaken.
elected. He was
Anthony
appointed, just like
Fauci-
Elon.
Anthony
was
Fauci
appointed.
did not change a goddamn
Oh, of course
thing.
he didn't. Of course he didn't.
Donald Trump was the president.
God.
And
This
when
is
you are the
retarded.
president,
This is
the
so
buck
retarded.
stops
It's so
with you.
retarded.
This is great.
This is. Go on,
When
Dan.
Joe
Just carry
Biden
on,
was
mate.
the president,
Oh yeah.
there was a lot of inflation. Did you guys say, "Oh, well, all of that inflation is just coming from COVID"? His policies are going
What's that-
to be able to make it up
What's that? What's
in
that?
just a
What's
few
that?
years.
What's that got to do with the question? It's got nothing to do
It's
with
got
the
everything
question.
to do with the question. Right now,
No,
you're saying,
No,
right?
you've got you've got a
saying-
problem with Elon not being elected in, right? But you didn't have a problem with fucking Fauci changing the world's habits
Because
for the
Fauci
population of the world.
was not changing a goddamn thing. He
Well,
made
he wasn't, was he?
recommendations.
Oh,
He made
like
recommendations.
mask mandates.
No,
Ja-
buddy.
j-
Jab,
jab, jab, jab,
did
jab,
not have a team of
jib jabbing,
80-year-old
jib jabbing.
weirdos. Listen, Anthony Fauci did not have a team of 80-year-old weirdos going through every fucking
80-year-old weird,
part of the
18-year-old,
and
big
fucking
balls,
like
big
forcing them
balls.
to fucking get a shot or put a mask on. As a matter of fact, Anthony
Elon,
Fauci's dumb fucking ass
Elon had some
told
base
you people
characters.
that masks weren't fucking
Calm
important
down now.
while we
freaking
were
out.
trying to get masks for the medical profession. So tell me,
Hey, boys,
Dank,
boys,
COVID
he's
isn't a
5
fucking
jabs
big
in.
deal.
He's 5
Dank.
jabs in this, man. He's 5
Dank, you
jabs in.
shouldn't burn your voice on the word mask. That's too humiliating.
There we go. That's a good chart.
5 jabs in, he
Did I-
is.
Did I break it?
Let me look.
It's
Okay,
gray.
that's-
He went gray.
Well, what am I looking
So
At
that's
least
at?
he's not. He's not in the red.
that's
no
the
more, he's in
Tesla
gray.
stock.
For
Oh,
one day. That's one day.
Oh no, sorry. I had it on 1 month before.
Yeah.
There's your up and downs. So it hasn't even bottomed out to where it was before. But you know,
But
I mean,
the
fun-
question,
fun
you know,
fun.
I mean, my question is that
Let's look
Pre-
over
previously-
5 years.
previously, you know, the people that would buy Tesla vehicles were kind of these midwit progressives, kind of like
Yeah.
Dank Brandon.
Yes.
ouch.
Mm.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Dank. I'm
Now
only
you're being
kidding.
mean, last dance.
No, I actually think
Actually, dude,
Dank
I
is
had
pretty
looked
damn
into
smart.
Teslas.
I love
I had
Dank.
looked into Teslas about 10 years ago, and
they're too damn expensive.
well,
No.
I had figured out that the electric cars that all of the big 3 American car companies were making were just as good, if not better, than Teslas, because I haven't heard any of those are blowing up.
Wow.
Blowing
That's just
up.
not the case.
What's
That's just
what's
not
a
the case.
electric? Oh, you mean like the Chevy Volt?
Ford
Yeah.
Mustang. The Ford,
Ford
Mustang.
Lightning. Ford
How
Lightning.
long has Ford Mustang had an electric vehicle though?
Yeah, but
Uh,
that
2-3
wasn't like a
years.
Yeah, but the
Tesla,
Chevy
isn't it?
Ford
Volt's been around
Brownstein,
for a
isn't it?
little longer, I think.
I mean, no disrespect, lads. You literally can get a plaid. You can get a plaid now, straight from the full car, and you'll do anything on the drag strip. I mean,
100,
Plaid.
110 grand for a plat.
Mhm.
you'll do anything on the drag strip. There'll be basically nothing on the drag strip will be able to touch you, and you won't even
What is a
tire
plaid?
spin or
The
nothing.
type of car.
But there's a lot
Yeah.
of competition now, right? Aren't there a lot of electric car manufacturers?
Yeah, but none that I think that you. I mean, obviously you got the Porsche. Is it the Porsche?
Porsche be the high
Taycan.
end, of course.
The Taycan, but it's like a 200 grand car or something. you know?
Right. But
Yeah,
I mean,
you
I
hear
don't
a-
know what Teslas
hear a
cost,
lot
but I
of
thought they were like 100K at least.
Yeah, I
few
think
years ago.
but the Plaid is fucking carnage. Yeah. I don't
Now,
know the
here's
Oh yeah.
here's a
North
little
60.
fast fact for you about the Plaid. Does anybody know, without a Google search, why they named it that?
No, I
Spell
don't.
it. I don't even
Spaceballs.
know how it's spelled.
Spaceballs.
About the what?
Spaceballs.
It's Spaceballs, yeah, because in the
Fuck you all.
movie
it called?
Spaceballs, Tesla Plaid, I think
Oh.
it's spelled Plaid, as in like
Okay.
the plaid pattern that you would have
Ah.
on clothing. In
Uh-huh.
Spaceballs, when they increase the speed in the thing to ludicrous speed, the radar, he's like, we've gone to plaid, and the radar just shows a plaid pattern.
Hmm.
It's a play on like Star Wars, how fast the thing would go.
Yeah.
I think actually the plaid might have been what they were seeing out the window of the ship. Everything
Yeah,
was coming out. So,
Have you got the stats there, Steve? You know, like the 0 to 100 and the 0 to 200 and shit like that.
no, it's not.
Oh.
The Nordschleife is still like going to be your German sports cars that are going to top that because of their ability to corner at high speed. But Tesla Plaid
Yeah,
is very
like I said,
fast.
yeah, the drag strip, you know, it's just foot down in it, and it gets to it gets there really like sort of like you know, really calmly, like not like an engine when it's like fucking
No,
going to the gears. and
It
all the
does
physics
0
going
to
back and forth.
0 to
Yeah.
60 sub 2 seconds. It's
Man,
1.99, and it is 1,000 horsepower, just about 1,020. So this thing's insane.
That sounds like a rocket. 0 to 60 in less than 2 seconds.
So
Yeah.
0 to 200 or 0 to 100.
Well,
Oh,
look
okay.
look who it is.
There he is.
How you doing, Drone?
Intro.
All right. Well, everybody's stunned into silence now. Even Dank Randy.
And the
No,
thing,
no,
the
I
funny
was
thing
busy
is,
looking at stuff. I ain't even looking at y'all screen.
Yeah, 0 to 200. They don't go 200. They have a governor on them, and they're not made to go that fast. They don't have the right downforce and shit. They're a big sedan, for Christ's sake. You know, it's
Okay.
it's a 4-door rocket ship.
yeah, it's a
You
big
guys hear me now?
photo.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up? Hey, well, hey, thanks for letting me on.
Sure, man.
Well, we're
Yes.
already regretting it. No, I'm just kidding. Great to see you.
Don't blame you. Hey, Dank, what's up, buddy? Last Dance,
What's up?
RW, GT,
All right.
Smoke, Riddle, man, all you guys beat. Oh man,
Wow, saving me
It's
for
all
last,
nice.
huh? I see how it is.
Base Wellspring.
I'm just kidding.
How you doing, man?
Yeah,
All right.
based. I'm sorry, based. Yeah, sorry.
Drone Tech, I have a question for you, buddy.
I can't see your nostrils, so I feel like it's not really truly real.
Let me get the camera out. Watch the angle you're gonna get. You know the angle you're gonna get.
All right. Up base.
Nice.
There we go.
Oh, there you go. Perfect.
Yeah.
Drone Tech, what do you think about the hands-off protests that are going around in the United States right now?
Well, I was just watching videos of big Palestinian flags flying around, which I'm sure is just one element of it, but it's just Democrats. It's just a big Democrat protest. They protest every time Republican is president. Who cares? They don't protest Democrats. They only protest Republicans. It's all Soros funded, left-wing billionaire funded, whatever. It's all AstroTurf BS.
Do you think
A
they have-
lot of it are just regular people, families going out and standing there with American flags and signs and stuff.
Of course.
they're-
American
Hey,
families
hey,
that
Drone Tech,
right,
That's-
of course.
that-
American
that-
families
they're
that
all
went out and
sucked in.
voted for Democrats,
Yeah,
right?
but what does
Hey,
it
Brett.
mean? What does it mean to
Predominantly.
fund a protest? I'm curious.
Do what?
What does it mean when you say Soros funded the protest? How do you fund a protest? You pay the protesters, or I mean, what do you?
Oh no. Well, some of them maybe, and not necessarily all of them, but I'm
So-
kind of being a little tongue in cheek with that, just because the Elon Musk stuff is. Sorry, I'm moving my seat. The Elon Musk stuff is so prevalent right now, and it's just funny because when has there ever been like a billionaire funding Republicans?
I've seen footage recently of protests where all the coaches are all being lined up, and all the coaches are all bought and paid for, bought by the same company. So yeah, there's a lot of transporting people, and they do it in the UK as
I'm
well.
sure there's some. Yeah, I'm sure there's some genuine people there, but
Of
I mean,
course.
our media is it's well established. Everybody knows it. Our media is propaganda, and they're pumping out incitement to one
NBC,
side, which has resorted to
CBS.
violence. Why is that not our discussion? How the left and Democrats have already resorted to violence to the point that random Tesla owners and Cybertruck owners are being attacked like on a regular basis.
How low IQ
It's crazy.
have you got to be, right, to key a Tesla? Right,
Right.
just how low
Knowing
IQ
that there's
must you be?
cameras all over these things.
Yeah, and some of them drove and parked up, and they had a Tesla, wasn't it? One of them drove a Tesla themselves and then keyed a Tesla. It's like, what sort of fucking
Oh,
craziness
you
is this?
can't. be
They're the
serious.
good ones. It's like the white thing. It's seriously like the white thing. Like, yeah, these
Why
whites that
would
like
you
hate
just be your own
themselves, and they
Tesla?
think to be a good white, they have to hate themselves.
All right. White guilt.
Right.
Yeah,
So it's like Tesla guilt.
Is this true? I find that hard to believe. No, this one.
Last Dance. What do you find hard to believe? A Tesla owner did that?
No, English
Yeah,
bottle cap says just stop oil has folded.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
I
think
got
it's
a question. I got a question, Drone.
Yeah.
So you said that George Soros is funding all of the anti-Trump protests, right?
I also said I was being tongue in cheek a little bit. I don't know for a fact. I have a feeling that I know he's bowed out at, or no, never mind. I'm thinking of Klaus Schwab. But I know he does have his tentacles in this stuff. Yeah.
Okay. So
Well
there
said.
was like
Tentacles.
you were talking about that Palestinian protest today.
Yeah.
Yeah. What wasn't there also like multiple protests around the country against Donald Trump, like at the same
Yeah.
time?
Didn't I even say that?
So
I said that.
that's
did.
strange. Why would George Soros like schedule a protest to butt up
Okay.
against another protest? Wouldn't
Okay.
he want all of those people that he's paying for to be at one or the other protests?
No, I think what he
Hank,
was saying was
real quick. Can I answer real quick before
Of
I'll
course.
quick answer and you guys can go? The only time these protests arise is when there's a Republican president. They do not exist under Democrat administrations. Everybody can see that. I mean, I've witnessed so many cycles of this. It's like I'm not alone, I'm sure. Like it's so dismissed at this point. And you guys can go.
Okay.
Why
so
not
I
spread
got
them out,
another
Brandon?
question. I've got another question. Does anybody remember what day Elon Musk fully endorsed Donald Trump?
No.
Thursday.
No, it was
it was the day after the assassination
Thursday
attempt.
last,
Scavenger Day.
It was the day
Correct.
after-
It was the
was
day
the
after
day
the
after-
assassination attempt.
interesting.
Alrighty.
Okay, that's
What?
very significant.
Let me ask you guys. Let me
An
ask you guys.
assassination
Y'all
attempt.
think-
Hold on,
y'all
let
think-
real quick.
y'all also
Real quick.
think-
Let me tell you
Can
what
I
he
add to
said.
that real quick? An assassination attempt by a person who was clearly motivated by rhetoric from people like Dank Brandon here.
But that voted for Trump.
We don't
Yes,
know who
so
motivated him.
Voted for Trump? Shut up, dude.
He
Like,
was a registered Republican. He had voted for Trump. Yes.
Elon said when he's
we
seen
know
him
nothing about
when
this
he's seen
guy.
when he's seen
We know
him get
nothing
up
about these
and
people.
shout fight,
Didn't.
fight, fight.
Well, I mean, of course you know
he-
nothing about them because they were
he said that was
Donald
it.
Trump
He said,
supporters that tried
he
to
said,
shoot
I
him.
was-
So
I
you're
was
not
for- I
going
was for
to look
Trump.
into that.
Right.
You're just going to
convenient
make
for
up
you,
your
though,
own
bro.
thing.
Back of the bus,
So
Welsh.
okay.
How
So
convenient for you, Dan.
let me ask you guys.
How
do y'all-
convenient for you,
do
Dank.
y'all think that the
Multiple
vaccine-
assassination attempts on your
do y'all
political
think the
opponents.
vaccine-
It's my
and
political
I'll-
opponents that did the assassination attempt on my political opponents.
Let me ask you,
That makes
do
perfect
y'all,
sense.
do y'all think that the vaccines had nanobots in them, or that
he's like,
Bill
yeah.
Gates is trying to like chip everyone's brains?
How many jabs do you have?
Huh?
How many jabs do you take?
Don't answer
To
that.
the ass. Straight to the asshole. How many of those did you do?
I mean,
Yeah,
what?
He wants to know
Yeah.
how many times you've been vaccinated.
He's
read
like, give me
these-
my vax
Yeah.
straight to the
What are you,
asshole.
7-Up or something?
Well, I got vaccinated twice because I was working at Tyson around food that went out to the rest of the country.
Yeah, yeah.
So
You
I
had a
wanted to make
you
sure
had
that
a double
I
dose.
protected.
So.
I wanted to make sure that I
you
protected
weren't
even the
protected,
right wing
though.
dumbasses.
You weren't protected,
that
though.
I'm glad that
You weren't
Dank,
protected.
Dank, I will say that's a good motivation. I mean, it's a good motivation, but I mean, that's
Yeah.
not what happened, right?
You believed it, didn't
Well,
you? Well, I
yes,
get
that
it.
is what happened.
A lot of people believed it.
Actually, dude, I went and got vaxxed just so I could get that job because it was the best paying job in
fucking
my
hell.
area.
Well, then that's what you got to do.
Think
Yeah.
about that. Think about that. Like
You
you,
got
medical
food on the
think
experiment.
about that though. Think about that.
You
Dank's
got to put food on the
mindset.
table.
Apple, you knew we were going to go here, didn't you?
No, look, real quick. I just want to lay this out for Dank, just to like, I mean, that
We made
Dank,
it
think
to
that's
that.
how your mind works. You want to live in an authoritarian state where people who do not do what the government says are laid to waste, and then you can step in at Tyson and get a job because you did what the government
jobs.
said, and
Yeah.
you get the job. So you're a preferred
scam.
citizen. You're a
Jab-
preferred
Actually,
citizen.
no,
Wow.
actually,
jab-
Those
actually,
other
no.
bad
jab
Hey,
citizens.
equals
Tech,
job.
Drone.
Jab
Stop,
equals
wait
job.
a minute, wait a minute.
I like
Actually,
you, man,
actually,
but
Tyson
you definitely
was
have a
Tyson
lot of
had
signs
built a
of the
new Tyson
Morals,
had built a
morals.
new plant in my area, and so they were staffing. They were trying to get as many people in as possible, and so they were, yes, they required a vaccine. But they were like mass staffing, like they weren't turning people down for anything really.
Okay. Well, you just
Yeah,
made a point. You're the one that made a point about that. That's all.
Well, yeah, okay, yeah. My point is that I was working around food that was going out.
Yeah, you were trying to
other
like
people.
exalt yourself about it. You're like, I am a top tier citizen, and I got this job.
Well, no,
because
man, no. Actually, I've
the
worked
guy
in
who
food
didn't get the
service.
vax got
I've
fired.
worked
I
in
took
food
his
No,
service
job.
for
no
many
jab,
years.
no job.
I've worked in food service for many years, and I'm like I'm very like cautious about handling people's food. So
Well, that's
I
good.
make
Thank
sure I
you.
wash my
I do
hands
appreciate
real
that.
good and all of that. So yeah, I mean, I'm going to make sure that I'm not sick working around food.
Fair
Well,
enough.
it didn't
I
stop
mean,
you from being sick, though,
you can
did
just
it?
do what you were always doing. But
Actually,
anyway.
BW,
I do
it
appreciate
did.
that. Either way,
I did not catch COVID until after.
Yeah, but you actually had you had no extra
Would you let
protection
me
than people.
answer, dude? Shut
Oh.
up. I did not contract
Where's
COVID
Ethan?
until after the government stopped paying for people to be home with COVID.
Okay,
and
but you
get
had
COVID
no
tests.
extra protection than
So
people
at
that
the
hadn't
job-
taken it. In
at the
fact, the people who
job-
hadn't taken it had
At
a
that
strong and
time.
natural
That
protection
was a
against it.
year into it, bro.
At that
I had
time.
been working on the
Don't-
line
don't-
at
don't
Tyson
believe
around
the
other
hype.
people for a year.
Don't believe the hype.
Time. That's what was believed. So you can't attack him for that.
Yeah, I can.
No, you
can.
can't. That's
Yeah, I fucking
stupid.
can. Because I had you lot attacking me all the way through that period, and we
Yeah,
all know
I
as
know,
we
I
all know as
know.
we all know as times moved
But
on.
you got to do what you got to do.
Everyone's
to put
position has
food on the
changed
table.
towards my
Well,
side.
let me
Not
ask you guys something.
not back
So-
on that
so is
side.
COVID non-existent now? Does COVID just not exist?
Well,
It
seems
always
to be. It seems to have
existed.
just
Flu,
disappeared.
dude. It's the flu.
It's,
Magically
just-
it's what do they
Look,
call it? It's
a lot of people
endemic
say,
now.
look, a
It's
lot
gonna
of
be
people say
there
that
always.
A lot of people say
Okay.
COVID was like a
Hey,
test.
drone. Do you think it was a bioweapon from China?
It's funny you would say that because we got
rather
mobs for
racist of
saying
you
that
to say it came from
escaped
China.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we got
Okay,
you.
so it's just funny. It's ironic and funny to me that you would say that to me, given that like people who said that it came and originated from a lab in Wuhan
Yeah.
were completely mocked and demonized and called conspiracy theorists, and we were
He
right the whole
platformed.
time. So fuck you.
Yeah. I got a strike for it. I
It's
got a
never been
strike for it.
proven right. So
Oh,
let me
fuck
ask
Oh, no,
you
no,
this.
no.
Let me-
Wait,
let me ask
wait there, Tank.
So you think it was a
All the
bioengineered
fact
weapon that
checkers,
is
all the
nothing
fact
more than a
checkers
common
now
cold?
agree that the highly probably came from the lab in China.
Yeah, it's
That's
not
all
even
the fact
up to debate
checkers.
anymore.
Okay,
They're
so
the
let
same.
me ask you
They're the
this.
same fact checkers
Let
that
me
were
ask you
striking
this.
us.
You were
Like
saying
literally,
that
it came from
China
Wuhan, which there is a lab in. Like, how? What's wrong with
Okay.
you, Brandon?
Okay.
Hey,
so
Ryan,
let me
it's
ask you
called
this
the
question.
coronavirus
Would
lab,
you
by the way.
shut the
Did you
fuck
know
up
that?
and let me ask you this question?
You'd
All right,
never have known,
So
would you,
you
eh?
believe that China bioengineered a virus that's no more than the common cold?
And Fauci actually backed it. All right.
Okay, but a
Financially-
virus is no more
financially
than the
backed
common
it.
cold.
Flu.
What
Let
are
me
you
ask-
supposed to
Cold,
do
I
with
said flu.
What are you supposed
Flu.
to do with
Flu.
bioengineering?
I think I can answer it, at least for me, Brandon. I don't think they bioengineered it per se. I think they isolated it because they were studying a lot of those types of viruses at the time, and that because of piss poor safety procedures, it got out. People got it, and it got into the public. I'm not sure that it was a weapon as much as it was a naturally occurring coronavirus.
No, it wasn't a weapon. It wasn't naturally occurring. No, it was.
Yeah, it wasn't
mild.
naturally. It wasn't
we
natural.
have no idea one way or the other.
It-
Those
No,
are-
Were they not studying
It-
coronaviruses? That they
Yeah,
were
they
studying?
were fucking. They were fucking around.
enhancing them.
They were enhancing them. Okay.
They were
Yeah,
enhancing them because they
artificially.
wanted to get
right.
ahead.
That's what gain of
of-
function is. That's
Right.
what
Yeah,
gain of
gain of function.
I'm having a bit of.
So the
memory
reason
problem.
why
What was-
Fauci it's got to pass is because he lied to the Senate because he said he wasn't involved in the gain of function and he didn't finance any of that in the coronavirus
Yeah,
fucking
He
place
lied
in
like every
Wuhan,
politician lies.
and he lied. So that's why he's got to pass from Biden as well.
Let's talk about you guys want to talk about something else? I'm so
I have one. I have one in the chamber. I have one.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
Hope it's-
I'm curious.
ahead.
I'm curious. I'm really me myself, and I'm just intruding on your guys' stream. I'm just throwing this out there. I'm sorry. You just tell me to shut the fuck up. But I'm super in right now to like the corruption of the police. I know that's crazy, right?
I've been
'Cause,
noticing
like
that.
BLM was like,
You're
Yeah.
getting to be
I'm
really-
on board now. I think the police are like seriously messed up.
Yeah, you're
Not
you're
just in
getting to
America,
be-
but like in all the Western nations.
Ryan, me and you could talk for hours on this. I know you know Honor Your Oath. You
Yeah,
know
you're
Long
getting
Island.
real
You
ignorant.
know
Yes.
you know
I love that
Long
guy.
Island audits. You know rogue audits.
Yeah. You know what's crazy?
He's talking from the back.
Hey, you know
of
what's
the paddy
crazy?
wagon right now?
You know what's crazy? I went on vacation 2 weeks ago now.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I went to St. Augustine, and I did not realize that that's where he's from,
That's
and that's where they do all
that's
their videos.
John,
and stuff.
John Earl Grey, isn't it? That's what he
Yeah,
is.
I literally drove right by that place where he just got arrested and charged with a felony for holding the side. I like
Yeah.
drove the fucking Pelican. I drove right by it on the way to our place. It was crazy. I'm like, I meant to go
Hey,
back there and
guys.
take a picture. I never
Hey.
did. Anyway,
I gotta go ahead and roll. My kids are like, I think, in bed already, and I'm still in here like screaming in the room next door. So
Hey, have a
Uh,
great week, Dank. It was great talking
Have a
to you.
good night.
Don't listen to me
Yep,
when,
yep.
when I'm trashing you. I love you.
Ooh,
I'm
Been fun, guys.
bomb.
I never even gotta
Nice one.
love you. That's fucked up.
It's because he doesn't
Wow.
love you, Top.
Well, just try shouting
Very
more.
straightforward.
so for like Last Dance and other people, focus. Me and Ryan know this. There's a channel called Honor Your Oath. He's one of the OGs of public photography, and his MO now these days. He goes to the city halls and public buildings like council buildings, and he holds a sign that just says simply, support homeless veterans. I think it is, isn't it?
it says God bless. the
God
homeless
bless,
people."
God
Yeah.
bless homeless veterans. It doesn't ask for money, so technically he's not soliciting, even though he can solicit.
Yeah,
And
you can, but he doesn't.
These sheriffs and LEOs, they
What-
fuck
what
up
country?
terrible. All
America.
over America, all over America he goes, and that's literally his MO. That's all he does. He's really calm. He always has a camera close by, or his
He's been doing it for like 20 years. Yeah.
yeah. He's literally like the I think he's one of the best with Long
He
Island
is.
orders.
To me, he is like the purest form of
Yeah.
what this is. Yeah.
And he de-escalates, not all the time, 90% of the time. When he gets angry, he tells it. It's quite funny because he very rarely gets
The
angry.
peak of his anger is "You're a big dummy." Like that's what he'll say.
Yeah. He never swears, but that's his biggest. But you can tell what triggers him is when they come straight up to him and they demand ID. That triggers him. The other
So,
way, you know
can
when
I
they walk
say
up, they
something
put
real
their
quick?
gloves on. And they just say ID, and he's like, "What do you want?"
Are you guys interested in this topic at all, or no?
Sure.
I'm interested
Yeah.
in any-
Okay, so it's interesting.
Just recently,
right?
I saw a real quick video I just saw. I had seen it a while back. I forgot about it. Guy walking with a big white collapsible cane in his back pocket.
Oh yeah.
He's legally blind,
Seen this.
and they arrest him for resisting and
This
obstruction.
is old. This is old.
He's
about
old,
15 years
and he's a
old, yeah.
blind guy with a cane in his back pocket. And the woman cop says she wants to make sure it's not a firearm, or if it is, that it's
Like,
properly
Officer
secured.
safety. Yeah.
What's
I've
a
never
blind
seen
guy
a
gonna
gun
do with
like
a
that.
firearm?
Well,
Straight
15
white
years ago,
gun.
I think.
It's a straight barrel. It's white. It doesn't have a handle or a trigger. Fucking cop. Yeah.
Right.
And-
Right.
and-
And
and-
that's
and
the
they
kind of
teach
thing
it,
that
man.
happens all the time. So like so First Amendment audits, the whole thing was like you go to a public office, you take a camera, you record, or you record the police. That's how it actually started. Like Cop Watch, that kind of stuff. We're recording the police. Police don't like it. They're like, get back. They start shouting orders at you. Get back. You gotta be back certain feet. Oh, wait, there's actually not a law that says that. So do the police actually have any right to tell you anything? But police were taking that liberty, yelling at these people, arresting them, charging them with like disorderly conduct, literally just making shit up, right? And like, because that's not
Obstruction.
disorderly conduct. You have a First Amendment right to free press, first of all, free speech, and so that that includes recording public officials in the course of their duty. The Supreme Court has ruled on this many times. There's many different case law on this, but the police don't seem to care. They just kind of do their own thing, which is funny because a lot of times, like people that stand up for their rights, like they'll pull someone over, right? For no reason, or they'll just stop somebody that's recording.
And what they'll
maybe
do, what normally does it, like if they pull someone over, they'll then ask
Oh, no,
for the
no.
ID.
Not
They'll ask
normally
for,
does
wait,
it.
wait around. What they'll do, they'll ask for IDs for the passengers.
Right.
That could be the simple one.
Oh,
the
That's
ID
the
is the
that-
crux.
Yeah, but you
it's
have
like-
to
it's
give
like
it if
it's
they're
like
in a vehicle.
Because
no,
it's
you
a,
don't.
it's a
You
violation of your
don't.
Fourth Amendment
Yep.
Yeah, you
against
don't.
search and seizure of your documents, right?
I know it's exactly the same as in the UK. Unless you're stopped on part of a crime like sort of theft or any crime that's not a driving offence. So if it's a driving offence, no one else needs to identify. It's the same as the UK.
It's traffic violation. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a
I
traffic
don't like dealing
violation.
with the driving ones. I like dealing with like the ones like honor your oath where he's just like on public property
Yeah,
with
yeah.
a sign, right? And so like
Under
somebody
the
will-
American flag. Under the American flag, Norman.
Right.
He literally stands
Right.
under the American flag.
right, he'll go to City Hall, right? The
Yeah.
public and it's public property. It's funded by the public by tax dollars, right? He'll just hold the sign. Somebody will complain, right? Or maybe it's somebody a public official in the City Hall that complains. Cops show up. They're like, "What are you doing here? You're soliciting. You're disorderly. Get out of here. You must leave. You're trespass." All that's wrong, right? Cops think they can do things like that. They can't. Or they'll be like, "You're detained. We're investigating because somebody called. So you're now detained. You have to stop here. You have to ID. You have to give us your ID." None of that is true. A lot of police seem to believe this. It's not true. Because-
And it's,
hold
sorry.
on. So like I'm trying to run through this, but basically they have to have a crime. They have to have reasonable suspicion of a crime. A lot of cops think all they need is suspicion. They'll be like, "You're suspicious. Somebody called you and you're
Oh,
doing weird
yes.
things. You're recording this area. That's suspicious. So I can now detain you and ID you." No, they have to actually have some sort of evidence of a crime that's being either underway or that has happened, right? And
Yeah.
the cops, it seems like no cops across the
RAS,
country
reasonable,
know that.
articulable
They don't
suspicion.
seem to know that. They're not trained that way. And that's really weird, right? I find that very interesting. Like, why is that? And people that stand
ID's
for their
crap.
rights, no, hold on. People that stand for the rights, they'll call them sovereign citizens, which I find very odd because it's really sovereign citizens are people that basically they believe they have their own law. They don't, American law doesn't apply to them or whatever.
I'm not driving. I'm traveling.
Right. So the police actually are the ones
the
who come
sovereign
up with their own
citizens.
laws. They make up their own law. They pretend like the Constitution is some sort of like extremist document, even though they themselves take an oath to the document. Hence, on your oath, the YouTuber.
Yeah.
Anyway, there you go.
So like, I'll try and finish it off as well. So what he would also do, one of his MOs previous would be you get a speed camera up and just see how fast they go coming from the station or going back there. And they're doing like crazy speeds. And one of the other ones would be just examines the car park. So we'll see who's got tint, who's got covered number
Right.
plates, who's got
Yeah.
ghost plates, who's
Yeah, the
got
police
full,
break the law constantly, for
full
sure.
tints, full tints. And of course, that's all he's literally doing is filming them either arriving or from police premises, which is perfectly legal. And of course, they're all doing super speeds. They've all got full tints. They got ghost plates. They got all shit. These are all impersonal cars. And of course, none of them get done. But he gets done. He gets done.
Mhm.
Well, there's
And,
guys that go to police stations and they'll go to the parking lot where the police cars are parked, and they'll start videotaping all the cars and the tents and shit,
that
and
triggers,
like
that triggers
everything.
them
And the
straight
cops
away.
come out and start shit. It's crazy. It's like, actually, no, they'll be like, get away from the car, get away. You're trespassing, and none of that's true. And trespassing law in itself is it like the police don't seem to understand it. Like if you're on a property, a private property, and they ask you to leave, then you have to be given the chance to leave and then come back, right? And
So you
they can't even ID you for that even. But like from public property, you have to have broken a law or something. And so the cops will try to trespass people from public property.
yeah,
can't do
that's
that.
a classic. So for only your house, that's what they'll try and do, which is so crazy because it's public property and you can't be trespassed from public property. Anyway, they'll say he's trespassed, and he'll then literally it's the old doper rope. He'll say, okay, so if I don't leave, what will happen? Will you arrest me? And they'll go yes, and he'll turn and he'll walk away. He won't say another word to these people. That's what he'll do. He'll walk away because he doesn't really plan to get arrested. And then they'll grab him and they'll say, no, you've got to give your ID because we're going to trespass you. Well, for a simple trespass, one, you've got to be given an ultimatum to leave. And then that's it. You've got to leave. You're not obliged to give your details. But these police officers have never done it to the book. They've always done it like old Joe
Right.
told.
And people always go along with it. And ID is like crack
They
to
don't
these.
know. But he that's it. It's literally like crack. So then he'll say, well, wait there. I don't have to give my ID for a simple trespass. And I say, no. And anyway, it's public property. You know, and they just won't get it. And
He
before
builds
you know
up
it,
lawsuits and he wins them all because
he-
it's
he
like open and
settles.
shut.
Well,
he settles the lawsuits. He doesn't win them. That's what
Right, and he
I sort of
donates
like.
money. He donates.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but some of these
he donates
auditors,
the money to charity, and he makes the actual police go
He does
through
trainings.
So basically, they would all officers from that time on.
Why
will
the
have
fuck does the
special
public have to
training
train the fucking
of
police? What's
First
up with that?
Amendment audits, isn't it? They have
What's up
special
with
training
that?
on First Amendment audits.
yeah, but some of these auditors are complete assholes on
Some
how
of
they
them,
do it.
yes,
Yeah,
I
Like,
agree.
yes.
Some of them are.
Walking towards a
scumbags. I
school,
agree.
open carrying, walking towards
Oh,
a
wait.
school.
Are you talking about? Armed fishermen?
I don't
No.
know who. I saw a video.
Okay,
doubt
well,
it's him.
there.
But he's
I
funny
don't
as
doubt
fuck.
you that there are assholes, but there's one in particular that walks around armed in Florida, and he gets pulled. It's legal to open carry in Florida if you're
No,
going
no,
to
no,
and
no.
from hunting or fishing,
No, but
and
Yes.
but the police
premise-
don't care about the
the
law.
premise was this guy was walking towards a school. Now I don't know what the distance.
Well, you're always
Supposedly-
walking towards a school, no matter where they
Well,
are.
they
Right.
said the guy was walking towards the school.
Was it legal to
1 block
open
away.
carry? Was
It
it legal
was
to open
legal
carry?
to open carry.
Okay, then that's all that needs to be
That's someone
said.
exercising their
Like-
rights.
That's
Uh,
exercising your rights, but you're looking for clout. That's
No,
Well,
exactly
in some-
you
what
say
in some
that.
cases-
No, look, you say that, GT, but what is the law? The
I
police. This
understand
is
it.
why I call police sovereign citizens, because they use the logic you are right now, and they just kind of make.
Well,
up
no,
their
no,
own
the
law.
cops didn't stop them. They started
Whatever. Yeah,
following
they
him,
did.
and that was
Yeah, they did.
harassment.
So that armed fisherman, he's got multiple cases. So like you
Where
know,
they
like
pull
Jeff,
guns on him.
yeah,
They
you know,
pull
like
guns
Jeff.
on him.
Yeah, exactly. Jeff.
It's
Jeff
totally
on the
legal
road.
to do
Is
it.
this the guy with the
He
fishing
sells.
rod?
He
Was
sells
this-
it. I honest to God, he's got some major cases coming because he's being cuffed and stuffed multiple
Right.
times now,
Right.
and what he's doing is
They detain
completely
him.
illegal. As long as he's going to or coming from fishing and
Fishing.
hunting.
Or hunting, right? And the
That's the
police
law.
know. Well, this is what's crazy is that like this is my problem. This is what makes it interesting to me is that it seems all the police. I'm gonna go ahead and paint a broad brush here because I've seen enough. I've probably seen 100, like 500 or more, maybe even thousands of videos at this point. The police do not know very basic things about the law or constitutional rights, and they even think the Constitution is some sort of crazy extremist thing, even though they take an oath to it, which is wild. I don't get it. But okay, I don't get it. Like these people are just retarded or something. I don't get it. but
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
not
The,
trained
the
right. They
Constitution
aren't
is
trained
like
about the laws. They know
kryptonite.
nothing about the fucking law. They know nothing about constitutional rights. They don't care. And if you try to stand up for your rights, they will retaliate against
That's a
you.
red
And
flag.
then
That's
to
a
cover
major
their
red
own
flag.
ass, in that whole situation, they'll just come up with something to charge you with, to put you away, to save their own ass. And that is so widespread. And it's not
The
a
wor-
racial thing. This is why I was
the-
against BLM. And I even said when BLM and all that was going on that I thought there was a problem with the police, but I just didn't think it was racial. I said it all those years. And I still believe that. And there is anyway, good.
Ryan, sorry, mate, sorry, but you know BWCs, body worn videos and cameras, body worn BWVs, right? In America, this is like a major problem in America. They pull someone over, the person will stand up for their rights, and like this Asian chap I seen today, he was in a petrol station. It was a storm. He didn't want to travel. He stayed
I
there.
saw that.
Yep, I saw it. Read a book for an hour and a
Or
half.
he was just sleeping in the.
Well,
and they
he wasn't
showed up and they
sleeping.
like.
He was reading and
Yeah.
and
He was reading, right?
yeah, and he was a church goer. As it
He was
turns out,
traveling. He was just traveling. He stopped for a while to rest and read and rest. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all it was. Was he wanted to make sure he didn't drive in the storm anyway. They fucking tried everything, and you know what? The BWCs get switched off and clicked off all the fucking time. Not so much in this case, because actually the BWVs was very incriminating. He left it on for quite a lot of time. But you see so many clips where they clip him out, and that's all they're doing. It's conspiring, and they
Right.
shouldn't be allowed to do that all the time. Either when the BWV is activated, there should only be extreme circumstances when you switch it off. You shouldn't
Right.
like be able to. You see the other copper looking at him going, pointing to his BWV, and they go beep beep and they press it. It's like, what are you going to do now? You're talking shit. You're just trying to conspire to get a conviction or some legislation on this guy.
Mm-hmm. Riddle, did you want to say something? You were holding your hand up earlier.
Yeah, I just had a question for Drone Tech, I guess, because you talked about this a lot, actually. Like, it's very clear that, and you did admit that you had a broad stroke of the brush, right, when it comes to summing up police behavior, I suppose. How broad do you think it is?
It's bad, and it's especially bad in Florida. And DeSantis and Trump has been pretty clear, actually, about like he wants to give broad powers to police. I think that's a mistake. They already have way too broad of powers. They have something called qualified immunity, which gets them out of a lot of trouble a lot of times, but they do lose it occasionally, very rightfully so. It basically qualified immunity gets them out of trouble if they violate people's rights. If they can argue that, oh, my training taught me this way and I didn't know.
Yeah. You've got to make them aware, haven't you? You've got to make them aware.
Right. You have to tell. Well, right. If you tell them, if you're like, look, I know it's this way, you can look into it. Call your supervisor. Ask him. Ask your, your city lawyer, whoever you got to do. You're wrong. You're about to violate my rights, and then they do it anyway.
And by the way, I've warned you. I've warned you. You're going to violate my rights, and that will fuck you.
Well, not always. It depends, because the system is set up to protect them and so it's like it's really hard. You really, as a citizen, you really got to have it all on your side. You got to be.
You really got to have a slam dunk.
You got to have a recording. You got to have witnesses. I mean, it's hard. Even if everything's on your side, we've seen people go against them when it's clear they are on the right. It doesn't matter.
I'm going to try to ask this again. How broad do you think it is? Like, can you specify a little bit more?
I think it is nationwide, fully corrupt.
The whole organization, just all of them?
Yeah,
all of
they don't know. No, not a single police organization in this country. They slowly, maybe there's like a sprinkle of it out there now because of First Amendment odds that there are some departments now, because I've seen videos where cops are like, "Hey, I get it," and they were cool. Like it does happen occasionally, but it's still these audits have been going on a long time. There have been so many, like there's a guy named James Freeman. If you look him up, he talks about how like he's like, I've sued these people so many times and won. Other auditors have sued these cities.
I think he won $250,000.
The police are still doing it. They don't care.
Do you have?
And I am starting to come around to the argument that our government and especially the local governments and the police are basically a crime syndicate. They're the mafia. They're basically the mafia. And we are all basically under there. Dude, if you don't pay your taxes, what happens? They send the mafia to get you. I mean, it's that simple.
So you mean like the federal?
At a very simple level.
That's
a
a
very
federal.
simple. It
It's a
goes
federal
way deeper
level.
than that, but I'm just saying, like,
Sure.
you don't
Okay,
pay your
so-
taxes,
Well,
which you
not
never agreed
necessarily.
to. Did you sign and agree to that? No, you didn't.
All right. Can I ask you?
Riddle like state tax or property tax if you have it. In
Whatever.
your state.
Like, say you want to say there's somebody that has a massage parlor in their house. You will go get a massage, right?
Yeah.
Free trade.
Yeah.
Right. Free trade between you and the massage parlor. Well, if they didn't get a license, they didn't pay the mafia for a license.
So
Then
police,
they can
even at the
send the
local level.
police an armed, their armed Guidos over to get you and pick you up, and threaten you with violence until you pay the fee, pay the state to get your license. You see what I mean? Like, there's a lot of weird stuff like that going on
Okay.
in our
So
government.
what would you suggest that would be a viable, practical, pragmatic solution?
Well, I mean, just let those people do their thing. Let them have free trade. I thought that's what we believed in, right? Free trade.
Some training in criminal law, criminal justice for the police officers, constitutional law might be appropriate. I know here in Massachusetts, the state troopers are trying to get people who have like a bachelor's in any of those things in law or some sort of.
Why are the
schooling in
police not
that.
trained on the law and constitutional rights? None of them know shit about it. Very few.
They get like an 8
from what
to
I've
12
seen,
week
anyway.
course. I mean, it's pretty short. So yeah, some real schooling on it would be.
It
a
does sound
starting
like
point.
Yeah, I mean that would be a good starting point, but also again, how practical is that, and how would you go about funding that kind of a program?
Look,
Like, I mean, if you're demonizing the police, why would people want to spend so much time investing themselves
ask you
into that
something.
career?
Riddle, let me ask you. If you encounter a police officer in the public, just randomly, and that police officer, you're walking, let's say he's walking in front of you, and you're walking behind him just on the sidewalk, and you're walking down the street. He turns around, he just stops, and he shoves you aside. He puts his hand on and shoves you aside and says, "Get over there." What do?
He just randomly does that.
He just stops.
Just stops. He just randomly
Like,
does
"Hey,
that.
dude, what are you
shoves me
doing? You're
against the
too
wall."
close to me. Back off.
Is that usually what happens, or is this?
No, I'm just
okay.
asking you. What if in this scenario? What do you do? He's like, back off, dude. Back off. Go over there. What do you do?
I'm
You're
gonna,
like, okay,
I'm gonna go over there. That way I don't.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
you're just hate
Yeah,
to say
wait,
a bit of a pussy
yeah.
bootlicker.
No, so hold on. Here's the
What
thing.
authority?
Because that's
what
what you guys
authority
say.
does he have over you?
What I'm because
What
look,
authority does he have
you
over
have
you?
because you
He
have
has
to be.
none. Zero, zilch.
Is this gonna be a Brandon
You
situation?
have an
where you just don't
American.
let
You're an
people
American
speak?
fucking free man.
Like, come on. Like, can I?
You're an
Can I actually?
American.
Can
You're
I?
a free man.
Can I respond, sir?
Go for it,
please. Okay, sir. Jesus Christ, dude.
Go for
All
it.
right,
I'm
sir,
curious.
sir,
This is
sir.
interesting to me.
No, okay, so hold on. So you don't want to be a complete dumbass about it, right? Like first, yeah, you
Wait,
might be taken aback in the
he's
first
not being a
reaction.
dumbass
Hold
about
on.
it?
Yeah,
You're
obviously.
being a dumbass, huh? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is gonna be like a Brandon situation
No,
for sure.
go for it. Go for it.
I know you hate the police, right? All cops are bastards
Oh,
for you.
come on.
I understand
You
that.
know me a little bit better than that, don't you?
Yeah, well, at this moment, you're acting exactly like how I'm saying. So right now, if you're gonna be a dumbass about it, yeah, you could just be like, "What? Fuck
Explain
you,
it.
officer!
Go for it.
I have my rights." Blah, 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 blah. You want to assess the situation first, right? You don't want it to escalate. Isn't that the most common sense thing to do? Yeah, he may be in the
But
wrong, absolutely,
he's
but
the
you bring
public-
that up.
He's
You
okay.
bring that up calmly afterwards, right? Then you'd be like, okay, well, what did I do wrong, officer? It's like, sure, I'll comply. Fine. That way you have absolutely no evidence. Okay.
We'll go out.
I mean, it's
But
a
just
strong
first,
man
I
I find that a little
situation
odd
anyway.
that you're like, oh, I don't want to anger this government official so he doesn't retaliate against me.
If you know you're wrong, obviously you know he's wrong, and you're gonna be fine. So what's the problem with you're saying the first reaction you should do is be like, I know my fucking rights. Fuck you,
Stand
officer.
your ground. Yeah.
Well, no,
think
yeah,
that-
you
You should
should
be like,
immediately
no,
think that's
start-
you move.
start
I think
recording.
you should be like, are you detaining me?
Yeah.
What lawful reason
Yeah, okay,
do
but-
you have to order me
but-
to do anything?
Yeah, right. But in what way do you want to handle that conduct?
I want just like I did, just like he did. I want to I want to reciprocate with his energy.
Now,
He
can
says
I-
he just
I think that's a
to
good
get
idea.
back. Why do I have
I
to stop? Why
disagree.
do I have to get back?
I just think that's a
You
wrong
can
way
do
to
that.
move about it.
But who the fuck are
Okay,
you?
la-
You're nobody.
lads, we're
I
talking a
disagree.
lot.
I would go with the. I would go with the. I would give him his space, not say a word to him, because words always get people in trouble.
This
They
is like
achieve
dealing
nothing
with a
and
bully.
just start
It's like
filming
A bully
it.
is fucking with you. You're like, oh,
Start-
I don't want
start
to anger
filming
him.
him.
Ugh.
I would just shut my mouth and start filming him because he's a cop.
Sure,
But
film
if
him.
there's
Yeah,
a
sure,
person
film him.
who wants to fight me, who's a bully, I don't say words to them.
It's
Words,
Yeah,
words are useless.
Steve,
Fair
Dude,
enough.
you're
And
like
I
6
think the
foot
American
12,
people, if you don't want to lose all your rights and your constitutional rights, you got to start standing up for yourself at some point.
Yeah, I understand. It's the way you stand up for
Not
yourself.
violently, not violently. Literally, just standing up for your constitutional
How-
lawful
how-
rights.
how-
That's it.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
it.
but how can someone from Britain who watches YouTube knows exactly when a police officer fucks up with public interactions? I know when they're doing it. I know as they're doing it.
Because you watch the
pretty sure at
videos.
this point.
Yeah, so
I'm
so
pretty
well,
sure at this point.
can I suggest something? One of the best interactions on YouTube I've seen in about 10 years is this traffic stop with Philip Turner, one of the goats as well, been going from the very start of YouTube. And this I put it in the back chat. It's so intense, but he's so professional. He's got a rear camera, he's got a front camera, he's got audio setup, he's got 360, he's got the speed, he's got everything, and he turns it into knots. He turns them into knots. It's an amazing clip.
Yeah, there's lots
Am I
of them.
the
out
only
there,
one
but
here
Riddle-
that's never had a
Riddle,
problem
if
with
police
cops
don't
in
want to
my
be
life?
hated, maybe
I've
they
never
should
had a
stop
problem with
being
cops
bad
in my life.
guys.
I
Stop
got my
being
ass
road
beat by
pirates and
cops.
scumbags.
Well,
Yeah,
just be
I-
lawful, innit? Just be lawful.
Liars.
Just be correct.
Liars who literally will put good people, law-abiding people behind bars in cages to save their own asses. I've seen it way too many times. I'm tired of fucking seeing it.
And I've hardly
Seriously.
seen it at all. What I have
Well-
seen is people make outrageous accusations that are
Mhm.
99.99% of the time
Can you give an
they are
example?
lies. Just
Can you give an
watch
example?
watch any police activity video.
Yeah.
I can't
what?
breathe.
Give me an example.
Well, Steve,
Pick a
Steve,
video.
I would
He just did.
The police
just-
are the ones with the power, Last Dance. Let's just remember that. They're the ones with qualified immunity, the badge, the gun. Basically, they can do whatever they want. And
No,
the
they can't do
citizen
whatever they
is
want.
Can't do whatever
essentially
they want.
powerless to a mafia-like organization. Yeah.
So you say, but I don't see that.
Okay, why don't you see
okay.
that? You know what? There's a saying, Last Dance, back the blue until it happens to you.
I don't. That's not my saying.
Do you know Chris, Billboard Chris?
No, I don't know Billboard Chris.
Okay.
but
He's a
Canadian.
anti-gender ideology dude,
No,
gender
no.
cult dude. You never seen him?
Anti-gender. He's against gender.
Anti-gender cult. Like he goes
Yeah,
around
so-
with a billboard that says
I
He
know,
said-
I know.
He said
Not
children
consent to
children
puberty
can't
He's a
consent to
UK guy,
puberty
right?
blockers. No, he's Canadian.
He's Canadian.
Okay.
He's Canadian.
He's Canadian. It
Yeah, I
says
know that
children
guy.
cannot consent.
Yeah.
He gets harassed. He started out he was like the police fuck with him, and he'd be like, "I'm pro police. What are you doing?" He's not like that anymore because they keep doing. Because you know what? They're not. I don't think they're the good guys. I used to think they were. They're
I've just
not.
seen more examples of how cops have been justified in their behavior as opposed to the demonization and showing that the cops are the bad guys every single time. Like with this body camera footage, I've just seen far more evidence that they're not as bad as you're claiming them all to be.
Can you give me
Now-
an example?
Yeah, can you give us some good
In
examples?
my county
I
that I,
can.
live in,
If you want me to start pile driving you with examples on my side, I will.
Well,
What,
this
you
is a
want
topic. So
examples
this
of cops
is
being good.
this is a pop.
Of cops
Okay,
being-
so
Very clearly evil scumbags that are tyrants that deserve everything bad that happens to them.
So-
You
Okay,
say, are you now an ACAB guy? ACAB?
I'm getting there. I'm getting
Yeah,
there. It's
but-
hard.
but-
hard,
he's-
man.
but-
he's
but-
been
It's
that way.
hard. I'm
Yeah,
a
but-
truth guy. I'm a truth facts guy.
Yeah, but
I follow the truth.
Ryan, you've seen the same clips I have.
I've been coming
When,
out against
when it's
Trump,
wait
and
there,
I'm getting
Ryan,
shit for that too.
Ryan, when it's rotten to
Whatever.
the court, it's
Whatever.
rotten from all the way to the courts, to the judge, to the sheriff, all the way through the council, and
Yeah, it's bad.
someone
I don't
someone
think
will
you guys don't
someone will
realize.
try
You
and get a
haven't seen
freedom.
it. You haven't seen enough.
Wait there. Someone will try and get a freedom of information request. perfectly legal thing to do because they're considering their case. It's over nothing
Can
really.
we
and
watch
it's,
something?
it's,
Can we
it's
watch
about who's.
something that might change these
it's a-
people's minds?
Well,
To
I
see
got a
who-
video. I got a
on?
video in the back chat. Like I said, it's the best video I've seen in 10 years when it comes to a traffic stop. This guy.
Well,
this-
don't do a
this guy-
traffic stop. Let's do a
Well,
pure. Let's do a
well,
pure freedom of speech one.
Okay,
Hold on,
I
let me
could.
get
We,
you
I,
one.
I
Hold on,
personally
hang
want
on,
to
hang
move
on.
on to a new subject.
Do
Well, I
what?
don't care. I mean, we can dwell
We can
on
change
this.
subject. We can change.
Can-
subject. We can change.
I don't care. Let's milk this subject till it's done.
Yeah, but this-
You guys
and
don't wanna
move
see-
on.
you
But
guys-
RW, say
please change
what
subject.
you got for sure. You're done with it, RW?
Okay, that's fine.
Is that what you're saying?
I can see, guys. Man, it's a sensitive subject with
Sorry,
you
I'm,
guys.
I'm trying to fix.
I
my
thought you
internet.
guys were open minded.
It sounds
I
like
guys
more of
were
a sensitive
minded.
subject
for a
for
while.
you.
I'm open-minded.
Steve,
Oh,
Are
it's
you?
not sensitive for me, man. I am not an.
There's
I
some
like a
people
lot of
that are
cops.
like they will not.
I don't
And-
think all cops are the same, though. That's
No,
where
look,
I'm at.
it doesn't matter, man. The leadership. If there's good cops, they're powerless. Okay,
okay,
they're
okay,
powerless.
okay.
So all the leaders are corrupted.
They're fucking corrupt. Yes.
Okay.
See, I disagree. I
Everything
think
I've
you're
seen.
painting them. It's
I have
too
not
broad
seen
of a
much
brush.
evidence that there's a lot of non-corruption.
Okay.
There is glimmers of it out there.
You want to see a
There's little
video,
diamonds in
right?
the
I've
rough.
got one in the back chat, Steve. If you could play it, it's a very good video for everyone because he's calm.
Hold on, no, don't
He's
play it. Hold on,
lawful.
hold on.
He's wait there,
Don't play it.
Ryan.
Don't
But Ryan,
play a
Ryan,
traffic stop. That's too
Well,
ambiguous. A traffic stop
it's
is too ambiguous.
not. You, it's not going to happen otherwise. You're not going to get any video out in a minute, Ryan. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah,
I
I'll
mean,
play-
it'll be
I'll
hard
play
push to
something
get a video
relevant.
to be pushed out. This one is a world-class traffic stop. How you deal with unlawful orders, and you deal with it politely and lawfully. This is how it's done. This chap, Philip Turner, actually changed law in America. He's the chap that
Oh, yeah.
made it
That is
completely legal to film police officers on their duty. Right? His name's Philip Turner. He's one of the best
Philip Turner is
YouTubers on this.
case law. Yep, it is.
Cops are a perennial concern. English Bottle Cap says, "Is there any topical news?"
All right, we'll
Interesting.
move on. They're not interested in this. That's good.
Who's this light
I'm
character?
gonna start talking a lot about this on my channel, so people
Oh,
know.
Yeah,
Light's cool. You've been talking about that for a while, John. We know your position, but it seems like you're getting more and more to.
Hey, Light is from the Nexus. I'll vouch.
I want
Yeah.
the police to be a good force, but the way I
What's up,
see
Light?
it is they are like retail. Working retail makes you hate the public. They're basically that, but they have unlimited power, guns, and badges, and can
and they will
people they don't
conspire
like,
and work
they can
together
put their
against you.
hand
They will
upon, and they
conspire.
do.
I'm not saying there's not a
Guys, hold on
concern
a
for that.
second. Can Light just talk for a second for me, buddy, so I can vouch?
Hello?
He's gone.
Are you there?
Oh, he's still there.
Do you
Drone
hear
Tech
me?
left, just like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, thanks for being here, Drone.
Trying to
Good to
vouch
see you
for a
again.
friend.
Talking to you, John.
I'm having some technical difficulties.
All right, yeah, that's him. We're good to go. 5x5.
Sounds like a European accent.
Oh, drone's back.
Oh,
No,
wait,
he's from
maybe
Florida.
he
Yeah.
didn't mean I'm
I
done
didn't
and then
mean
you
to
left.
Sorry about that.
Damn, Spoke Steve, why would
I
you
did
just
not
drop
mean to
drone
leave.
like
Sorry
that?
about
Yeah, that looked odd, Drew. I said, what the
I
hell?
closed. I was trying to close the tabs and I closed the main tab.
I'm done. Slam. Later,
Fuck
bitches.
you.
I'm done. You guys are bastards.
No, I'm not. No, I want to bring you guys. I want to bring because we all are friends. We've been friends for years. A lot of us. Like,
Mhm. Sure.
like you guys know me. I'm not.
Yeah, it's not a new
I'm
position.
not a leftist, crazy copy or something. Like,
Only on this topic, but that's okay.
Well,
no, I don't think so.
Oh, no,
I
that's
think-
not a
I think I can bring you
I'm just
around.
messing with it. I'm messing with
Okay,
it.
let me get on a Euro up. Let me try and get a 5-minute clip
No,
from
we're
on
moving on. Let's just move on.
on it. Yeah. Okay. I mean,
Let's
does
just
someone
move
have
on.
another
Like,
subject to
yeah,
move,
let's
to
just move on to
transition
something
to?
else.
George Floyd.
I have
I
one.
was going to say that.
And this
too.
is something that Light. This is So in the private chat, there's a video I posted. It's the one that Donald Trump posted about the Houthi strike, and you actually shared video back that you think it's not even the actual. It's
just
like
fake.
bullshit.
It
No,
was
I
just
don't
like
think
an.
that.
It was a
It was just,
meeting. It was just like a meeting of people.
Community Notes had suggested that, and what I
Yeah.
had seen.
the image that you showed of the group of people in a circle, that certainly wasn't the exact same group.
No, it's
There
just
were
an
many
example.
more people in
Okay.
the image on the Discord.
Sure.
I guess my
But I
my
mean,
point for that is
Why
like,
would they stand in that big giant circle talking about
That's what they
plans
do. That's what they do for their meetings, apparently.
out in the
I don't
open?
know.
Communal meetings.
Yeah,
I don't know
They
that's.
don't.
I don't
Isn't
know
it-
that for a fact.
it's-
I've seen that.
But I mean,
Here's what I'll say, Smoke Steve. I don't care if
they're
it
Soros
was
funded.
if they were Houthi terrorists engaging in a religious meeting. It still makes them targets just the same.
Sure.
But certainly you're right. They don't look like military. It's just a circle of people. That's all we could see.
They were all military age guys.
But you can't tell that from the video.
You can't.
The overhead one or the
Who
The
knows?
overhead.
Yes.
Maybe we
Overhead
probably
one.
bombed a group of just like random people.
Yes.
Who knows?
Right. That's what
We
I said.
probably
And
did.
then the
You
president of the
know.
United States posted it.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. That happens. Like remember when we were pulling out of Afghanistan and the DOD there was like a suicide bombing. 13 U.S. soldiers were killed, and the next day they drone striked a car, and the president went on TV the next morning and said he was really flexing, how we got, they'll pay a price when they kill us, and it turned out, and people knew right after the strike that it was probably civilians, and it was just a carload of civilians.
So why,
7 or
One
8 kids
family.
were in that car.
Yeah.
I think they were choking.
knowing that, why are you so trustworthy of the police? Just saying.
Who's trustworthy?
Just
That was
saying.
just
Sorry.
it was the mistake of the Air Force.
It wasn't a mistake.
Yeah, no, it
Yeah,
wasn't.
no. It's because
They bombed the right target, the wrong target, but they thought it was the right target. So I don't know who's
Yeah.
to blame.
is your local police officer is like, say it, just do it, bomb them, go for
Just
it.
comply. Just comply. Just comply.
It was
Are you
command.
a police officer?
Stand up for your
Lick
rights.
my,
Mr. Suspicious.
lick my boot, drop that bomb.
Are you a police officer, Riddle?
No,
Okay.
He shaved
I
like
don't
one.
know.
Okay.
So
He's banging
there's
one. He's banging
Is
one.
it
Oh,
the, is it the,
oh.
Ryan.
Banging a police officer.
Ryan, have you seen this clip of Long Island Audit where he's doing his usual, like
Oh, we're back.
recording in public, and the copper says 20 years ago you'd have his teeth,
Yes.
you'd have his teeth knocked out, and he'd be dead on the
Yeah,
floor.
I was just thinking about that the other day. I'm like, how is that not bigger national news?
I
that he
went-
captured this.
Yeah, literally,
I'm like,
and
that's
it was,
crazy.
and he literally said, "You know what? 20 years ago, that's literally what he said. He'd have no teeth, and he'd be dead."
Yeah, this cop
on the
said that
floor.
on camera. He said that, and it was just like,
And it was for no violence. What it was him flexing his rights, and for the copper to get
We can't
mortally
escape.
wounded because he flexed his rights. How dare he?
Yeah.
sorry guys.
Drone Tech, have you addressed what?
Sorry.
You didn't
So-
really join us on the tariff talk at all. Do you
Oh,
have
yeah.
any thoughts on that?
Well, here's the thing: is I'm completely open. If I don't know about something, I don't know about it, and this is definitely not my area of expertise. It's funny. I saw this X post that was like all these right wing YouTubers who are used to just owning the libs now suddenly have to talk about world trade policy. It's like, yeah, it's like I don't know shit about this. Like,
Okay.
I know a little bit about it, and like, so my position on this is I don't know what's going on, but perhaps the conventional wisdom about all this stuff is completely wrong. And because Trump has been talking about this stuff going back to like the early 80s and stuff, or late 80s or whatever, and tariffs and all that. Who knows? Maybe he'll come out with something. The trajectory that we were on was, I think, undeniably ruinous. Like it was going to destroy us, our debt, right?
Yes.
Maybe this is a way out. I don't know. Like, nobody really seems to know. To be honest, like, if you look in the media and stuff, even on CNN, where you have, I think, like the definitive arguments going on with Scott Jennings and these people, even Scott, I feel like Scott Jennings' arguments, even though he's winning, aren't like they're not convincing me necessarily. I don't really know. I'm not.
I mean, when it comes down to it, you're completely correct about the debt and the increasing debt, and the cutting of the government waste spending is certainly relevant to that. There are tax cuts that are going to be continued for, high-end earners, upper-level earners, which to me doesn't make a lot of sense why they're going to have tax cuts for them when that money that could be earned from that could go towards the national debt, in addition to cost-cutting where you can, and this tariff thing in addition. So if it's a three-part thing, why continue the tax breaks for high-end earners?
Yeah.
I don't get
Can
it.
I ask a question towards that?
Why not have all three? Cut government, have tariffs, increase taxes, especially don't increase them, but there's a tax break that's due to end right now that they're going to continue for high-level earners. It was supposed to
I have
end
a question
in
towards that.
2025. Yeah, go ahead.
So, my understanding is that wealthy people help to create the economy. So to cut their income, I know this sounds like bullshit and it's like, like Robin type shit, but is there any truth to the fact that people that are wealthy trickle down their money towards the poorer people through the economy system, through business?
Gravity seems to suggest that, right? I mean, the money is going to go down. I've always hated this argument because just logically, it will dribble down. I mean, come on.
I think it was Reagan who had.
Where else is it going to go?
Reagan had a term called trickle-down economics, which turned out to be a complete failure. Trickle-down economics.
You say that, but I'm like, I dismiss that because I just asked. Gravity. Where is it going to go? Where is the money going to go?
Even if that's true, that doesn't change the fact that we spend a certain amount of money and we take in half that much money as revenue, and every year we run a ridiculous deficit that adds to the debt. So the only way to start reducing the debt is to run a surplus. This is just all simple.
Yeah.
And the only way to run a surplus is to have a greater revenue than
Isn't that the plan here? To upend the entire economic system that we're operating under and fix it?
No, it's not the plan. If that was the plan, you would cut spending.
Or is the plan
and
to take a bunch of shots of whiskey and whirl your arms wildly?
Well, that's my plan tonight. But
is that
I do
Trump's
it last
plan,
dance.
though?
I believe in you.
So you have to cut spending and increase revenue if you're going to run a surplus. You're not going to grow. There's very little chance you're going to grow.
I'm with you.
The economy enough to make up for.
I think you're right.
The spending is out of control.
So I had mentioned before with Last Dance that it's not necessarily about like the reciprocal tariffs, technically, like exactly. Reciprocal is just kind of a placeholder term for, a bargaining chip, so to speak. But basically, it's mostly just to negotiate the market access, because there is unfair market access. Now, the tariffs may not be the same, but I think it's market access that's really the issue. So that was just my possibility of how it's going to be. It might be used as a bargaining chip to renegotiate trade terms.
That's the thing, and nobody really knows what's happening. We're all just kind of guessing.
But what exactly?
Kind of crazy, kind of wild.
Yeah, that's all you can do. Yeah, because this is a risk, right? So, nice.
Why
so
not,
it's like
though?
what makes the most?
Why not?
But what makes the most sense, right? So,
yeah.
It's not based on market access, though. It's not based on anything.
Trying something new is definitely on the plate, right? Trying something radically
what
new.
What do you mean it's not? What do you mean it's not based on it? The tariffs?
Yes.
I know. That's what I said. I said that it's not based off. It's using it as a bargaining chip to speak about market access. It's not necessarily that tariffs are going to be because of market access. If that makes any sense. It's about bringing it to the negotiating table. Okay, we'll reduce these tariffs if we change this about the market, But I don't know. It could be anything.
I don't think you impose a tariff first, and then just find out if there's a market access issue.
How else would you bring them and force them to the negotiating table?
Exactly.
Well, maybe they don't need to be negotiated with. Maybe everything they're doing is just fine. A trade deficit does not imply that there is some unfairness or something wrong.
Well,
so you think everything has been just fine?
So you think the
Well,
tariffs
that's not
against
what I
America
said.
all this time are fine, and the fact that we are essentially, funding the defense of all of our allies, including Canada, Mexico, our
That's a
European
different
allies,
issue. That
and
no, I
they
don't
can
think it's
and they
okay.
can brag also about their health, their national health cares, which are also essentially funded by the American taxpayer.
Well, we're not subsidizing.
Oh, yes, we are.
Mexico's defense. I mean,
Not Mexico. That's Canada for sure. Our
but
European
those
allies.
tariffs. The
Mexico
tariffs aren't
is our ally,
tariff-
right?
It's not
Mexico is
really,
our ally.
sort of.
They don't need a military. They got us. What are you talking about, Last Dance? Come on.
They have the cartel to
They
defend us.
can't beat the cartel.
Those
They
tariffs
can't-
aren't based on that either. The Trump tariffs, they're not based on that either.
Well, they're based on us not getting bent over a barrel and screwed.
You know what America
No, they're
is,
not
guys?
based on that either.
We're
You don't think so?
terrorists.
What are they based
They're not
off of
based-
then?
I could be. I like I said. I don't know.
What are
This
they
is
based- what are they
completely
based
full of shit.
It's a
So you're
simple
ju-
formula. The
So you're
tariff,
saying
you take the trade deficit with country X, you divide that by the total amount of goods, by the total imports, and then you divide that by 2, and that's the tariff that Trump's charging.
okay.
There's no thought, there's no rhyme or reason, there's no analysis involved in any of it.
No, that's not your Last Dance. I don't even think that chart is based on that. I saw a couple posts. It is kabuki, 100%. I'm not denying that, but it's not necessarily that.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Well,
Well, do you have proof of that, or is that just your opinion?
no, it's true.
Administration
He's right.
posted-
There,
No.
it's
No. That there's no.
I'm gonna
like,
find it.
there-
I'm
there's
gonna
no
find it right now.
method.
Look at
That there's no method to the madness, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, there was a.
You said
post
there's no
by-
strategy. He just doesn't know what he's doing. He's just implying it ignorantly.
Yes. The administration posted a tweet themselves
Okay.
with the formula.
right, and basically, yeah. That,
And there's no reason for it, right?
No, it's just based solely on the trade deficit.
the
given
the
country.
trade
Yeah,
deficits they're claiming don't exist.
I understand like the formula and why they came up with the formula, but the reason for implementing the formula itself is a different story, right?
Oh yeah, of course. There's a
That's what I'm talking about.
So
Well,
you're saying
you have to
it's
believe that-
justified. It's
You
different.
have to believe
I'm
that-
saying it could be possibly justified, but it's a gamble.
Okay, I agree. It's a gamble.
But I don't know if it's going to be good or not. But I'm just saying
Right,
there
none of us
is
do.
there is a reason.
All of
yeah.
us are like,
I don't know. We're
this
just
game.
guessing.
all
We're just guessing at this
gambling.
point.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But you
So-
you don't have the luxury of waiting for the long term for it.
No.
Yeah.
A few more 5% days on
I
the
have a good
Dow,
feeling,
and
though,
we're
about
going to
this
be in
gamble.
big trouble.
I've got a
So-
feeling.
Yeah, so we'll see because I'm hoping that some of these other countries, kind of like there's a few of these Southeast Asian countries, Israel, Argentina, whoever else is going to come to the table. I think the UK said they were going to as well. Want to change their trade tariffs for more, something that's more beneficial for both countries. I think it's a good idea, especially China. But that's going to be a little bit longer, right? And the EU.
And the argument is that it was already beneficial for both countries.
Sure, that's the argument. But then we have to prove it.
So,
Prove this,
like,
prove
what
that. It's going
has
to
to
take forever.
Let me put it to you this way. Suppose you're correct, and over the long term, it will be a huge win. Now, ask yourself, what are all the things you want to have the Trump administration accomplish in 4 years, and maybe with a Vance administration after that? So, and how much of what's going to happen if, on the short term, the economic pain is so great that, let's say, in the midterms, the Democrats take the House? What are you? Trump's going to be a lame duck then.
So what's the question exactly?
You're potentially sacrificing everything else you want to accomplish in this administration to the tariffs, which will swallow up all the other stuff and give Trump, instead of 4 years and Trumpism 8 years, it will only give him 2 years.
Because of
everything he
the
did.
Senate.
Yeah, I got you. Okay,
Kind of lose control.
so it would just be seen so badly that basically the red would lose the vote in the next election, is what you're saying, at a
Right,
risk.
which is
The midterm.
not at all.
That's the risk. That's the risk you take, and that's what
Not
we
far
voted.
at all.
That's what people voted for.
I think
Whether-
that ship,
whether-
I
whether
don't
it's
think
just-
anybody really knows what's going to happen. To be honest,
I think that
don't
ship
think
has
Trump
sailed.
knows.
people just wanted to change, and we have no
Trump's
idea how we're going to
throwing
go
the
about
dice.
it. So here we go.
Aphid Lip, what was that? Let me hear your thoughts on this.
I said I think that ship sailed. I think the midterms are sealed with the last week.
Well, that's
that's
dumb.
I don't think
Sorry,
so.
Aphid.
That's just,
I like you, but that's a dumb take.
you don't
Wait,
like
wait.
me, so don't lie.
Wait, hold on. You said that the
No,
left week. what do you mean,
Aphid,
the
a lot
left
can
ball
happen in the week before an election, much less. all
Yeah, I
this
know.
time.
I understand that, but I think the main reason for Trump, increase and winning this election was the struggles that the typical American voter is going through, and I think
Right.
that this isn't gonna. Up until the midterms, I don't think that this is going to help with that.
Did you see
situation at all.
that 280,000 more jobs were added this month than were projected?
I mean,
I'm just
are all
telling you,
there's-
it
I'm
could
sure
end up
there's
way
stu- I'm
better
sure
than you
there's
think.
good stuff,
I'll
but-
be just as surprised as you, to be honest, Aphid.
Those are all judges drawn to deal with all the lawsuits that are happening.
What about the
Private
old
sectors now.
80-20? What about the old 80-20 I keep hearing about? It's quite an interesting number.
20.
The Democrats are on the 20 side of every 80.
Yeah, 80-20.
Yeah,
I don't
well,
know what that is.
guess what? Trump is
Steve, it just basically means the Democrats are always on the wrong side of every majority issue for a while now.
Okay.
well, you
And,
know,
So,
and,
like,
and
trans-
What I would say-
occasionally it was
Like men
80-20.
pretending to be women playing in women's sports. Most
you know,
people are
you
against
should
that.
you should keep them there. Don't try your best to shift it over the other way.
right,
Yeah.
or
Yeah,
not motivate the ones that didn't go to the polls.
I just think that a lot of countries within the next coming months.
I just
A lot
real
of
quick say that.
Scum!
Real quick, I just want to say, Aphid, I freaking love your set, dude. It's so freaking cool. I love it. I really do. I wish it was mine. Anyway,
It's mostly wired to his brain directly. There's
it's so cool.
It's going to be changing in the next.
It's just a projection.
See it.
exactly.
It's
Going to be
Lo-
changed.
well done. Well done,
Well,
my friend.
I got some real high end speakers today, and they're huge. So I got to figure out because I got no place to put them. So I am gonna have to do some construction work tomorrow to figure out where they can
Oh.
go.
Your neighbors
Had a
threw him out?
dumpster dive from Circuit City.
Close, and just a buddy of mine that just he's moving from his house to apartment, and he's got a bunch of stuff. And I said, "Don't throw any of it away." He's like, "Well, I was gonna have the what I don't know what it's called when you get like a thing dumped at your house and you fill it up
Yeah.
and they take it off, whatever." And he obviously he's got a high end stuff. So I was like, "Don't throw it away, man. Just let me know." And he's like he was thinking to himself, like, "Oh my, I can't believe you would come to my house and take all these old electronics." And we go there, and it's seriously all this really high end,
stuff.
good quality stuff. And
Yeah.
and then we also got a Sega Saturn, which my son is like crazy
Are you
about.
serious?
Yes, and a
You sell it to me?
Super Nintendo.
Oh yeah.
I want the Saturn. I want the Saturn. I just want the
But that
Saturn.
stuff was that stuff was minuscule to the clip these clip speakers. I can't even say it. And I don't know anything about like or audio equipment, but I know that these are really nice and they're big. So
Cool.
Oh man, that's so cool. I used to work for an electronics recycler, and it was the same kind of
oh,
thing
man,
where I was
I couldn't
constantly
work there, dude.
do what?
I couldn't work there, man. Every night I'd come home with another.
Oh, I know, man. I loved it. I loved it. I would constantly. They put me. I was in the eBay sales because I just like. I was just like. I would go through everything. I would just like treasure hunt through everything
I'd be
that
like
we brought in.
I'd be like googling it, looking on eBay, see how much it's worth.
Oh yeah, man. I was. Yeah, I was the top
$3.
seller. They got me.
It's mine.
A big chunk of my gaming collection is from that. Yeah.
Yeah, cool, man.
Cool.
Mine's just $5 fines from, Goodwill.
It looks
basically.
awesome, dude. I love it. I freaking love your setup. I want to do something similar to that. I'm gonna copy it.
Well, it's just a corner of my basement because that's all I was allowed to have.
Yeah.
That's a
Sega
cool corner.
Saturn. Yeah, the Sega Saturn was crap, sure, but it's a piece of history. I
Yeah,
want
he's
one.
so
I
excited.
do not own one.
I got an N64.
So what's that like?
I own a Jaguar, but I don't own a Saturn.
So when was Sega Genesis compared to Saturn?
Well, Genesis.
It was the
first.
next. It was
Yeah.
after Genesis. It was the
It
next.
kind of
one.
So
was
it was the
with it
second one.
almost. 'cause,
So
like,
the Saturn was the
was like an
equivalent to the
upgrade.
Super Nintendo.
It was an upgrade for Sega.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know that the PlayStation was originally supposed to be a Nintendo system.
Huh. I
Then
did
the
not.
PlayStation, yeah, it was originally meant to be a Nintendo system, but then I can't remember what happened, but somehow Sony bought it and they released their own thing. But
Wow, interesting. I did not know that.
yeah, the Nintendo 64 was originally supposed to be the Sony PlayStation, but then changed.
I remember.
Well, it was
I
the
remember
Ultra 64, and then yeah. Anyway,
I remember my mate's PlayStation. The only way it worked is we turned it upside down. The laser made contact with the CD better, supposedly. And
yeah, the
I mean,
lasers on those first PlayStations weren't good.
Yeah, the original Nintendos like seemed to gum up with dust or something. Be
oh yeah,
cleaning the
everybody
thing
blew
with
in
the
them.
glove.
Yeah, you had to blow in.
Everybody blew in them, but you know what they were doing when they did that? They were blowing spit into them and rusting the, corroding the.
Right.
Best girlfriends.
it's like a magnet,
Best
isn't it?
girlfriends
It was
played
like a
Nintendo.
I
magnet.
took mine in the
for dust.
bathroom and flushed the toilet so that other things built up on it.
So gross.
That was good thinking.
I'm trying.
Trying to clean that inside of it with the fucking Q-tip with ISO, and then,
Oh, yeah, that's
and
the way you
then
gotta do
it
it.
came down to just put the game in, and then hit the fucking system on the side a few times, and it would work. And I'd be like, yes,
Yep.
I can just
That's
leave
so
it
funny,
on.
dude.
Never
And
shut
the
it
blowing,
off.
the blowing worked. The blowing
Yeah.
worked.
Yep, it did.
It blew dust
Donkey
off
Kong
the
Country.
Yeah.
Oh,
Dude.
that's a Super Nintendo game, isn't it?
Hell yeah.
That's-
Yeah, I
What
wish I-
is Donkey
wish I
Kong
had
Country?
that because
Yeah.
I don't have many games for. I think it has NBA Jam, but it does have the two controllers.
Oh, which jam? 98? Because there's like one that was like the classic.
I don't think I
Yeah.
have it down here.
I'm
Wait,
the
wait,
Super
wait.
Nintendo one where it showed you or where you could do like the atomic dunks and stuff. You remember that?
From like
Yeah.
Cap
Yeah.
Sport.
yeah.
From downtown.
Do you remember NBA Jam or not NBA Jam, but there was a double dribble, I think it was called on
Double
Nintendo,
dribble.
Yeah.
Double
Yeah.
dribble.
where you could like where it had a dunk animation when you dunked it on the Nintendo. It was pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think I got into that one. I was into like NBA Jam. Was that also for Super Nintendo?
No, I'm talking about Nintendo, original Nintendo.
Oh, the original-
double dribble.
Oh,
Double
okay.
dribble. That was
Okay.
back in the Tecmo Bowl days.
Right,
Tecmo
and
Bowl.
like when you went up to do a dunk, it had this animation and it showed you dunking the ball. It was really cool.
Right.
It was very
course.
cool for an 8-bit Nintendo system.
Right.
Remember
So
that.
real. Like you didn't think stuff could get more real looking than that back then.
At that time, yeah,
I don't know,
I remember
I-
being a kid with
I
my
might be
friend
the only one
playing,
that's
and we're
younger
like,
or
"This is
old enough to know.
amazing."
Yeah,
And
it was
then-
it can't get any better. And then
Yeah. Oh
you know,
yeah.
you got the PlayStation. You're like, oh my gosh, there's no way things are gonna ever look better than this. Now it doesn't. It is like that because it kind of peaked. You know, I'd say
Yeah.
like the,
Now it's getting
I
worse.
agree with you.
It's getting
I agree.
worse.
like the PS3 and 360 era. Like they haven't really improved a whole lot since then.
Yeah.
And that's a long time ago now.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
hey,
they
kids,
haven't. I agree.
I watch Formula One, right, on YouTube, and I also watch sim racing Formula One, and I
Excuse me.
cannot, like I could be watching it, and then 10 minutes later I'm going, shit, I'm watching sim
Yeah.
sim racing, thinking
Yeah.
it's a live race,
Mhm.
because they race at the same time as the real people race, like the same day.
Oh,
So when
yeah.
you watch the highlights like 2 days later, they've sort of raced at the same sort of time, within 24 hours. And like I forget I'm watching sim because it's so good.
Didn't they
Right.
do something to the cars in F1 in the last few years that made them a lot quieter and they're not
Yeah, they
burning as
changed
much
the
gas?
engines. Yeah, they
I
changed
liked
the
them back when
engines.
they were like
V10s.
screaming banshees running
Yeah.
down the,
Yeah,
when they were-
V10s, V12s. Literally, you can go on YouTube now and listen to engines of old on Formula One, and there's nothing better than fucking V10s and V12s screaming the fucking console.
Yeah, they don't have that anymore. It seems like the
Screaming
cards are a little
Gunsoft.
slower.
I'm gonna use that one.
Now, is NASCAR going to switch to all electric?
Huh?
I'm right
Yeah.
back.
I don't. Not anytime soon. I don't think.
I don't. They would be able to do like one time around the track and then trade their batteries out or something.
I think they're looking towards some kind of hybrid or electric transition there, which is crazy because this recent Daytona 500 was an awesome ending. So I don't know why they would change it unless they're just virtue signaling. This is the whole thing. Now it's all screwed up. People are keying electric cars before electric cars were popular with the liberals. Now I don't know what's happening, you know.
We
Fucking
saw
crazy.
a Tesla today. It had a Nazi symbol with crossed out, and it was a Tesla, and they put Honda stickers over all the Tesla logos.
I had put a sign up from a Massachusetts protest that someone had made last weekend. It said, "Don't buy a swastika. Don't be a Doge bag." It was so
That's some cringy. That's cringy, man.
Yeah, I think I've seen that on YouTube. That video.
Yeah, it was on the
the
local
same
news.
video I did because I seen that was mentioned in a video I watched today.
Mhm.
You know, you were talking about like the Formula One car noises and stuff. There's this thing called Formula E, and it is just like battery cars, and they swap cars mid-race.
Because of the batteries.
Yeah. So what's crazy about it as well is they've got detailed. It is interesting. They have detailed how much percentage they got left, and they have boost buttons, and they can have 5 boost buttons or something. I think they're called overtake buttons. So they give you like 3 seconds or 2 seconds of extra burst. So everyone gets 5 bursts.
Turbo.
Right? And they all get a percentage, and it starts at 100, obviously, and it works down. And it is quite.
That sounds kind of cool.
Yeah, literally, if you put like highlights Formula E, it is quite interesting because some of them have saved, and the guy in first place could have like 1% or 2% less power in his bank, and by the end of the race, he's third, which should be like 3 laps later because the other guy behind's got 2% more, so he can give it a bit more juice. Crazy. Funny, like, but yeah, it's not the same as Formula One. It's different.
Exactly.
I have a hypothetical question, and I'm curious what the answer is because I'm not really sure what the answer would be. If you gave everybody in the world $1 million US, what would happen?
Oh God,
That's awesome. See, what is that? What are we looking at there? Oh,
That
it's a
was
sign. It's a sign. Okay,
It's a protester.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question about that real quick, just to clarify something?
Yeah.
Okay, so where are we getting the $1 million from?
It's just given out by the wealthiest man in the world, some government. The money just is given out to everybody equally. I'm just curious if like that's a fallout situation or a economy boost situation where the whole world starts to become super plentiful. Or
Yeah, but it's not as simple as just printing money, eh?
well, I mean, just so the hypothetical is everybody just gets $1 million. Does everybody quit their job and then everything is a fallout, or does it somehow stimulate the economy everywhere?
No.
And
Price of living goes up.
It overstimulates.
I feel like I feel like it would just like there'd be massive immediate hyperinflation and
Exactly.
Yeah, think of COVID, but worse.
Eggs would be $800 a dozen.
Well, I haven't seen
I don't
an
know if it would be
increase
that
in
bad,
eggs.
but
Why would you go to work collecting bins? Oh, fuck that.
I love my job.
You really enjoy it.
Can anybody answer this question, you gamers?
The 8-bit Nintendo is,
Yeah.
or I'm sorry, the 8-bit Sega is the Mega Drive, not the Saturn. The Saturn is a much newer generation system.
Much newer. There you go.
The
Thank you,
Mega
man.
Drive was the very original Sega, like Nintendo equivalent.
Like Genesis. Genesis was Mega Drive.
No, the Genesis. Genesis was 16-bit, I guess. Yeah, you're right.
I thought the originals were 8-bit.
Mr. Kelsey.
Killer in the house. What up?
Oh, wait, what was the original 8-bit Sega system called? I forget. The
You got a hello from Casey.
wasn't it the Mega Drive?
I thought the 8-bit was the Genesis. Genesis being like the
No, the
first.
Genesis was 16-bit.
Huh.
The 8-bit Sega. Oh no, the Master System. Right, the 8-bit Sega was the
Yeah,
Master
proper
System.
geek-
The
getting
Mega
proper
Drive was the
geeky now, isn't
16-bit. The
The
Genesis.
Virtual Boy was clearly the best system ever created.
What was it? The Game Boy?
The Virtual
The
Boy.
Virtual Boy.
The one that had lasers and you stuck your eyes in it. And then
It was
like
red, and it
for, like,
gave you
starters for
yeah,
15 minutes.
it gave you a lobotomy when you used it.
Oh, never heard of it.
You remember that?
Yeah,
I worked at
buddy.
Target when that came out. I
I'd do
remember
that
everybody
for a
coming
game
in to
minutes.
try it out.
No, no deal.
Did you have to like crouch down to use it too, or set it
Yeah.
up on a table or something?
You had to like
Yeah, it was like on a
you had
little
to,
tripod, and
feel
to
like
use it, you
it
would
was
have
like
to like
this-
Muslims to get into it.
you'd have to like
Man,
duct
it was-
tape it to your head.
It was like
You had to do
that was
something.
like the new technology when that came out though.
Yeah,
like,
that
wow, you can play
'cause-
like that, really? And then
Right,
it was like
'cause it was-
10 minutes later, it was like, yeah, but it looks like shit.
Right, because there was
So
all
I'm
these
not gonna
movies
waste my
out at the time. Do you remember like Lawnmower Man and all those? And people were
Yeah,
like, "Oh,
yeah,
I
yeah.
want to do virtual reality."
Yeah,
Virtual reality,
It was
better
all-
than actual reality.
Last Dance, when you went to a shoe store as a little kid, did you stick your feet in that weird X-ray machine that gave everybody cancer?
I
Was that
do
thing
remember
still-
doing that. Yes, at a local.
What?
You do remember doing that?
Yes.
Wow.
What, the laser gave you cancer?
No, it was an X-ray
It was,
machine.
it was basically
Feet, bro.
You didn't put lead on your balls? You didn't do no
no, they didn't X-ray my balls.
Had the sizes.
Yeah.
I found the one that fits
Yeah,
my
in
foot.
Australia they just had a size, bro.
I love that. I just heard they didn't X-ray my balls. I just love that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right when a wife shows up, that comes out.
Damn it, Last Dance.
It got her attention, man. It's
Smoke
huge.
Steve,
Got
Smoke
her
Steve,
attention,
baby,
bro.
saying Smoke Steve.
The video games of the old days. How you doing, Sarita?
I am A-okay.
Right on. Great to see.
Fooling around with there. Are you knitting?
I'm gaming.
You're gaming.
Knitting? What the fuck?
I just see her hands moving. That's all I see.
That's,
Okay, well, that's not knitting.
Watch it.
you gotta consider the source, you know.
That's
what
funny.
else do women do, right?
There are four
Just sit
lights.
around
Says
and knit.
he flipped his upside down too. Maybe that was the thing people were doing. Like I said, I hit the side of my Nintendo and it worked. I mean,
Oh.
flip them upside down,
But used to what?
blow into them.
Turn mine upside down. Yeah.
Yeah, he used to put you
Is
were
this-
alone based.
Was this specifically like a UK thing? Because in the US, I don't remember anybody doing that.
Yeah, I don't remember it either. I figured it probably worked because I've done all kinds of shit
Well,
with
well,
mine, like
well,
set
well,
stuff
I-
underneath them so they tilt up or do all
Yeah.
kinds of crazy stuff.
I believe the second effect,
Probably have to
apart
turn
from the
it.
laser, was it was
Yeah.
better cooling that way as well.
Make it right
If you
there.
parked it on the carpet, all the vents are on the bottom.
Yeah,
Right, the vents. Yep.
So I think what was happening, the laser detection was getting a bit sketchy, but in reality, it worked. It definitely worked better because it cooled it because you could feel the heat just buzzing off it going up. This is upside down.
All
Well,
the
if it
fans
was
were
parked
pleased
on
from the bottom.
carpet, it just warms up. I think that's when they made them vertical. You know, when they made them vertical, that might have been to do them cooling.
PlayStation 2s. The Black Towers.
Yeah.
yeah, they were all
Yeah.
vertical after that. The PS1, pretty much. They could be at least.
I think the two, yeah, you could like put it either way, right?
Mhm.
I think. Right.
I think you could, but I think you ended up putting it vertical.
They were better. They were better vertically. Yeah.
Yeah.
My PS3 had the logo on the front, and if you turned it vertically, you could take the knob and turn it 90 degrees so the logo would still be read true.
That was important.
That's all that mattered.
PlayStation 3 controllers lasted forever. The thing that's the problem
I
with
still
the
have
stock
them.
controllers right now is that they drift within a couple months. The new controllers are absolute garbage.
The wireless
And
ones.
they're $70.
I think it's mostly a problem with the like basically your scum from your fingers like getting down
It's
in there.
not.
against your-
It's the mechanism. I
Right.
take them apart.
Design.
Well-
blow them out with air and everything. It's a mechanical failure.
Yeah, it's designed. It's designed to break. I mean, I'll give you an example now. You know, like the toothbrushes and the shavers we get. They replaced the battery. I went to see how
You
they
guys get
replaced the battery
toothbrushes?
in my toothbrush thing. Right? You can't. You can, but they put it right in the center of the product, right in the center. So you've got to like You know, when you use a hot spike on it, you got to take terminals off and all sorts of shit. And it's like, you know, it's completely like it's just not worth doing it. You should just buy a
They
new one.
want you to buy a new one, obviously.
Yeah, that's same with the controllers. They make them. So there's certain like things where eventually they'll just go wrong or break, and you're forced to buy another one. That's how
Yeah,
they
do you
work.
think that's true with bigger ticket items, that they have a set deterioration rate, that they're going to die? People theorize that with autos, like with cars. They're made to not last.
I mean, for example, you've got the same thing in America. You've got Eco Boom engines, the Fords. I'm sure you get a lot of other
Eco Boost.
Yeah,
they call them
Eco
Boom.
Boom. That's fine.
Right? And because they use wet belt, and we all know the belts and oil don't really match. You know, I mean, you'd really go with a chain and hope, and then it stretches a little bit. You know what I mean? But a belt just goes fuck off, and it's
Hey,
dead
Wellington,
engine.
are you the one that sent me that video about planned obsolescence in the cars?
About what?
Planned obsolescence, how in like the early 2000s or mid 2015 or something like that, they perfected cars, but then they changed the oil pump to be in the bottom of the engine, which was a planned obsolescence, because there's no reason to do that other than to make people not want to spend that amount of money to replace it when it's time.
Yeah, it wasn't me, but yeah, that sounds exactly what they do.
On a diesel.
Yeah,
Not on a diesel.
they
on
just
any
they put things in awkward places sometimes. There seems to be no other reason.
Oh, that's called
apart from
European
making it
cars.
a financial sort of write-off.
Yeah, they definitely do that though with American cars too. You have to take out some pretty complicated parts to repair or replace a simple thing.
Not in the trucks.
Trucks, you have a lot more room. I hear you. I mean, trucks are trucks.
Wasn't the EcoBoost based on ethanol in the fuel source?
Yes.
But there's loads of engines in Europe that got them. All the Peugeots have got the same sort of wet belt. Jaguars have got Land Rovers. Oh, they got chains, the Land Rovers, sorry. But there's loads of them. They're all failing. And they're failing because the teeth in the rubber belt just disintegrate. And it blocks the turbine. It blows the engine. This simple shit. And you think, well, why'd you put a £5 rubber belt in a £10,000 engine? Answers on a postcard, please. And why would you dip it in fucking oil? So it's rubber now in oil.
Yeah, because it would disintegrate the rubber.
Correct. And if it
I
was a
want to
chain-
hear about this.
Oh, it's cost Ford's reputation. It's huge.
So English Bottle Cap is asking you on screen, can someone ask Based about the adolescence Netflix video being played in UK schools? Hope that is this pedo stuff?
Is this the shorties?
It's where they're trying to make it seem like white people are going around stabbing everybody instead of the other folks.
Yeah,
that shall not be mentioned.
The Asians?
You know we're more lazy than that. Come on.
Well, I mean,
there are white people stabbing people in the UK, but proportionally, it's just like here.
Where do you think we got guns from? Laziness.
So basically, for example, the writer said that he was taking his inspiration was taken from recent events in the UK to do with this sort of crime, and the recent events that anyone can think of, sadly, refer to the very much same demographic, especially high-profile events, and so it was based on two beasts that murdered people, young people. So they said he was a white kid who was 13. There we go.
Oh yeah, right. That's the only time they'll ever race swap in one direction, the other direction, right?
You got it, mate. That's exactly it. It's the only time you see a race swap different. Otherwise, you see the history of UK. Queen Victoria was black. Henry VIII was black. Robin Hood was black. Everyone was fucking black back in.
Cleopatra, don't forget that one.
Yeah. But like you said, they won't do the race swap that way. Oh, no.
No.
We just had a kid got killed here in the U.S. by stabbing. Black
Got it.
kid killed a white kid. So I don't know a lot about that scenario or exactly the whole story behind it. But it appears that a fight was underway between them and the stabbing happened. So if you meet, I guess, I don't know. It's going to take some serious lawyers probably to get this kid off if he can get off. Like I said, are you guys familiar with this story?
Yeah, a little bit. I heard about it more so today within the last
Yeah.
couple of days. But yeah, I mean, it sounds like this is what was this in New York?
I don't recall.
No, I think-
New York does not ring a bell with New York.
It wasn't New
Anybody else?
York. I want to say it was on the West Coast.
I could type, but that
So
requires
there was a stabbing murder in the UK Friday this week, and this poor chap was stabbed in the neck, and the wound was supposed to be so big, he just bled out like all over the street, and I've got to be careful because obviously the UK, but currently there's a lot of whispers
Yeah.
going around.
Yeah, you don't want the police knocking on your door, right?
Yeah, so they've released a name, this chap called Alfie something. And when you check up this Alfie kid, he says he's from the area. He says he went to the school, but when it says at the bottom, it says where you from. It says Cape Town, Cape West, which is in South Africa. And the picture on the Facebook page is two kids, one black kid and one white kid, but their faces have been squidged out by emojis, and so yeah, it looks like a migrant was killed, and it looks like by another migrant, but I don't know. But according to the police, the name refers to a Facebook page from that town, went to that school, so it looks like it could be the case. Whether he's white or black, he seems to be from South Africa.
Yep. Interesting. A new visitor here, Wile E. Coyote. Hello. Welcome. Do we know you?
BW loves Trump. I could not tell.
BW is based Welshman.
Oh,
Yeah, I think I know who Wile E. Coyote is.
I got you. I got you.
who's the Roadrunner?
If he's Wile E. Coyote, then based Welshman would be his roadrunner because he's always chasing him.
And never catches him.
Never catches him.
Bring him up. Let's have a look.
Oh, we know it'll happen. But thank you for being here, Wile E. Coyote. You are always welcome. Exactly, English bottle cap, beep beep.
What you want to do is just put yourself main screen, just yourself, Steve, and then actually you can bring him on as an audio technically.
He's in the chat. He's in the chat. Nothing's verified. So if you
Here's the
want,
problem. Anytime someone comes in, we talk trash about them.
Because we all think it's the one. It's the evil
true.
one.
That's why no one stays. They're like, these guys are assholes.
There's only one Voldemort, and we always think it's him.
Yeah. Most probably is him. He was here a couple of weeks ago, wasn't he?
That's cool.
Did you say he's in the chat?
Yeah.
What's his name in the chat?
Wile E. Coyote.
Oh, right there we are. Yeah. Don't know.
It's not. It's
How
not.
you doing, Aphid Lip?
Thing
Good,
is,
man. How you doing?
I wasn't
All
even
right.
talking about Trump.
Aphid had to put pronunciation on this because people were getting it wrong, or what?
Yeah, people. No. I don't think that there's any person that's ever saw it the first time and been like, "Oh, aphid lip." It's never, and it's. I sign up. I don't know if you get the McDonald's app or not, But I do because you can get some really good deals on it, right?
No one
And when I
does.
signed up on it, I was like, it wanted my name, I guess. I don't remember the situation.
Oh.
And I typed in aphid lip, and so every time I go to the drive-thru, they're like, they're either trying. Affidilip is for some reason the most common.
Affidilip.
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 Yeah, and then most of the time they're like, "What? I don't know if I can. I don't even want to try to say the name. It's gonna butcher it." And I'm like, "Just don't worry. It's just letters. It's not. I didn't know you guys were gonna be calling me that every time I'd go through the drive-thru."
Look at the D, L, and I. It's like all vertical staffs.
Yeah,
It's totally blows your mind. I mean, unless you're, it's designed to frustrate people with what's that thing where you see letters backwards?
Dyslexia.
Dyslexia, right?
See, if you see it with that, I mean, it makes.
Oh, then it's
sense.
clear, right? Because everybody knows
It
what an
makes
aphid looks
perfect
like.
sense. How could you not know if you saw it?
Right.
You must be dumb. I don't want you to know me if you don't know.
Just say it's just Mr. Lip. That's what you can call it.
I don't know what to say. I don't want to have the conversation over and over and over with every McDonald's employee.
That's fair.
Going with a different name like Wile E. Coyote.
I could, but then it wouldn't be original because that was the thing.
They need.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. I was gonna say they need to learn to read better.
Right. Exactly. They need to work on their comprehension skills.
No, fuck you.
But when I was I got really into this game called Skate, the skateboarding video game. I got into the community, and back when it was a big thing, when it first came out, because it was so cool. Like, I was blown away the first time I played that game. I was like, oh my god, this is unbelievable. I can do what I want to do, but do it at my house, and it looks good,
Yeah.
But anyway, and I had the name of my business on there, and that was a huge problem, later on. And anyway, so when I joined up on Live League, I was like, I always thought I should do aphid lip because you don't have to put like numbers behind it. Because if you put like cool guy, you're gonna have to be cool guy 657-892 because there's already
cool guy 69. That's even cooler than cool guy.
Or a cool guy 420.
Right, exactly.
Man. I want to be the one and only, and nobody ever. Like, if you type my name in, unfortunately.
Stop where you are.
Unfortunately.
Back it up.
Stop.
But anyway.
So you had problems with people that had numbers in their names? What the fuck?
Yeah, because it needs to be original. If you couldn't come up with something, then
what's more humiliating than being Last Dance 2099?
I mean, there's all kinds of numbers on them, like Joe Smith. I'm sure that poor guy.
Now I know how you feel.
Like my father's email address, which has his name plus numbers in numerical form and some numbers spelled out, because his first name is one of the most common names in the English language. So in order for him to get this, it has this elaborate code of numbers and spelled out numbers after it. And one of them is instead of I don't want to get into specifics. It's just so confusing, like you're never going to remember it. It's only the copy and paste type, because you'll never get it right if you try to commit it to memory.
Probably better than his password.
Right. Oh, he's 90, so he gets a hall pass.
Absolutely.
He's 90 using emails. That's good.
Exactly, man. He does all right. Good dude. All right. So where are we moving on to now?
We were waiting for you.
Yeah.
What topic you got there, Smoke Steve?
Never have any.
Right.
Well, when Ryan was last talking about American politics,
you mean
he mentioned about the biological men attending the women's sports, etc., and how much the Democrats buried their heads in that, and how much it affected them. Like I've only seen one Democrat step back from the narrative, and he's a clever man because he's thinking of the bigger picture. And that's,
Gavin Newsom.
Gavin Newsom.
Yeah.
He's the genius.
Well,
The gray
well,
fox, the silver fox.
but he's a sly old character. He's right to step away from the narrative that they keep on pushing. So, but no one else has. We'll see what happens in time.
Some have.
Yeah, why should Q wife saying, why are you guys talking about this again? Because it does seem to come up every time, but it is
What's
a good
that?
subject. Trans athletes.
Is it really a problem now, though?
It's huge.
Yes,
dude.
of course it's a problem. Of course.
No.
it's a huge problem.
Right now,
Here it
now.
is. Like
Yeah.
literally right there. That is so,
They're-
I didn't
they're
see
lit-
that.
They're literally taking women, right, or young women. They're taking women and young women. They're disqualifying them from their own competitions because an average bloke, right, now wears a dress and takes some tablets, thinks they can compete in female-only sports. No, fuck off.
You're talking about
Outrageous.
the fencing competition most
Oh, I
recently.
saw that.
Why should the fairness of many be sacrificed for the perceived fairness for a few, which we all know has nothing to do with fairness for these men?
And if you look at it logically, Steve, you can come. It's black and white, isn't it? It's pretty simple. You're not trying to be nasty, but it's just like pretty fucking obvious.
It's like this line from kindergarten cop, you know. Boys have a penis, girls have a vagina. I mean, that's literally, it's very simple, you know. I mean, they
You're
don't.
crossing the line there.
Come on.
That's offensive.
Transphobic.
Man.
Yeah, I know, crazy, isn't it?
I
But
mean, come on. Have a little
So there's
feelings.
there was, I think, 197 was the number stuck in my brain. Under 4-year-olds that were suspended in British nurseries last year because they were transphobic. 4-year-olds.
What?
Where's this? The UK?
Yeah, the UK come
That
out
makes
last week.
You could be suspended from.
They
nursery?
were
You
suspended.
can be
They were
arrested in
suspended.
the UK
They
for
were
saying.
suspended. So it's recorded. This is a public record. 197, I think the number was. It was 200, I think. Yeah.
yeah, I
How
mean,
how can a 4-year-old be transphobic? Can someone let me know, please? Answers on a postcard.
I don't know.
know.
I don't know. Do any of you guys have like a pink shirt that you wear with like a suit or
It's not
with
pink.
salmon?
It's
Salmon.
salmon. It's salmon. How dare you?
I wouldn't personally wear pink, but it doesn't look good on me. But orange does, surprisingly. So
Orange looks good on you.
I have an orange, it's freaking real tree
Now I'm
sweatshirt.
gonna-
Prove
What
it.
is that? What did you post, David?
That's a
Wanted
bad.
to get my orange sweatshirt.
Oh,
A bat?
It's
the
it's
picture?
COVID. It's COVID.
it's a bat because it was representing. It was a stretch, but I had to do it
Okay.
anyway. It was because every time Base Welshman says the transgendered bat, you know, she said she was leaving like 10
It's a
minutes
bat.
ago, and she was in another part of the house. But he said that, and it brought her. It
Oh.
brought her to the show like the bat
Oh.
signal does.
Like the back
For-
signal, huh?
Yeah,
That's a
closest I
bat
could-
signal.
That
right?
reminds
That was
me.
the
I
closest I could do.
watched the Val Kilmer Batman movie last night.
How did it hold up? Because it's been a while since I've seen it.
It really wasn't that good. I'll be honest.
I didn't like him as Batman.
He didn't.
I
His
didn't like
role was minor
Batman either.
compared to fucking Jim Carrey.
Yeah.
Oh, Joker.
As,
Yeah,
as
see,
the Riddler.
that's all I remember. That's
Or
all I remember
Riddler.
about that movie
Riddler.
is Jim Carrey's performance. And
You know, it's the same character Jim Carrey
yeah,
plays in every one of his movies.
That's why I
Yeah.
say
Same
it's not that
character in the
good.
mask. It's the same character. It's
Sonic the Hedgehog. It's the same guy. Just
Truman show.
right.
That wasn't that good of a
Tremendous.
movie, though. But he did play. He did. Dumb and Dumber was a little different for him.
I,
Well,
I'm,
that
a
was
fan, I'm a
wasn't
fan
that-
of Jim Carrey, but I know it's like The one dude wears cargo shorts. The comedian, he's fat. He's in a lot of Adam Sandler stuff. Chuck, my name is Chuck or something. What's the guy's name? He had the TV show with the hot chick that's against Scientology.
Oh,
It was totally not realistic because
Drew
that chick
Carey?
No.
Kevin James?
Kevin
Yes,
James.
Kevin James.
That dude always wears cargo shorts in every movie he's ever in, and he's the same guy.
Yeah.
It's like Jim Carrey. Even though I like Jim Carrey, I understand what Last Dance is saying.
King of Queens. Yeah.
That's what I feel about Will Ferrell. Can't stand him.
I hate that guy since he slapped Chris Rock.
What?
Will Ferrell?
No,
Wait.
that's Will Smith.
That's Will Smith.
Yeah.
That'd be so much funnier if it was though.
That would be.
Imagine him on stage.
That would be.
My wife's name.
Pressed as an elf.
Hey, you don't say that.
Lads, fact check. I was wrong. It wasn't 197. It was 94 people from 2002, 2003 were suspended.
Oh,
so it's still
190
crazy.
little kids, toddlers.
104-year-olds.
those little fucking 4-year-olds. They better learn their lesson.
This is the UK.
Almost hard to believe.
Yeah.
How could they? They're 4 years old. What are they going to learn? They don't even know what it means to be suspended. They get to be home with mom and dad. They'll love that.
It must be teachers that disrespecting or something then, doesn't it? Because a 4-year-old wouldn't identify as a different sex, would they, at that stage?
Well, that's the kind of the purity of children. They don't usually recognize things like that.
It's staff that they miss whatever bullshit they want to call it. Yeah, it's staff.
Yeah, I would say it's a rare 4-year-old to recognize something like that. Very rare. Most of them don't even recognize anything
That's what
besides.
they do in the UK. The teachers just sleep with the students in the US. So
I'm just going to add. Out of the 94 4-year-olds, 94 were white.
So now it's race related.
No. Just
we're going from transgender to race.
That's good. It's good transit. Yeah, good transition.
All right, Steve. Start off with race.
Race. Here we go.
What's your favorite race?
Is Drone Tech still here?
Indianapolis 5.
Good deflection.
There you go.
Well, I wanted to bring up the George Floyd thing. Earlier.
Why?
Wait till after we talk about mask.
What the fuck?
What, something less relevant? Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I don't know. The tariff thing we kind of played out. I made my penguin joke. You missed it.
Was there something with George Floyd this week?
I missed the tariff talk. That sucks.
You missed my penguin joke. It was spectacular.
Penguin joke.
I had so much tariff talk material.
It was the highlight of the show.
You guys went through it all.
Kind of sad, but
I thought you wrote it all down on the Discord.
Let me get
I had opinion on it.
Let me get
my opinion.
Five.
Talk about it.
I think we're all pretty like lacking of real knowledge on what might take place in the next 6 months.
Well, nobody knows. That's the thing.
If they did,
yeah, I'm quite silent on the subject. I know it's all new to me.
Let me ask you this: do you think that the Dow is going to have another 5% day on Monday and another 5% decline on Tuesday? Anybody?
I think it's overdue, and people have been saying it for 5 years that the market's going to fucking drop. So
it has nothing to do with what Trump did.
No, it definitely does. It's direct.
It's like a deflection there.
But it's not. No, it's not. I'm obviously. I mean, I will totally say. Obviously, Trump has sort of triggered this, but this has been sort of overdue. That the economy, the markets, the stock market is overdue to
Well,
I
Trump
don't
was
know.
president.
I think it was just getting ready to at least go on the same level.
Trump,
Probably for
Trump
a longer
was
period of time. We're in a fragile situation right now. It is not the time to gamble with such a risky move. I think it's just stupid. I think he thought he had to do it now because and I think he wants to do something. He's gonna swing at every ball thrown at him, trying to knock one out of the park because he really wants to make I think he wants to like he
bless
changed
you.
the map of the
When
United
how
States.
long how much
or-
longer do you would you have suggested to wait for something like this for a
Yeah.
market shakeup
Well,
Considering
I don't think
the
this. I don't think
deficit.
this is a smart idea anytime. But that's beside the point.
At
I
all?
just don't think
ever?
to do this tariff thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
No, not at all.
because okay, this is like the third time we've been discussing this now, right?
I know.
So
I didn't mean to bring it back up.
no, it's all good. I'm just curious, and I won't get too into it because it's getting annoying at this point for me anyways. But not to say that it shouldn't be talked about, but like, you said that it should never be brought up, right? Or never have been done, at least on this scale.
Well, yeah, definitely not on this scale. Yeah.
Okay. So, what should it? Is it possible that this could be a practical thing, or if it's done in segments, or like slowly, gradually raise tariffs, or like because these countries do have
you could
tariffs
do
on this.
blanket. Yeah, but nothing like 30-something% or 50%. I think some places. The tariffs are on average. They're like 1 or 2% on average.
Yeah,
That's
but-
like
yeah, but-
On average,
Yeah,
I don't know how true that is because well,
I
unless
think it's pretty true. Look,
But
Where?
if you're
You can
negative,
test me on
if
it.
you're negative 10% at least with most
because they're
countries,
on, I mean because these guys that are willing to
Well,
go to the
good
negotiating
stuff.
table, these guys that are willing to go to the negotiating table, for example, Vietnam, they even admit that they have tariffs on them and they're willing to bring it down to essentially zero.
yeah, well then go talk to them and be
Good.
like, look, we're gonna fucking change this.
Absolutely.
Or we're gonna not be so cool with you in this area. You don't
I-
just blanketly on the drop of a bucket not even think about because my main concern with everything to do with politics here in the United States, because I don't like any of them, is that I just don't want them to fuck with our overall perception from the rest of the world of us, because I think that's key to our success.
I mean,
is-
they already hate us, dude. What are you talking about? You know how much shit talk we do so much for the world, right?
I mean, if
but
that
they
was- if
already
it was the ca-
treat us
no,
like
that's
shit.
Not true. That's not even close to true. If you go to, I mean, we dropped
are
a
you
bomb
talking
on
about?
Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and you go down there and you see KFC and McDonald's and neon lights.
No, you're talking about world perception. I'm not talking about market
Yeah.
access.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the me
Talking about
and
world
you,
perception.
the me and you that's sitting in every part of the world.
Oh, we're hated.
What? Yeah, dude, they hate it. What are you
We're
talking about?
hated.
Yeah, it's not about you do not respect. Look, having market access. That's
I don't
not
think you
because you
understand- I
can't.
don't think you have any clue what I'm trying to say.
I don't think so either because we're coming from different fundamental
okay,
viewpoints.
how many but let me put it to you this way. How many of anything do you see on all our street corners that's not as far as like
Like from the
fast
UK.
food,
We're
for
talking about
example, or-
vehicles, sushi
or-
restaurants. What are you talking
yeah,
about?
like or brands, you
Our
might have
brands?
brands that you might have brands that are American but they're made in Indonesia.
Yeah,
but
China.
there's no
Yeah, exactly.
Indonesia popular establishment or
Okay.
brand or anything that we have here in the United States. It's
All right.
and if you go anywhere in the rest of the world, it's they crave America. You got fast food places, you got all our movies, that's all they watch, like I'm saying the percentage to what they make and consume for their own area.
So you're talking about like entertainment or practical
I'm talking about
usage of
everything.
manufacturing.
They know you go to any, okay, here's an example. You go to any country in the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you ask the kid who, Tiger Woods is or Michael Jordan or pick your famous person. But
Okay.
you couldn't name one person from their part of the world. So
As
they
an
consume-
American,
That's ignorance of American.
Americans.
No,
yeah.
it's not. It's not. It's
It
not.
is.
It's
Yeah,
no.
that's
It's not. There's no
ignorance.
country in the world that is
It is
spread out
ignorance.
that is spread
Ignorance.
out and is well accepted than the United States is. There's no way you could possibly convince me otherwise.
Okay.
Well, I mean that. So you dug in your position. I simply disagree on the way you perceive it because I don't think it's necessarily works out that way, right? Now, yeah, we have a lot of cultural influence, and no matter what I say, I'm not going to convince you, but at least maybe see it this way: that there's a lot of cultural influence, but because of that cultural influence, there's a lot of negativity that comes with it, right? Do you at least agree with that?
What?
There's a lot of negativity that comes with cultural influence.
Yeah, there we go.
What do you
But
think?
is that
So what you're saying is that people around the world don't like Americans.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm not saying
Yeah.
that. Yeah, they absolutely
Yeah,
don't.
on average, I mean, you got people that don't like us, and you got countries, and that's not what I'm saying. But on average, there's more people on this planet that crave American stuff than crave any other country's stuff.
Like entertainment wise, or
Every way,
Every way?
Entertainment, food,
food,
clothing.
yeah. Last Dance, help me out here. What am I saying wrong?
No, you're saying that America dominates the market almost for whatever the market is.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm disagreeing with the point.
What I'm saying is my concern is with
the
that
point
said,
you made
my
is
concern
that
is
you don't know
damaging
any.
that. And I think that it's damaged greatly by the current administration. In more ways than one.
In what way?
With its tariffs thing. And the Canada thing, you got all these people in Canada that like
who already hated America. They already
No,
hated it. They already did.
They did not.
Yes, they did. Have you ever
But
spoken to
you're
a
talking about
Canadian
percent-
before?
No,
Like,
but
what
you're,
the
no,
hell?
You're talking about anecdotal thing. I'm talking about like a
Anect.
statistical. I am. I'm
Okay.
talking about a statistical manner of how they're going to consume less American goods because of we're going to
Yes,
buy
they're under.
them.
Yeah, it's.
They're
Yes,
gonna.
that-
It's a big percentage of our GDP that is going to be taken away now
from
because-
Canada.
Yes.
No, it's not a big. What are you talking about?
Large,
If you want- so you want to talk about
large
statistics.
percentage of GDP.
No,
Scum,
yeah, for
Scum's
Canada.
Canadian. Scum here. This guy, he's Canadian.
Right.
Good dude. Doesn't
Yeah,
hate
and-
Americans.
And I love.
he does.
I love
But
Canadian too.
Scum knows what I'm talking about though.
Okay, so yeah, wow. Okay, so you think it's a large percent of our GDP with Canada, like overall?
No, that's not what I said. I didn't say anything even remotely close to that.
That's exactly what you just said.
No, I didn't.
Exactly
I
what
said-
you said. I
no,
picked up
it
on
is
it.
not.
I
but
picked
I
up
did
on it, and
not
then
say
he
it's
did.
a large. I said
You said
you
it's a
take
large
every-
percentage.
listen,
of-
Okay.
if you take every part of the world, all right,
Mhm.
and Canada is like less than 1% of what I'm talking about.
Well,
But
that's
their
why I
percentage,
told you.
their pie is a huge chunk of it. That
Mhm.
if we keep making these bad decisions that I don't think were made under different administrations that affect the rest of the world this way, it's chiseling away at every area's thought of how great America is what I'm saying.
Okay, so okay, I guess we'll have to agree to disagree on.
I don't know.
how
What
people,
are you disagreeing on? What are you disagreeing on?
Well, because the way that the world perceives us as great, right? Yeah, we have a great economy. Understood.
No, I'm not talking about. They could care less about our economy.
Okay, but they care about our
They
culture.
could care less or couldn't.
They couldn't care less.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. So they care about our culture. So what you're saying?
Why do you think?
Or-
You think
our
McDonald's?
products?
You think McDonald's food's any better than any food that they got that's sitting next door to any of these McDonald's that are spread all across the world? Why isn't there, other countries that have, stuff like that? We have. You pick. You
I
got
think
KFC.
you're wrong about that, Aphid Lip.
No, you got KFC. You got McDonald's. You got all these American.
So you're talking about fast food
businesses
industries
that are
right?
spread all across the most major. You can't go to any major city in the world and not find those items.
Sure, but that's
that's not because people love America. It's because they love that shitty food.
Yeah.
No, it is not. They can make the same shitty food.
They
Why don't
can't-
we
not
have?
as efficient.
Then why don't we have those same huge organization countries on every street corner here in the United States?
Because
No,
we're
different in
more
some way?
efficient.
Well, he's right in the sense that their food doesn't appeal to us. Our food appeals to them. Nobody
It's not
wants
the
to.
food, it's that it's cheap.
Yeah.
Well, there's
it's
tons of chain restaurants in
They could
India and
they could
Asia
do the
that
same thing and call it a name, under their own country, but they don't. They choose to put it
McDowell's.
under the McDonald's umbrella.
Pizza Hut's from
the
Italy.
Pizza Hut,
Yeah,
and
because
the
it's
Taco Bell,
it's just
and the
because it sells.
KFC.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously addictive
But why is
quality
that?
to it.
Why is that? Why is it that's so accepted?
Because there's a
You don't
physically
think there's
addictive
any?
quality to
You
it.
think there's
It's
zero
processed
influence
food. It's
of it being
processed
from
food.
America, and they went there to
No,
go.
no.
get
It's like
No,
sugar.
I
It's
I
processed
disagree.
food. It's
I
like
agree with
sugar.
Aphid Lip. There's a cultural aspect of it. It's generally about the food, yeah, but
And what about
it's
the
also a
movie
little bit of the
stars
package too.
and the
It's the
sports?
convenience,
We
the
don't watch any.
package of the food, the
Yeah, I think-
America.
Americans watch soccer all the time.
Yeah.
Or football.
Yeah, we
sorry,
call it
football.
Yeah,
soccer.
but not every. Not
It's
every.
soccer.
You
Fuck
go
'em.
to you go to the middle of. Like I'm gonna go back in time here because it's the only thing I can think that's relevant. But you go back in time 20 years ago and you go to any part of the world, and I guarantee you there's not any person that didn't know. You go to some little kid that's got some not even clothes on in Africa,
Middle
and he's gonna know
East.
who Michael Jackson is. You
Mhm.
can't pick
Well,
another.
Michael, you're using
Michael
a
Jordan.
horrible person because Michael Jackson was
I know.
known everywhere. He's the
I
most
know, that's what I'm
popular.
saying, but there's so many people that you can go on that are like
Yeah.
they're American that you can't do that about any other country.
Yeah, I
And
understand that. There's
chiseling
so
that away is
You could
what
do that with-
I think that
with-
is
I think
Everyone's
I
gonna know
think
who Hitler was.
think
So
you're
is
ri-
Germany that
because
great?
since World War II we have just dominated this planet. I mean, there's
No,
no doubt
so-
in every way, shape, or form.
Okay.
Yeah. I understand
have-
like American culture and entertainment is one thing, but American people as a
They're
perception
not
is a
like-
different story.
Right, Aphid, can I jump in here? Yeah.
Sure.
So the entertainment's a worldwide thing, but sports you don't dominate. So you dominate in a lot of American sporting things, and
I mean, you might have
you will
some
dominate. But
countries that
you-
have
you-
some
you-
well-known people.
Yeah, that's where
But
it
it's
stops.
not going to
The en-
equal
the
the
enter-
amount of
the
well-known
entertainment-
Americans that are in the rest of the world.
The
It's just not.
entertainment, yes, you sort of control the entertainment. There's a lot of West, American, Hollywood sort of thing, the entertainment business. But that's it. It stops there, mate.
I mean, I
Sports-
just disagree with you.
no,
I don't think so.
Sports, you
Tell
know
me one
better
country
than.
tell me one country that has more athletes well known across the world than the United States. Tell me one.
I don't
If
think
you- if-
I don't think they
Soccer?
know.
If you have that
where-
argument, you have to give me an answer.
I don't
Mark
think
Messi is-
anybody.
So we don't watch baseball. I couldn't.
Exactly.
I couldn't name
That's
one
not, that's not
baseball
what I
player.
said.
We
That's not what I
don't play
said. You
ice
just
hockey.
said that
We don't play
have
ice hockey.
sports. Then what
I
country
know
does?
sports, right? So I don't even know one ice hockey player. We don't play basketball, basically. So I wouldn't know one basketball player apart from Michael Jordan and maybe some other guy that come out off a helicopter.
But
right?
that's still anecdotal.
That's it. And trust me, I speak for the high percentage of Britain when I say that we know fuck all about any
Yeah,
of
but
those
you're talking,
sports.
I'm talking about the
And
whole world,
hey,
not just where you
we
live
haven't
in
even
Wales.
talked about baseball or
Right.
American football. We know nothing about 6 of your major sports.
And
6 of them.
I'll give you another reason why it's not true. They of course have media. They have newspapers. They have TV and so forth. And that media doesn't cover American baseball. They don't
That's right.
cover American football. They
I
don't
didn't say they
cover
did.
American basketball. It's,
Well, then
it's
we
not even on-
wouldn't know about you.
not
Then
even on
we
their
wouldn't know
mind.
about you. That's my point. It's only entertainment that you do control it entertainment wise, because that's what
It's not like I was saying
industry-
athletes is the biggest thing. I was just using that as an example. I
Well,
still think
you
it's
just-
true, though. I still think it's true.
Well,
I
you're
still
wrong.
think if you polled the whole entire planet of people that live on this
Trust
planet,
me, you're wrong.
they would know
No
more
one knows
American
that-
athletes than
Princess
any other country.
Diane.
The
I
delusion
still
is
think
so
it's
strong.
relevant.
Okay,
No, they know more about that.
the delusion is so strong because the baseball. Do you call it the World Series? And only Americans take place in it. That's the delusion. That's the delusion thing I'm talking about.
Well, just a name. I don't think it was always.
Well, fuck
called
me.
the
If you're
World
gonna
Series.
name something fucking just a different name, then fine. But if you name it the World Series and only Americans attend, I'd say there's a lot of delusion there.
Because only Americans play baseball. Actually, the Japanese play.
Japanese.
baseball.
That's not true. There's a lot of immigrants. That we
Yeah,
get a lot of immigrants.
It's
that play
when,
baseball.
Well, they're-
if the only people playing the competition.
The majority of them are from either North America or Latin America or South America or Japan.
Yep.
They should call it the America's Cup, shouldn't they?
Here's
Well,
some
American series.
If you have, even if you have just one person from Japan, it's now technically a part of the world, now isn't it?
No, because
like
because you know
some
the
of the
World
best
Cup in
players ever.
football. You know the World Cup in football. You have Pacific countries, not Pacific players.
I'm
Because
being facetious.
we've got a Japanese player that makes sense, or we've got a Chinese player that'll work. No, countries. The World Cup in football is countries, not
Yeah,
players.
it was a joke. It's all good.
Sorry.
Yeah, I hear you.
I agree with you. It's all good.
We are not liked in other countries. The
Yeah.
people, our
Yeah, the peop-
military,
Yeah.
we're not liked in other countries, even our allies.
Yeah,
on TV.
I mean it's pretty true though, honestly, and in Europe especially.
Our
Yeah,
own
well,
military's not
Canada.
liked, but they love us at the same time when they're in trouble.
To be honest, with you, the Americans
Which
we
seems
met,
to be often.
Yeah.
the Americans I met in Europe when I was on holiday, they were decent Americans. They were quite clever and clued up. But yeah, they used to speak quite badly of Americans.
Yeah, they do.
I mean,
it's unfortunate.
yeah, because there's 300 million or whatever of us, and we're varying degrees of asshole over here, so you got to get to know everybody for who they are. Comes down
And the ones that are willing to travel 5,000 miles on holiday, they're normally a bit better, if you know what I mean. They're a bit wiser
Whoa.
to the world.
I don't know about that.
I like the country I live in. I don't need to go anywhere else.
Yeah, I've got a lot still to explore here in this country, for sure. Interesting
Tell you
take about Walt Disney there from Scum.
I tell you what's good at going abroad, chaps. If you leave America and you spend $1 in that country, whatever you've got,
They'll love you.
generally that dollar will go far further, just like the pound. I mean, when I went to Argentina, I lived like a king out there. Fucking, at the time, it was fucked. The country was fucked. So
Walt Disney killed.
you know,
All right.
so it's good to leave your country. You make you feel rich.
Wait, isn't somebody backstage right now? Are they allowed to hop in, or they did not?
No, I kicked him out.
Oh, okay. They're gonna be a troll.
Yeah, he simultaneously his troll name popped up in the chat, whether intentional or not, but booted him.
Just a coincidence, I'm sure.
Fair enough.
He just changed names 3 times.
Right.
Yeah, Eastwood Farms, is it?
No. No, Eastwind's
No,
good.
he's
Eastwind's
it's
real.
all right.
Real deal.
Jesus, what are you
I'm
trying to
just-
do? Get rid of our viewers? We only
No,
got.
no,
Just start calling people
A
out.
viewer.
Oh, he's cool. He's a chill guy.
I recognize most of them in the chat. Like I was trying to think of what I can
It was
recognize.
a guy who was going by Wile E. Coyote
Oh yeah.
in the chat. So,
got
and
it.
then he switched his name on cam, and then momentarily thereafter, HK came up in the chat. So
Yeah, there you go.
that's it.
That was definitely him 2 weeks ago, by the way. Definitely.
Yeah.
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 That chick, I want to know how that happened.
So there's a fair amount of AI filtering going on there.
I know. That's you can't tell what's real or not.
I mean, some people will
That could be
spend.
fake.
Some people, well, yeah. Some people will spend any amount of money just for the chance
To show some
show
porn.
scat.
It's awesome,
Scat,
man.
scat porn.
That's when
Oh,
you've
There's
made
a
it.
lot
Yeah.
of-
This
there's a
is
lot
the
of free
nastiest
software.
porn we have. I mean, it
That's
isn't
when
even
you-
the porn that I like.
That's,
What,
that's when you made it.
That's not 2 girls in 1 cup.
What technology does it
It's
take
scat.
to manipulate your face to look like somebody else? Is it a cheap program? Is it
I
expensive?
think it's pretty cheap. Yeah.
It's probably free.
It's cheap.
So,
Yeah.
so,
Free
so
for Aphid,
Topo,
but he never
Yeah.
pays for
Topo,
anything.
No,
Topo,
I wouldn't pay for that shit.
This troll, which I used to sort of have good arguments with, he was banned from the majority of the community that I deal with. Lots of live streams.
He was censored.
Yeah, because he porn bombs, but it's more of a snuff bomb.
That's censorship.
God
Right.
damn it.
So it's not even like a big toddler or something. It's crazy shit. And then someone he knew allows him on. My mate Mark Kelly, and he's got to walk home. He's on his canal boat. Anyway, he walks home at the end of the night, and for 20 minutes he walked home. He just played crazy stuff on his channel, and his channel was taken down immediately in 2 minutes or so. I mean, when I say crazy shit, I mean like crazy shit. Like
Yeah.
really crazy shit. And
Years ago, somebody just threw up the video of the Christchurch massacre as a troll here on
Can't
there.
remember that.
Now I was like not sure what I was seeing, and then I was like, "Oh shit!"
Is that Mr. God to you?
No, it was not.
As long as you delete it, Steve, nothing happens. But you have to delete it. You can't put it private. You've got to delete it.
Yep. I think that was in the days of Graham on backup booth, and he took care of it. So no biggie on that one. But yeah,
No.
people will do anything, man, when it comes down to it.
So he's actually changed sex as well. So he appears on camera as a woman.
Man, you with these transgender talks.
Yeah, it's crazy. So he literally appears as a woman, but he doesn't do it on a live that he's trying to he does it as a laugh. So he can, because the facial one's like glitchier than the voice. The voice is quite, but you can tell it's him because the way he phrases sentences. You know, the way people put sentences together. That's the only way you can tell it's him. And there is a little bit of delay in the sound in the last dance.
Yeah, I am not particularly paying attention, but
I have a way
yeah,
of telling who it's him. It seems to be working pretty well.
Is it a delay?
no,
I'm
it's
not going to say what it is because it seems to work pretty well. But
yeah, you've pointed it out a few weeks to me, and you could probably just DM based on Twitter. Let him know if you want.
maybe I'll do that. Yeah.
But yeah, so I can tell by the way in the end you phrase the questions, the way you're phrasing them, and the way you put them together, because you can sort of recognize that.
Obsession is progression. Interesting. So does it seem like the big text exchange that included the Atlantic Reporter is just gone now, and the tariffs has taken over that?
Well, Trump's president. Every week he's going to fuck up on something.
Exactly.
Seems to be the pattern.
What's
When
next
does-
week's topic going to be?
When does the good stuff start happening? The results, like.
Well,
You don't have any good results from Trump so far?
there's a lot of good results, I think. But
Yeah.
Well, no, from this week's thing is what I'm talking about.
tariffs, we'll see. I mean, we'll see. I'm skeptical about the tariffs having any good results, but we'll see.
Okay, so you just said it. You guys both said there's been some good results. Name some good results.
From the Trump administration in general, or just this
Yes, from the Trump administration in general. Yes.
Oh man, the ending of DEI that is huge.
Okay.
Criminals going back to their countries.
That's
securing the border. I'm pretty sure that's
the ending of illegal immigration.
Secured that fucking border.
Has there been any problems with them sending people out of the country though? That
There's been some huge problems, but the big
1
benefit
million?
is that nobody's coming in.
Yeah, they're not deporting as many.
All right,
as they want.
let's do it one thing at a time. Don't flood the dam here. All right, so we got
So that's
immigration.
what we say about the border, right?
Immigration has slowed down to basically no illegal crossings, or very low, as far as we know. And yeah, I agree with you on that one. That's a good thing. That's a check mark. Now, getting into the layers of it, when you're talking about deportation, deporting criminals, 100% gone. No questions asked. Criminal in our country, criminal where they came from, even direct gang member association is enough for me to say, yeah, get rid of them. Don't care. Overstays, somebody who's legitimately here, who was at one time legitimately here, who through some fault of their own, most likely, is overstayed their visa and they have a job and they're getting deported. Do you guys think that's a good thing?
Well, they can deport themselves using the app, and then they can reapply it. And I'm told that they are allowing people to reapply, but they must self-deport.
So hang on a second. I kind of missed it. You said that they overstay their visa and then they're deported.
Yeah, it's called an overstay. These are contributing members of society who have. There was a few in Massachusetts who've been swept up in various things that weren't targeted for them, but they've been caught and deported because of it. And if one of the cases, they're married to an American woman, but I thought marriage made you an American citizen, but apparently not.
That's birthright. No.
So he's just an overstay, got deported, and it's a legal battle for him to get back. Is that?
Wait, is that all that it was? Because I know how the media works, right? And we all do, right? So is there more details than that? Is it just an overstay? And how long was the overstay?
Well,
years and years.
Oh, okay. So then, yeah, that might be a problem.
Yeah,
right.
as I hear, because he got deported, he's now scuppered his chances to get him back in. Now, as I'm just hearing it, if they self-deport, then they can immediately reapply to have another work visa, or if they're deemed plausibly, that they'll be good for the country. I presume they allow them back in, but that's how I was hearing they were trying to work it.
I don't think it's an immediate thing, but you're right in that if you get deported forcefully by ICE, it's a really long time before you
you're allowed. You're banned then. You're naturally banned. I think it's either a year or 3.
I think it's 10 years, to tell you the truth, man. It's seriously, yeah. If they deport you and you don't do it on your own, you don't leave on your own. Yeah, because there was a bunch of farm help in the Midwest that all self-deported in hopes to get back for the next major harvest season, which might happen for them. And that actually might be crucial for a lot of big farms in the Midwest, like huge farms that need these guys,
So Joe Biden's app that Joe Biden has put together, of all accounts, they turned the map into a self-deporting app, supposedly a help, how-to. And
you know why that is, don't you?
No, go on.
The mass deportation can never succeed unless people self-deport.
Yeah.
Because everyone is entitled to a hearing, and you can't deport 1 million people, each one getting an individual hearing. So self-deportation is the only way to...
Well, it makes sense, Last Dance. That actually does make perfect sense.
Sure. Give them some motivation to do it on their own.
Exactly.
Did they not change like some of the rules when it comes to certain people being entitled to a hearing?
Everything is specific to the circumstance. Like if you're caught like real close to the border, then you can be in some cases you can be deported without a hearing. So if you do enter the United States illegally, get away from the border.
Did they maintain that distance from the Patriot Act? The Patriot Act made that 200 miles.
Yeah. I don't remember. I don't know the details. I just know that.
I thought it was like 150 miles from the coast of all parts of America.
Yeah, I don't know the details. I'm sorry.
But what you're saying then, Last Dance, is a big carrot in front of people, really, because you're in a dilemma. If you're here illegally and you're just an overstayer, but you have got a job and you're looking to spend the rest of your life in America, and you're not a problem. It's a bit of a carrot for them to. You'd be tempted to maybe go through that than overstay. Because if you overstay and you get 5 or 10 year ban, which is what you say,
Hey, what up?
it's a major fucking thing, isn't it? But so
Yes, it is.
It's a big tempter. That app now is a big tempter to try and push the numbers so that, that they get some sort of like I said, deportations.
Yeah, well, overstay is different. I mean, a lot of these people that are self-deporting, they just are illegally here. They just they ran across the border illegally, and they're being offered to, just self-deport.
Mhm.
So
with no criminal charges.
With no criminal charges and no nothing being held against them, which is potentially a win-win.
And I think they get financed as well, don't they? I believe in the app. I think they can actually
maybe, I
get
don't know.
some financing to help them on their way.
If they use that one app, I believe that helps them actually self-deport.
Yeah.
And maybe using like government resources for that, possibly. But I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure about it.
It like I said, it makes that sense that what Last Dance is saying. They want to encourage people to go in, and then it would certainly make sense that they'll have like vouchers or set up where they could actually spend money to actually help them subscription on certain.
Get a warm sandwich.
Well, no.
Fresh haircut.
They could even fly out, So I'm sure,
Yeah, I'm not as sympathetic as you are, Smoke Steve, to visa overstays. I mean,
I'm not trying to be sympathetic. I'm only presenting it as a question for the group. I'm not actually sympathetic.
Yeah,
I mean, it kind of seemed like he was kind of turning woke there for a minute.
Yeah, I was.
No,
I think he should be. Maybe he should change. It's a Swoke Steve.
I try to use that as an example because it's as close to not
That's good.
being aside from that one thing that they've done.
Yeah,
They're
I know what
not
you're saying. It's sort of the least you could offend,
right.
and still be breaking the law. Yeah, I still say, hey, if I put myself in the shoes of the overstayer, okay, I'm in a foreign country, and I have a visa. You bet believe I know when that visa expires. I know the second that visa expires, and if it,
Of course I do.
I'm not going to buy it that it slipped your mind or you were busy. I'm sorry.
They're not
I
stupid.
can tell you a lot of the cases what happened, and it's a direct result of I know some guys in the industry, and it's a construction industry. It was booming. It may be slowing down just now, but these guys would get in on a gig and be working, making $1,000 a week, more some cases. And the boss would say, listen, I've got 3 buildings coming up. I need you. I'll pay you more. Just stick it out. You'll be fine. Yada, yada. And the temptation to stay would be too much,
Sure.
And that a lot of times they would think you're fine, and they would be fine for years and years. And then all of a sudden now,
Now there's a
they're
crack.
not fine,
Right.
And that's literally what's happened. So,
I certainly sympathize. I said, look, even people who never had a visa, people who walked across the border illegally, and are working hard, contributing to this nation, and they get deported. Well, I definitely sympathize with them. I'm not someone who hates illegal immigrants or immigrants in general. I believe that they tend to contribute greatly to this country, even the illegal ones. So, but still, laws are laws, and I'm not going to feel guilty if someone gets deported for breaking the laws. Otherwise,
not a little guilty.
If it was me that had to enforce it, yeah, I'd feel a little guilty.
Okay.
Because I would see their
ripping
faces
them away
and
from their kids.
It would haunt me.
yeah, I mean,
No, they don't
illegal
separate
entry,
families. So
illegal entry is far more severe
it's
crime
scum.
than an overstay. Overstays are legal entry. But yeah, I see your point. You're saying a
I'll be okay
family
with
that
it.
fights their way, gets over the border, starting to make it, gets snatched up and get sent
Paying
back.
taxes already.
Yeah, and they're
Be
probably
living this life for probably 20
they
years.
probably are better Americans than a lot of Americans that are.
The only reason they're getting picked up is from a DUI charge from 10 years ago.
They might just
Physically.
get picked up because they're illegal.
The problem is because of the Democrats and their actions.
Oh,
there's
now it's the Democrats' fault?
There's 15 million like sort of being flooded into the country, and we all know what for. And it has soiled, like you said, the good people there, because now they've got to throw a big hammer at it to try and sort the mess out. And sadly, people are going to get caught up in this mess, like we've seen, and it's going to keep on happening. And sadly, that's going to be the case. But you've got to try and do the best for your country. So
You said we all know. You said we all know why. What were you meaning by that?
It means that they were imported to vote for Democrats.
Yeah, that's what I thought he meant. Is that really? Is that really what you think?
When you get Democrats saying it on talk shows, they actually say it. They actually say it. A number of Democrat politicians saying it, and pundits saying it in their talks.
Let me just point this out. For the 2024 election, Trump almost won the Latino vote. Harris won like 52%, and Trump had like
fucking
45.
crazy.
He did win the male Latino vote.
Yeah, no, this is their fuck up. The Latinos aren't voting like the blacks do. The Latinos.
Let me just say this: Trump actually won the black male 18-year-old vote.
Yeah.
So I hear a lot of young black men supporting this guy vehemently too.
So nobody is a monolith.
Black women were 80-20.
No.
Yeah, I know.
The black women, educated women, that he lost votes on that.
The ones that
it was like 80-20.
Knew better.
Well, of course. I mean, what do you think the Democratic Party is exactly going for?
I know.
They're exactly going for that.
Trump won the brain damage.
What's the brain damage vote?
They thought Latinos were going to give them the guaranteed vote, and it turns out the Latinos are pretty conservative and very religious. So they didn't work on that.
He gave everything.
Will be.
They're always all Christian.
That's right.
But
100%.
But remember, base the last election, we can't go off those results because that was stolen anyway. Those numbers were fabricated.
Which one? The 2024 election?
No, the 2020.
Oh, the 2020. Right.
Yeah, well, he won that.
It was the.
Oh yeah, he did win that one.
It was
the
voting
stolen
machines.
from him.
Yeah. Hugo Chavez stole the election.
I'm not going to get it.
Even though he was in charge of the government, and then when he wasn't in charge of it, he actually did win.
Cup of tea.
You're in charge of.
He's never won when he's in charge of the government.
No, he just beats women. That's all he does.
So we should all put our faith in him.
You just got to put a woman against.
No,
him.
you know what? You're right, Aphid. We should put our faith in the government.
No, put your faith.
Yeah, just obey.
Baby.
The government.
All right. So we've established that Trump did do a decent job with immigration. What else has he done a good thing with?
He took the security clearance from Biden.
That was just stupid shit.
That was a masterpiece.
He did.
Do you think that was a bad thing?
No, I thought that was a great thing. Guy can't even think for
Last answer,
himself.
why do you think it was bad? Why he not only Biden, but he revoked it from a lot of guys.
It's just vengeance.
Politics.
There's
Just
no
politics, isn't it?
there's no
Politics.
I mean, both sides do it. Biden
Yeah, I mean
does it.
they've been doing warfare for fucking 4 years on him.
So
At
be
least,
better than
well,
that.
8
Why don't
years,
you
really.
show them
Being
your
better, being better than that is a losing tactic. I mean, look what happens.
No, it's not a losing
No.
tactic.
Yes, it is. It
No,
absolutely is.
It's a losing because people think like that it's not worth fighting for.
First
It's
of all,
always worth
All
fighting.
right, this is becoming circular logic. Then this is bullshit.
Well, let me-
It's
let me-
ridiculous, dude.
we're talking about a specific instance of these security clearances. They didn't matter. These people weren't going to have access to classified information anyways. They were out of government. They were not going to be.
Yep.
You know, they weren't an issue. Revoking their security clearance
They
didn't.
tried sticking him in prison.
They tried to kill him. Shit. Oh, can't
Who
prove
tried to
that.
kill-
I can't
tried to
prove
kill
that.
him?
Is that taking too
I
far?
was going to use a Dank Brandon result to that one.
Didn't they?
Where's your proof?
They
Yeah,
revoked.
yeah. Fair
Didn't
enough.
they use John Bolton to assist in some of the intelligence and
Biggest warmonger,
Planning for-
the biggest warmonger in America.
for some of the assassinations that they did with Iran, and then they revoked his clearance.
Oh yeah, he was in their administration.
All right.
Right.
I was just joking with that point. I was just seeing if that would hype people up here.
I know.
And I'm
Wow,
not
you have a
doubting he's a big
conscience. I didn't think
warmonger,
you
but
did.
Based Welshman,
You joking? Come
he's
on.
good. He's a good warmonger. Mongerer. I don't know.
Monger or mongerer. I don't know.
I don't
How
know.
about this?
Mongerest.
It depends on who you ask. I like how he's handling the Ukraine situation.
Oh,
Trump?
Yes.
Well,
I don't like
so
what
far.
he did with. I don't like what he did with wherever that is,
Zelensky in the Oval
Zelensky.
Office.
Yes, I don't like that, but I like how it's being handled now than it was before.
Well, Zelensky went in there with a T-shirt, smiling, wanting more
With
fucking
his
weapons and
t-shirt.
money.
Musk goes in there with a T-shirt all the
That-
time.
As far
With
as
a
I'm fucking,
chainsaw.
as far as I'm concerned, when you come out across the world to beg to the new president of the United States, you go to wear a fucking tie and you act respectful.
Yeah, and he didn't do that at all, did he?
No,
I
That
think
Oval
I
Office
think
thing
that's
was so irrelevant. That's amazed how much attention it still gets.
I think that's you're missing the whole
Well,
point. I don't care
irrelevant
what
or not, it happened.
I keep saying it. I think you're all missing the point. Riddle's spot on with me.
Yeah, I got
The
you.
one, the one
I
guy that
don't
agrees
care
with
what-
you.
I do. I mean, absolutely, I do. You should be at least be respectful about it.
I think that
it's so
JD
shocking
Vance.
that you guys disagree. Come on.
Riddle.
No,
JD
I'm not
Vance-
shocked at that. I'm shocked that he would point to you. Is what I'm saying.
But
I'm
JD
actually
Vance-
surprised too.
We don't support
That's all he had to
Ukraine.
do was. That's all he had to do was dress smart, smile, right, and just fucking go through the fucking motions. He
Yeah.
fucked up terribly. That's not Trump or Vance. That's fucking Zelensky. Just shut
Yeah.
up, smile,
No, you're
and
right.
fucking sign the deal.
No, he
And-
definitely was. You know, I don't know.
Sign the fucking deal.
Everyone involved.
Smile.
made
Just
some
say
mistake.
it.
It was there was nobody there who was a saint. That's what I'm going to say.
Well, it's politics. Nobody's a saint. But here's the thing: you have to
No,
be
but it's a
respectful.
public. There's no reason to do this in public like that.
Right.
Well, then Zelensky should not have said things in public. Like if even if JD Vance did say something
Okay.
antagonistic to him, which he did, you gotta take it. You gotta shut the fuck.
You don't
up.
have to take it. You know why?
Oh
Because
well,
we-
then you go. Then
Well,
there you
you know
go.
what?
You get no deals.
You get,
Then
you
you
get
no
this
deals.
result.
That's not why we're giving Ukraine deals. We're giving Ukraine deals because we want to do it, not
Right,
because
right.
Ukraine has convinced us to do it. We're doing it for our own reasons.
Yeah, but look, it's only like the diehards in Ukraine that think that Ukraine has got a chance of what exactly? They've running out of men. They're running out of men of all ages.
I'm not talking about the Ukraine war. I'm just saying the reason we support Ukraine was not because Ukraine was nice to us. It was
Okay.
because we thought it was in our own interests.
Oh,
And-
Right.
Therein
Right,
lies,
but you-
I think, the problem with Zelensky is that not to talk shit, I don't think it had anything to do with his clothes. I think it had to do with his attitude, that he seemed to have a "you owe this to me" attitude. And I think I think he
You're right.
sort of did,
That
and his
was his
frustration,
attitude, yeah.
his frustration and his guffawing, his heavy breathing, his sighing. I don't know if there were
The way he would respond
you
to
could
the
see it,
vice
like-
president and the president, like it's crazy that you did it live like that. He would just
Now-
say that.
Now
It's
he
insane.
he is in an extremely frustrating situation. His country is getting attacked by an you know,
Then
it's
lick-
an
then
unprovoked
lick-
invasion, essentially,
lick
which
boot.
is
Then
understandable.
lick boot to your master.
But
you know,
I do
there's-
think he acted a little carelessly.
He let his pride get in the way.
Mm-hmm. And we
He
don't owe him anything. Like Last Dance, like you just said, that's a fair point. We do it because we want to, not because, you
Yeah.
know, we
Yeah,
owe
but-
him anything. Or
yeah,
he
but
I
it's
agree.
changed.
I agree with
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
our
but Trump
interest.
come into power and it changed. They wanted it originally. Now that they've worked out, they've just spun billions on fuck all. Yeah, they've made Russia weaker. But the reality is, Trump was the new president. It was the first time they were properly meeting up. Things have fucking changed. He already said things have fucking changed. It was weeks before, so he knew what the form was, and he didn't prepare himself for the inevitable, which was to basically shut the fuck up, smile, and sign the fucking deal.
Yeah, that's all we had to do.
He was in fatigues. He just came off the front line. I mean, you
He-
expect him
he's he's never been on the front line.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, I hear
Yeah.
you.
And then he said to
It's a
JD
little
Vance, like,
silly.
have you been there? You should go there. It's like,
Well,
what the
JD
hell?
Vance was like, "Yeah, I've watched some YouTube videos."
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. He did say
Yeah, but I've watched the same videos. They're literally dragging people off the street. They're kicking and screaming. They're grabbing the sliding door of the fucking van. They're throwing them in there. This is going on up and down Ukraine, and it's been going on all the way through. It hasn't
Forced
just been going on for the
conscription.
last.
Yeah.
Yeah. They've had 170,000 gone AWOL, completely AWOL.
Hmm.
You know, no one knows where they are.
You know, there's another aspect to this. I think the right seems to blindly want to say, just get this thing over with, stop the killing. But it seems like that attitude is completely taken away and discounting Ukraine with just stop the killing, stop the war, get to the negotiating table. Like, why should they negotiate with a country that's invaded them other than to just basically say, okay, you can have 1/3 of it?
Right.
Yeah, but the
It's
borders
full. They're
haven't.
full.
Yeah, but
Right.
the borders haven't changed much since about April 22. So 2 months after the war, the borders haven't changed that much. You know, where they settled. You know, give or take, 50 miles here, there, all the way. It hasn't changed. You know what's changed? At least 500,000 men on each side have died. So there's never a good time to stop this war. The best time is now, because it ain't going to change in 6 months. It ain't going to be better in 6 months. It's going to be worse, right? So it's, like you said, we're literally in the same sort of border period as April 22, and like you said, the men killed is crazy.
So what
Nothing
you're
changed.
saying is end it, give Russia Donbass and
Yeah.
Lugansk, and that's it. Done.
Give them the 25% it looks like they're going to take, and they're going to have some sort of peace agreement there. I don't want any Western troops in there as well. No Western troops in Ukraine.
Yeah, no way on that one. I
They
agree.
can use hardware and stuff, but they're not using troops. No, no troops in there.
You know, there was actually the Biden administration was behind the scenes. Had a lot of there was a lot of friction with Ukraine, and the New York Times came out with a huge story. I mean, huge as in it's a lot of words. Story by a reporter named Adam Entus called this "The Secret History of the Ukraine War," and it's got a lot of interesting details. In particular, about how the Biden administration, we were talking about this many times, how they kept ramping it up and ratcheting up the lines and crossing every red line and getting closer and closer to potentially nuclear war. But one of the things that happened was Lloyd Austin made a visit to Ukraine. He was the defense secretary, and this was only like last year. And he's noticed a lot of young men on the streets of Kiev, and he was surprised. He'd heard basically, that everybody had been drafted and there were no young men left. So apparently the draft age or something is 21 or something like that. So after Austin saw that, he pressed Zelensky to lower the draft age to 18. And Zelensky said something like, "Why would I draft more people? We don't have any equipment to give them." And I think that's when Lloyd Austin realized that Zelensky does not really see this as an existential fight. He thinks that, you know, he can maintain his position.
So how so would he not see it as an existential fight? Then he wants to just he wants it to be prolonged forever. Is that what you're saying?
I think he thinks it can be prolonged for a long time.
Huh.
The thing is that what's crazy about this, there's no future. The only thing that's going to happen is more death, right? And not, like I said, we found out, and it's factual, not much has changed in 2 years in the land that has been captured. So what's he willing to have? 1 million Ukrainians on each, 1 million men on each side killed, 2 million on each side killed for what?
I think yes, and I think that if 1,000 Ukrainian deaths means 2 Russian deaths, then to some in making those decisions, it's worth it.
No, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Well, especially if you don't actually get any change in the status quo for it.
Yeah, if you get 1,000 men for 2, I'm sorry. That's just.
I know, but it's not our men; it's their men. So
what if I told
Here we go. You're like that Bolton guy. You're like that.
I'm not saying. No, I didn't say.
You're like that Bolton. You're like that Bolton guy that says, as long as we're making Russia weaker, it doesn't matter how many Ukrainians die.
Yes.
That's Bolton. That's you.
I just said that's not my. I said that's not my view. I just said that's some people in the government's view.
You didn't. You left that bit out.
wanted to add it.
You left that bit out.
I did not leave that out.
I quite like how you qualify it now. Okay, don't worry. Liberals.
I'm just explaining.
These are the liberals. These are the liberals. Just remember, these are the liberals.
I'm not a liberal.
Welcome to my nightmare, scum. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Okay, I want to ask you: are you happy that a Russian player is going to break the all-time scoring record for a Canadian player?
Yeah, that guy has like 100 records. He's breaking one of them. Who cares?
Who is it?
And you know what? Ovechkin is loved by Canadians because he's
Ovechkin.
cool and he drinks beer and he's laid back, and we kind of like him. He plays like a Canadian.
He plays like a Canadian. He throws his weight around.
So we don't like the Russians and the Finns and the Swedes that like play all
like
wussies,
ballet,
right?
Yeah.
They're wussies, so he plays tough. He's cool. That's all you need. You get respect, right?
Does.
Man, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but the St. Louis Blues have won tonight 12 games in a row. It's a franchise.
Nobody
record.
noticed. Nobody, literally, in the whole world.
And
no one in the UK.
And the Boston Bruins got eliminated tonight from the playoffs.
They're gonna.
Bees?
I think they're gonna go.
Yeah, no playoffs for the Bees.
Oh man,
I don't care.
sorry about that.
They traded the little ball of hate. Once he was gone, I knew it was over.
Well, I think they had given up basically. What that said.
I don't blame the guy. $2 million more on a couple-year contract for a hockey player. Hell, it's $2 million. You're not going to knock him. Played here for something like 18 years or some crazy shit, or 12 years.
Can it be that? Can't be that one.
It's 12 years, I think.
Okay.
So I didn't know if I mentioned, but the Blues have won 12 games in a row.
Now, who are the Blues? Is this like a bunch of heroin addicts or something?
They're the ones that you might have remembered, like 3 years ago. They won the Stanley Cup. It was that team.
I don't. That doesn't ring a bell.
Remember them?
Yeah, their coach was Craig Berube, the chief, the crazy Indian guy.
Yeah.
And now he's the Leafs coach.
Yeah,
he's our coach.
I don't know who you ever so.
Yeah,
this is a hockey talk.
I'm completely ignorant.
Honky tonk and honky
But I know that that's like the talk of the town. How they were pretty much written off like a month ago, and they've won 12 in a row, and they're gonna probably make it.
I do like watching ice hockey, mind you, because it gets
okay.
violent.
I love to watch.
It was better when it was more violent, but the fights are toned down, and back in the day, Ty Gomi and whatever the hell his name was.
We had a guy, Tony Twist.
Ty Domi, he's a
Do
goof.
you guys ever?
Ty
you guys-
Gomi, he could smash faces. What was his name, Aphid?
Tony Twist, the Twister they call him.
No,
you
no.
guys never? Oh man, he was a
He was a
badass.
blues tough guy. He was crazy. Yeah.
Titty
Yeah.
twisters were vicious.
Hey, Riddle's
Yeah,
trying to
he
get back in.
was.
Riddle's trying to get back in.
He can come back in. He's not here.
He says he is.
He's not.
And he's a goddamn liar.
Oh, he is. Sorry. How he was in the top row.
Thanks a
There
lot.
you are.
Come on,
There you are.
Man, I like the
So
Riddle
much,
guy. Back on.
Eastwind Farms. What up, dog? Yeah, I know. I make mistakes.
Incarnation. That is true.
Carnation, if you want to join, I think I have a 10.
Leafs, but
Yeah, I think it's 10.
I have a 10 limit here. It's been a while since I've limited out.
Max
Yeah.
donation.
Oh, come on.
Room for
Man,
one more.
somebody's got to come on so we max out. That'd be awesome.
I think Drone Tech's,
Get in
like
here.
cutting wood at this point. He hasn't said yet for like an hour.
Don't-
No, don't kick him now. We're almost
No,
there.
it's not a good time.
Does anyone think that Ukraine is going to succeed in the next 6 months, maybe, or
6
next year?
months?
No.
What do you think they're going to
Wait.
Money laundering
Success?
our tax dollars?
What do you mean
How do you
success?
succeed
Like
in that?
Succeed in
conquer
what?
Russia?
Exactly. Does anyone think that's like possible?
No, they're not going to win. There's no way. Even with
This is the duality of the things that I deal with. There is, I like Ukraine. I think the people are great. I like their spirit. I don't necessarily like Zelensky, but I feel very sympathetic for them, and I don't want to give up on them. But the realist has to say, Russia's not going to fucking stop. I mean,
Well,
Ukraine's not gonna-
wouldn't it be more beneficial, or like at least if you want to, since you coming from like an empathetic point of view, right?
Mm-hmm.
To have the war just stop.
Yeah.
Nobody else dies. That'd be great.
I can't blame.
that-
I can't blame.
Go
I
ahead.
can't
I'd like
blame
one
us.
more person to die, and that's Putin.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean that's fair.
Things that
I
they
mean,
might-
Putin. I think Putin's been one of the worst aspects for Russia ever.
I agree.
See, I mean,
So
since the war, they put so much effort into the war effort. They're replacing things, tanks at an alarming rate. They're fully equipped up. So, as the war effort and the war prepping, Russia have been full at it now since the summer of 2022. So, they've been replacing that hardware at a really, good rate. So, I would say he's done very, very well considering what he's been up against and how it seems that he's got a lot in reserve.
You're saying that he doesn't want to sit at the table for ceasefire conversation. So
He's
what is the
taking
after-
ground every day at the moment. He's taking ground every day.
Yeah.
So you think he
Yeah,
wants more of Ukraine?
I don't think he wants to go to the negotiating table. In my opinion, I agree with him.
You think he's trying to take all of Ukraine at this point, or what's the goal?
No. He's just going to go to a strategic point. I don't know where that is at the moment.
The other side of Ukraine.
No, he's going to go. He's going to have a point.
Kiev.
He's going to put himself in a very good, bargaining sort of tool, which is not in Trump's favor. But Trump just wants it to end.
Well, we just sent them more money.
Trump just wants to be able to say he ended it. He doesn't give a fuck.
So okay, that's
Maybe
fine.
he wants the grain
Well,
and
either-
minerals, and that's what he wants to deal with.
Either way. I mean, either way, good. You know what? Fine, end it and let's get the minerals. Because here's the thing: people will stop dying and we'll get minerals from it.
Yeah,
There you go.
we just
and
stop
the
wrong
thing is,
doing our tax
no
dollars
one really thinks that
Bill
Ukraine is
Cashway
going to win.
money. Fuck.
Okay. Well, anyways, so yeah, but he did give a deadline, and I don't know what that deadline is. I think it's within the month, right?
Who gave the deadline? Trump?
Yeah, Trump. So he's got to come to the negotiating table at some time. Putin, right?
Does he?
I don't
Yeah.
think he will. And I
I don't think
Putin-
so either. don't think he will.
Putin, I feel like, is fighting this in a somewhat metered way. I think he could unleash
It's
a
metered.
lot more hellfire under, if he wanted to, which would result in a lot more deaths and probably more civilians dying. But he's kind
Who's
of
that, Putin or Trump?
yeah.
Putin.
Putin's taking it slightly easy than what he is fully capable of.
He's causing more deaths to his people, but yeah.
I mean, he could really go at this thing crazy town, you know.
He could have gone for the infrastructure, which is what the Allies do. They always go for the infrastructure. He could have hammered it and hammered it and hammered it, and he can't really.
Well,
you know, basically, Ukrainians are brothers and sisters. They're related. They're very close. You know, a lot of the eastern part of Ukraine is Russian speaking, so I think there is a dilemma there, even though. They seem, since the 1991, since Ukraine was formed, there's a lot of hatred going on down there. But
are you seriously suggesting that Putin has held back because of his brotherly love for his Ukrainian brothers and sisters?
Well,
that's not my thought.
I mean, maybe not the way I phrased it, you know, but in reality, they are related, right? You know, basically. Ukraine was called Little Russia before it was called Ukraine.
Yeah, but I think there's multiple reasons why he would hold back. That might be one of them. One of them might be he doesn't want to destroy a country that he wants to occupy.
Yeah,
completely destroy it. I mean,
and that's why you're not going after.
He doesn't want
structures.
He doesn't want the worldview to be a particular thing. Not that he cares that much, but I think all of it goes into this giant formula of why he's going at it the way that he is. And I think he could go at it much harder, completely destroy it, completely make it hell for all the citizens there. People would be starving, have no electricity, have no heat. It could be a real challenging place if he chose to go that route. But that would also possibly bring on a huge amount of response from other countries.
That's the reason.
Yeah, right.
Right, so he's this.
I mean, he could drop a nuke on him, you know, wipe him off, you know.
Well, he doesn't want to bring that on, but
all right, we're gonna have 10.
All right,
are we?
I don't know. I always saw the Ukraine-Russian war as like two neo-Nazis fighting each other.
Oh no, that wasn't me. I didn't touch anything.
You
that
guys,
wasn't me.
They both seem
for a
like they
second
hate
we were
everyone
there.
that's not white. Those two people.
Well,
fighting
who left?
the Russian.
Topple left. He's trolling, bro.
Oh,
bastard!
Yeah,
that is so
don't even
fucking
let him back
topple.
on. That's
man,
not.
what a dick move! What a dick move!
What did Dan? What did Dan say? It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell between someone's dumbassness and trolling, right? You never know.
Oh, you know, when
Sometimes
it's
you know.
topple,
Yeah, it's topple.
That's
it
Topple,
should be
yeah.
troll pull.
Troll 24 by 7.
But you could quite easily say that, you know, Russia and Ukraine were and still are the two most corrupt countries in the world. They're in the top 5 every
Yeah, they're super corrupt and they're neo-Nazis too. Like the people who are fucking sending the money are the kind of people who are against racism and all that shit. It's so stupid, man.
Yeah.
And those guys fucking hate everyone who's not white. Let's be honest. It's a bunch of neo-Nazis fighting each other over some fucking land.
I don't know that aspect of it really.
That's like my opinion with my Ukrainian and Russian friends that I've worked with for 20 years.
To be fair, it's not really an opinion.
I'll be like, hey, how come there's no black people from Russia? They'll be like, well, if one moves into the neighborhood, we all come out with bats and we beat them to death on the street when they go to get groceries. And like, you know, that's the reality of these cultures. Like people over here don't fucking get it, you know?
Konnichiwa.
Wow, that's a lot of information.
Hey, incarnation.
That's what I hear from the Ukrainians and the Russians, man.
I mean, it's all there on the net.
All right, where's the X button? Where's the X button? Because I gotta press that to doubt for sure. Jesus Christ!
The X
Don't put the X button; it'll get kicked out again.
Button.
There's
I'm
an
gonna
X
go
button.
urinate in the driveway. I'll be back momentarily.
Go chip some concrete.
Yeah.
Was that
We
a
are not allowed to
fart?
say anything until these come.
Okay, I want to show you guys a true tragedy here because of Trump. You see this? All right, guys, pay attention. Watch. Check this out.
I'm
See
paying
this?
attention, bro.
See this?
Yes.
That's what I like to drink, like for hard stuff, because it's cheap here, and I just like whiskey in general. I find this is a pretty good one.
Okay.
See that?
That's all you got left.
All that's left. So I had to go fucking buy this.
Crown Royal.
Crown Royal. What's the problem?
It's pretty good, but I don't really like it, you know. But hey, I can't fucking get any American liquor anymore, guys. We got a serious problem. You have to straighten this out. That's all.
So purple bag.
That and losing my job.
Did you get the purple bag with it?
Did you
No.
lose your job? Because I heard you got it. You didn't lose your job.
Well, I'm a United Steelworker, right? So fucking, there's a good chance I'm gonna lose my fucking job.
So you didn't yet, though, right?
I did not yet. No.
Not
It's
yet.
still
no.
data-
So
data-
there's
data.
Some people in my
Hey.
province in Ontario here have though.
Hey, dumb question.
Oh,
Dumb question as a steel worker. If the government nationalizes part of the auto industry, would you be in support of that if it meant you keep your job?
I don't know. I guess I have to see everything that it's involved in it and how it all trickles down to everybody. I'm open to anything, like, you know, if it makes sense, if it's good for everyone, you know.
Yeah. I was just asking. I know a lot of people are like super against nationalization until shit hits the fan and they're losing their jobs, and it's like, well, if the government can step in and save an industry, maybe it's worth it. So I was just curious, right?
Well, in the end, we just end up, our tax dollars bail our own jobs out. So it basically works out for all the big guys who own all those companies. But really, the reality is it's just us bailing ourselves out. So,
Well, I agree. I mean, if we're gonna bail people out, why not? I agree with you on that. If we're going to bail people out, may as well nationalize an industry and put people to work in that industry. I mean, I don't think there's necessarily an issue with that, but
yeah.
If it comes to a point where there's so many people that are unemployed and the government decides to give UBI, then I would rather they start nationalizing certain industries and foster private sort of tentacle industries in and around whatever they decide to nationalize.
Tentacle.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what happens, man.
I hope you don't. I hope you don't lose your job, man. That sucks, dude.
Well, fuck yeah, 24 years for the same company, and to lose it
Do you
now.
think-
Are you in Hamilton or? You in Hamilton?
Nobody wants to start over after 24 years of the same company. I'll tell you that. I'm over.
Would it come back, or is it like it's gone? You're gonna have to figure.
You know what happened in 2008, the auto industry recession with my company? They fucking scaled everything down to half. So they laid off of half the people, kind of went 3 shifts down to 1 and laid off half.
So, just for
and then when
context,
all the other fucking companies like ours folded, our owner went and bought them all up after the government bailed us out. So my company is like one of the biggest in the world now, right? So it was like, we're figuring he's going to do the same thing again. He's just going to scale everything right down because he's super rich and he's not going to lose too much that it's going to hurt him that bad, and then he's just going to buy up everything after.
That's why if they can nationalize the industries, and if they can force some form of nationalization on the industry, and then basically you have to mandate that they sell off those companies to Canadians after 10, 15 years as an example, and then we could save a lot of those industries if we do that. It just requires the government to come in. But just for context to people in the chat, most provinces in Canada have banned American liquors.
Yeah, like I can't buy my alcohol now because you just can't. Like they pulled it off of all the shelves at every store. So
See, that's like
American liquor now.
And here's the reason for that, though.
That's the chiseling away I was talking about, man.
Yeah, and the reason for that is because
Kentucky's pissed. How much money they've lost already? They are so pissed.
Most of the alcohol imports come from red states, so we decided to attack booze, or decided to attack the red states. Booze was like one of the first ones for Trump-heavy states, so we pulled them off the shelves.
Yeah, like Tennessee, like many people are going to lose jobs there, and in Kentucky, big time because of the
So it's
imported.
Just out of curiosity, it's not even that there's a tariff that you're gonna implement. You just pull them off the shelves and not sell them.
Yeah, because what happens
we're
in Canada,
just pulling them off the shelves just to protest the tariffs in general.
Yeah.
So basically, in Canada, what happens?
How's that gonna work out for your local people? I don't understand.
Great, it works great because then all the local
Not really good. They've already
distilleries-
paid for it, and they're just stashing it in the back. It's kind of stupid.
Yeah,
They've already
also-
they already paid for it. Really? They
Yeah,
just
they've already bought the stuff and they just pulled it all off the
Oh,
shelf.
so the shit that's
we
on
gotta
the
understand, guys, we gotta understand. The government buys the booze, though,
I don't know
right?
if I buy that.
No,
Government buys the booze from the U.S.
So
the
it's
government
subsidized?
sells it. So every restaurant has to buy their alcohol through the government. So
Right.
if you're a restaurant and you want to buy your
free, isn't it?
supply, you have to buy it through the government. The
Yeah,
government
but it
then,
doesn't mean that if it's a large organization, they fill up their warehouse because they
No, but the
they don't
government
want to
make
wait.
money out of
That,
it.
all
The
that
government
shit's
make
sitting in a
money out of
warehouse
it.
now and
so
they can't sell.
yes. So right now the government's purchased shit tons of volume, right? And they are sitting on that volume for. And they've
Yeah,
also
so they're not purchasing anymore. So there's a freeze on purchasing and profits, right? So it's going to hurt people, obviously, right? Somewhere someone's got
It's like stocking
Well, my guess,
barrels of oil.
Scum, my guess is if you do get fired, you instantly go to the place where they're holding all that alcohol, get hired in that job. That way you can start bringing home some of the shit.
Open your own
I can
speakeasy.
start getting my Jim Beam again.
start distilling your own
I need
booze.
at least one shot of that a day or every other day.
A little bit of speakeasy.
A little bit.
Is that what you need, Jim Beam?
Jim Beam is my favorite cheap alcohol here for hard liquor these days.
Though, Scum,
I
I
can
wonder,
afford Glenlivet 12 like fucking Last Dance. I'd buy that every week.
but Scum, you probably could still go to duty free and buy it, right? If you wanted to, take a little trip across the border and stop at a duty free, you could probably still buy it. No, maybe
Yes,
not.
but our dollar's terrible right now, and they've implemented a new tax on duty free. I've recently heard from my friends that travel back and forth as well, like on top. So,
Oh, okay.
Can
I
we?
thought
Can we
duty
sell?
free implied no tax. Duty free.
yeah,
No,
it's not.
it doesn't
Yeah.
imply taxes. It just implies that you're not paying border customs fees and stuff. You're not.
Oh,
You're not.
okay.
Yeah, you're not paying the importing fees, basically.
Now,
So,
Scum-
so is
Scum,
that
you could-
Canada
you could-
putting another tax on it then? Is that
This
Canada?
Trump
doing
stuff
it?
seriously affected my whole family already. Like,
Man,
next week
that
I lose my
sucks,
job.
dude.
So, like,
That
it's
sucks.
crazy. And that'll be another thing, right?
Do you think that are you
my parents
noticing?
already had to take all their stocks and fucking dump everything, the fucking
Yep.
GICs
Oh, yeah.
and shit like that because fucking they don't want to lose everything. Like everyone's gone nuts. They're selling their place in Florida. Like everyone who has a place in Florida, they're selling it and like
Yep. Taking
crazy.
losses too.
What is-
Taking
do you
losses.
think
My-
that-
Don't do anything with your stocks right now. Leave them alone and keep
Oh.
buying.
Do you think the
That's my
like,
advice. I'm
Yes,
buying.
the
I'm
US
still buying.
Well, that's
The US
I
is-
yeah, but you're American, it's
yeah,
different.
that's
Hey, Scum, do you
Fair.
think the U.S. is taking a hit like with what the average Canadian thinks of us now?
Yes.
No, we're smarter than that. We're like hating on Trump. We're not hating on the people. We love
Okay.
Americans, man.
No, but like the,
No, but I would say the anti-U.S. sentiment that just
Of course, the
lays
people who are
dormant.
shitting on Canada who are
Yeah.
American, we're not big fans of that and saying
Yeah,
I'm the 51st state and all that. That seriously offended a proud nation. Like that
Right,
united us,
right.
which is, I think, the only good thing that's coming out of it. There's been a bit of unity, you know.
yeah,
There's how can I say it? There's an
We have a
anti-U.S.
problem with unity. We need to be more patriotic up here, so it's kind of a good thing that way.
I thought you guys were already
Yeah, not
patriotic.
good
as
for
is.
us
Well,
though.
We're patriotic, but there's the thing about the U.S. is that there's like this
We're not
odd
loud about it though.
there's an odd anti-U.S. like sentiment that festers in Canadianness, and it's been very dormant, I would say, for the last 10 years. Because like generally speaking, Canadians and Americans, like that's been very dormant. But let me tell you, this recent Trump stuff has really reignited that
Wow.
anti-U.S. sentiment in Canadians.
So, Aphid, I told you that already, right? But the Canadians have been hitting us for a while.
Yeah, but he's saying he's saying now that it's like
Yes, but
kicked into high gear.
I understand that. I never.
I'm just talking about chiseling it away. That's what I said, and I think that's
Yes,
a perfect example
It'd
of
be
it
like
chiseling
people who
away.
are pro-Trump
I
who
understand
probably
that.
don't like
Why do you?
it.
And
So
why do you?
that's
Why
a
do you
lot of
think that?
people in the states? So I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. So, that's what I was saying to Aphid.
I think
yeah,
Aphid-
they've been hating for a while. They just
Aphid,
it's just
you
been
don't- you
it's-
don't
it
realize
just takes
there's
time.
So Canadians are uniting with.
I
the
know, but I'm
anti-
talking about like you're talking. I'm talking about like a percentage here, a 5-point percentage here, you know, and you take that from every other country in the world, you know, their little percentage is going to add up to a big problem that I don't want to face right now.
Yeah, I just think you have underestimated the
the hatred of the U.S. around the world.
I'm
It's
not.
always
I'm
been
saying
there.
that pool is
It's
what
been
we
like that
have.
for a
That
bit.
that pool is what we have right there. And I'm saying that there's a big chunk of that pool. Whether I'm not talking about the people that didn't like us, they weren't giving us any money, or they weren't. Like Anna, she used to complain about the United States all the time. And every time she complained about the United States, she had like a Nike jersey on or Adidas jersey on. And I'm like, how can you?
Okay.
You're like saying we're horrible, but you're still giving us money. We're not wearing some German outfit.
But
and complaining
where's
about
No,
Nike
you're not giving
made
us money. You're giving Nike money. What are you
Yeah,
talking about?
Yeah,
Nike's a
that is
represent
giving
us.
us money.
No,
That's
I've
what I'm
never
saying.
seen
No,
it
no.
very
How is it
clear.
giving us
You
money?
think that they give it to us?
Us? What do you mean?
because
You
of
think
the
Nike
blatant
represents the
love.
people? Do you think Nike
No, I'm talking
represents the
about
people?
I'm talking about Nike and the people that are
Who
employed by
manuf-
Nike, and I'm talking about every other country that's affected.
Which
and,
is mostly like China,
and when I'm
right?
talking
I was
about
about to say manufactured in China.
I think Nike's a terrible. It's a terrible example. Like to use Nike as an example for that. To use a company that represents the American
Just say
people. And what are you talking
Ford,
about?
Chevrolet, like that kind of stuff.
the profit that comes from that money goes into the United States, and the profit that company makes goes into every other
Really?
company that.
Where's their
Yes.
headquarters at?
How so? How is that? How is that? How's that work?
How's what work?
Okay, so you said that the profit that Nike makes, right? It
Yes.
goes back into the United States. How so?
Because the people that are employed by, I just told you, the people that are employed by them, everything that's involved with Nike, the company, the profit that they get.
Do they
goes back
employ
in-
people in the United States? Is that what you're saying, or what?
Yeah.
Sweatshops in China, more like.
Really? Because I don't see any Nike factories.
No, that's like I have a business, right? All my product, because I've
it
had
by
to
Nike?
deal with this. No, I've had to listen to me.
All right.
I've had to deal with this in the past week because of this tariff situation and my suppliers talking to me.
Okay.
And I buy these products from other countries, but I am the business owner, and my profit comes here to the United States. So the profit that I make gets expanded through the dealings that I do with my daily life. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay,
So
but you use
I-
Nike
I-
as an
I-
example, though.
No, I didn't use Nike as an example. It came up.
They're using their
I used
product.
Anna as an example because she would complain about the United States, and she weren't United States owned apparel. That's
So-
what I used for example. I didn't
Nike's
say
out of Oregon.
Nike was my perfect example of this situation.
But what I don't understand is what you're attributing the reason she's wearing that Nike apparel to.
She told us why.
I'm saying she's
She
still
told us.
supporting. She's still supporting an American company. She's promoting, and like my dad used to always say, I back when I was in high school, I would pay this extraordinary amount of money for these Coca-Cola jerseys, and my dad was like, "Why are you paying money to advertise for a company?" That's what I'm talking about. She was doing a thing, but promoting. She's saying how horrible this is.
I understand.
But she's still
I understand
embracing the American culture.
I
She
understand that,
likes
but
Nike
why-
because it's America. She doesn't like Nike because it's made in China.
You think she buys that? She has that T-shirt.
I think
because
that
she
Nike
liked
is
Nike?
the brand. No, I think that Nike is the brand that has built itself up to an example because it is an American-made company. I don't think that Nike, is makes the best clothing or the best whatever, and that's why she had that clothing. I
Okay,
think that
but
that
here-
company
I'll
built
tell you.
and became the overall global sensation that it is because it's an American-owned company. Because you can't pick another country that has goods like that that's spread across the whole world. You
right.
just can't.
First
You
of
can
all,
say
I'll-
China that they made it. We profited off of their cheap labor to make that profit.
And you think that's a good idea?
most of
No,
her.
I'm saying that there's a difference with America. There is a difference that I think that each one of these things, like Scum's talking about, how there's this, this kicked up USA sentiment that is going to hurt us in the long run.
I
think
blame
that
the
we've built-
Canadians for that.
What?
That's
So
what
do
I.
I. Especially Carney.
We
Yeah,
had
the
to start.
idea that
Fuck
Canada
Mark
is
Carney.
a victim, is a poor
The
thing.
United States has there's a just like you make a food and you follow a recipe. There's some recipe that the United States has had since World War II that has brought us to the top. that
Yeah, I know
has put us on every street corner in the world.
Doesn't
And
matter.
Dalton.
I mean,
all this stuff, and I think that this chiseling away at it, and this
See, this is where I
especially with
think
this
you're-
tariff situation,
No.
the negativeness that this puts in the average person across the planet in each one of their respective
You are
countries.
selling yourself short.
I don't think
You
so
are
at all.
selling America short.
I don't
The
think so at
recipe is that we work harder. That's the only recipe.
No, we don't work harder. That's not
Yes, that is
statistically
why.
proven. That is not.
Why do you
we
think?
don't work harder.
Why do you think the
Work
Japanese
smarter.
car industry
You
took
think we
over?
work harder than the Indonesian that's making these
Yeah,
Levi's?
I mean,
Well, who do you
We
think?
how,
work harder
okay,
than
what are
they
we
do.
defining as hard?
Yeah,
What are we defining
yeah.
as hard?
Coming
for
up,
$2 an hour.
coming up with the
Yeah,
intellectual property that we eventually sell to China that goes to every other country. What are you talking about?
So innovative. So
We
America's,
built ourselves
America's
up.
Innovation, yeah.
We built
Innovative.
ourselves up so we
Yes.
don't have to work for $2 an hour. That's why
Exactly.
those other countries
When
have
that
to work
person
for
had-
$2 an hour.
Yeah, you're right.
Why do you
It
think
would-
the Japanese car industry took over in the United States in the 70s?
Because
and
they were
80s?
able to make the a product that was cheaper that
And
got
better.
better gas mileage. Yes,
And
and
no,
this was
better,
better.
and they beat us at everything we did, so they won.
I would disagree with that last dance. I think that the Japanese cars hit the
And we
right
didn't
place.
work-
The Japanese cars hit it at the right time during the gas crisis, and the American companies
Yes.
didn't have a solution. So
No.
they were able to just blow up very, very temporarily,
That
and the
doesn't
American companies
account
just
for
were
the fact that
never
they
able to catch up.
increased their market share every year for 40 years.
Well, yeah, of course, but there's a defining shift in Asian cars in America, and that's the gas crisis. If it wasn't for the gas crisis, or if American car makers had economical vehicles when the gas crisis hit, we wouldn't have as many Japanese cars roaming the streets today.
No, I don't think that's true.
I 100%.
Since I was around then, I tell you that is not the case.
Well,
No, it's
I
gas
think
mileage and
that
resale
Lucas Dance,
value,
I
yeah,
think that you
pretty
brought
much.
up a perfect example, the automotive industry or the electronics industry and Japan, and how things ebb and flow. And Japan had their high point, and Japan's not doing that great now. But the United
Because-
States still, since World War II, is on top. And I
Not
think
in the
that's
automotive
because of the
industry.
American. I think that's because of the Americans. It's not because we work harder, or we're smarter, or anything like.
Oh,
More
you're smart.
people,
Smarter.
more people in the
Smarter, yes.
globe aspire to get into a place where they can
No.
come to America
That is
more
not
than any other country in the
I
world.
guarantee you that is not true.
What,
man.
That
what
is
other
not
country?
why we are
listen,
doing
what other- you tell me what-
Education.
if it's
I'm gonna
not
s-
true, then you have to tell me another country that more people aspire to grow up and move to, because there isn't one.
what's
Okay,
not-
so
There
you're right.
isn't one.
No, wait. Hey, wait.
Comes
You're
down
right
to
on that.
location.
You're right on that, Aphid. You're right on that. America offers something that no other country offers, and it's the opportunity to like either innovate or to how can I say it? The U.S.
It's a
offers
place for
opportunity.
entrepreneurs.
Exactly.
It's a place for entrepreneurs to take their creations
Exactly.
and go with them.
Right. There's a lot of innovation, but in terms of productivity, the U.S. isn't a very productive country. That's okay. Like that's not necessarily a bad thing. You don't need the U.S. to be producing cheap goods. You need the U.S. to be innovating and pushing the world in the direction that they want the world to be going, which is what they have been doing for the last 50 years at the very least. Like the U.S. are leaders in innovation, and like right now they have some serious competition from China, and they are taking that seriously. But like the U.S. has been innovators in literally every industry for the last 80 years.
It isn't goodwill that has made us a success. It isn't goodwill that has that Nike T-shirt on Anna. It isn't goodwill that has McDonald's in the UK. None of that is goodwill.
I never said anything about goodwill.
Well, you are suggesting that it is goodwill.
No, I'm saying the perception of the world of the United States is why it's like that.
Their
And
perception is terrible.
is
for
horrible.
40
It is
years.
not like that.
Have you been
say
to other
that.
countries?
It
The
doesn't
US
matter. It
the
doesn't
perception
matter.
of the
I'm
US
talking about every human on this planet, and their
Yeah.
perception of the United States is higher than it is any other country. You can't. You keep disagreeing with me, but nobody.
As a world
every
power?
time you guys have disagreed with me, I've presented the fact that tell me which other country exceeds what I am saying, and none of you had once said
It depends
any
on
other country.
location.
The Vatican.
Depends on
So
location.
tell me what other country.
depends-
If
it
you're
depends
going
on
to
where you
disagree
go.
with me, if
Yeah,
you're
it's-
going to disagree with me,
Uh,
you tell me what country replaces us in that statement.
It's your premise I'm disagreeing.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say I'd agree because I know plenty of individual Americans who do not travel with the American flag labeled anywhere because it oftentimes gets them a little bit of flack. Compared to even just Canada, you can wear a Canadian flag oftentimes and people will, greet you with open arms. Whereas oftentimes you get a little bit of flack for American flags, just as traveling. This is just from a traveling standpoint.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I would say that generally speaking, in many parts of the world, the perception of the U.S. is not a good one.
No.
And that's for the right reasons, because the U.S. has been actors in countries to do things that some people don't necessarily like. But that's
But
part
there's
of
not
being
a country that is perceived better.
But that is part of But the reason why the world sees the U.S. as this great country is because they've held on to this great power and have been very moral in using that power. The parts of the world who hate the U.S. are the parts who think that the U.S. hasn't used that power morally, and rightfully so in certain cases. Let's not disagree with that. But otherwise, so I would say, from an individual standpoint, outside of the scope of Western world, the U.S. isn't liked. People don't like the U.S. outside of the Western world.
Then who's liked more?
Like, I'd have to agree
What
with
country
them
is
because,
liked more?
Canada's reputation around the world is 100 times better than America, but Americans have no idea that's true. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would actually.
That's true, but there's no Canadians here maybe to back me up. But I'm telling you, for my friends that live overseas, they'll tell you live in a little bubble over here. The rest of the world doesn't think the same way you guys do. It's weird.
So I do agree with you, and this was my point the entire time. If you go across the country, right, especially not just the country, but say you go to Europe, people would receive Canadians more in a better light than they would an American.
Absolutely.
That's just the truth. That's just a fact, man. It's been that way for a long time.
Yeah, that's been that way for 30 fucking years too. It's not just a new thing. Of course, now with Donald being like this, it's gotten worse though.
Yes.
Well, the problem with Donald is
your perception is way worse than it was. Obviously, you guys know that.
At this point, it's who cares now? At this point, honestly, because we're just so sick and tired of hatred, shit. Yeah, well, you know what? A lot of us voted for him, so there we go.
Well, at this point,
Smoke Steve is fading.
Don't head over to Europe if you're American. Apparently,
and why are we here?
No, you don't wear an American flag.
Yeah, I disagree with that. Just don't Just don't. I would disagree with that. You could go around saying you're American. I think it's just don't. You don't need to have your flag on your flag. You don't have to.
Don't wear your fatigues.
I'm out.
Yeah.
Don't wear your fatigues.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's common sense, right? You don't need to. Don't wear your fatigues. But if you go to a different country, you don't need to sport your flag. Just be a normal person.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because obviously, tons of Americans travel, and people generally speaking, their day-to-day interactions with Americans are great. Let's not kid ourselves, right? This reputation that people have of Americans, I think, is obviously overblown. Because once you interact with most Americans, you realize they're just people like anybody else, right? But it's like I say, you don't go around waving the American flag. That's the whole American patriotism things, for whatever reason, just doesn't sit well with other people.
I think it's okay to do it in your own country, but it's if other countries come over here and wave their flag, it's what the hell? Don't do that. So
We're
it's
country.
so all we gotta do is just do the same, right? Just don't go to other countries waving our flag and be America.
Other countries don't raise their flag like we do, though. That's one thing. You go other countries, they don't have their flags on their houses.
Hey, one of the big problems with Trump that's caused in Canada that we haven't talked about is that they've given conservatives a bad fucking name. So Trump's giving conservatives a bad name, and a lot of people here wanted the conservatives.
They're going to do that anyway.
The conservatives, come on.
Right?
The conservatives do that on
They
their own.
really screwed that shit up, dude.
The conservatives do that. The conservatives do that on their own, man. They have their biggest cheerleader, Danielle Smith, a premier of a state, going and chummying up with the biggest MAGA bros. They're doing this to themselves at this point. It's how stupid you have to be.
So
right? It has impacted our political shit in that way, where it's gave the conservatives a bad name. That maybe,
but they do that
worse
to themselves.
Their chances of it doing anything. So it's wild, right?
All right, so I'm a conservative, right? And unapologetically so. What have I done to you, Incarnation, that has made me seem like I'm a fool?
Well, first of all, you're not a Canadian conservative, so I can't really speak to you in that
Oh,
context.
so you mean just conservatives within Canada then?
It's a
well, yeah.
conservative party.
Because I thought you were talking about American conservatives.
Oh, so in Canadian politics, you have, from a naming standpoint, in Canadian politics, you have the Liberal Party and the Conservative Party. We're talking in naming standpoint. The ideologies of those parties will shift a little bit. The Liberals are your left, center, your center to far left, or center to sort of center left party. The NDP is your far left party, and you used to have two conservative parties in Canada, the right wing party and the center right, but they have such bad representation overall in the country. They've had to kind of blend together and create this sort of smorgasbord of a conservative party called the Progressive Conservative. Figure that one out. Anyways, yeah. Neither here nor there. So my disdain for conservative politics in Canada has more to do on a provincial level, where they continuously just cut on things that really don't need to be cut, and then blame other people.
Because when you were when you were mentioning just now about how conservatives specifically were ruining themselves in their own image, you were giving Trump examples, which implies that it's American conservatives that you're specifically talking about.
Their own
well, if I can, I mean, if I want to stretch that out to the current American brand of conservatism, that is MAGA, then yeah, I would say that brand of conservatism is not a very good one. And any Canadian conservative that even remotely aligns themselves with that sort of conservative mindset, I think deserves to be called out. And quite frankly, if they want to keep calling themselves Canadian, they could be given a one-way road to the States. For all I give a flying fuck. That's my opinion.
So you're talking specifically, Incarnation, about people who agree with the tariffs.
Yeah, but I mean, it depends where you want to draw the line, because I'm a Canadian, so my definition of conservative will be a little bit different. A Canadian conservative can be a Democrat in the United States from a policy standpoint, right? So my brand of conservative is a little bit different than yours. But specifically, the things that I hate about conservatives is they cut on social services, they cut on taxes where it matters most, specifically to the rich, specifically to corporations, which creates massive amount of stagnation in our economies. They cut on healthcare, cut on just core, and in Canada for the longest time they also cut on military. And then whenever they're not in power, they will complain that the Liberals are doing the exact shit that they do. That's my problem. And then they play this stupid bullshit populist game, and it's just it's bullshit. Like they don't represent what they say in action or in word, and they're just.
So Trudeau has not done any of that in any way, shape, or form.
Trudeau hasn't done what? Sorry.
Any of what you just said.
Oh, definitely.
Steve, I'm going to take
dabbled
off.
in it for sure.
I'm taking off too. Last Dance.
No, I'm taking off.
I know. I'm taking off with you.
Hey, take the clip. You have a great night. Everybody have a great
Smoke Steve. Poor
we don't have
Smoke
to talk
Steve.
Canadian politics. Eh?
I'm sorry.
We can stop talking Canadian politics if it's making.
I heard some beeps and barks and stuff. That was weird.
Okay.
Right.
But yeah, Trudeau's done a lot of that. But I mean, if I'm not a Trudeau fan, but if I have to give Trudeau credit, his first 3 years, he did what he said he would, even though I disagreed with most of it. But he did do what he said he was going to do.
So that's giving the credit, right? Because you can say the same thing for Trump, whether you agree or not. He is doing what he said he was going to do.
Okay, but I still disagree
ideologically
with a conservative mindset. So I don't know what your point is.
My point is that if you support something that's on the left, right, and you disagree with something that's on the right, he did exactly what Trump is doing by promising and following through with his promises. So what I'm saying is that
you're right. Hey, you're right. You want to call Trudeau a Trump, then I'm good with it, because then he lied through his teeth for the entirety of his time in power. So you're right. I guess Trudeau is Trump. They both lie. They're both full of shit. They destroy the economy of their country. They both have no way of speaking to the public. None of their policies make any kind of sense. They do things completely on feel rather than on logic. So you're right. Trudeau and Trump are two of the same people, and they're both unfit to be leaders of a country. I agree. Hell yeah.
Okay.
I agree with
all
you,
right.
Bill.
So that's now you're just putting words in my mouth, but all right, that's what we're gonna do. That's just how it's gonna be.
Well, you said Trudeau was like Trump, and I agree with you.
No, I said there was similarity. I said there were similarities there. Because if you want to criticize one side, you have to be fair on the other side as well.
I
That's all I'm
criticize
saying.
both
Hit you with
sides.
the old boomerang.
Right.
The old
So
boomerang
that's what I'm saying.
argument.
Okay.
Exactly.
So what do you want?
You
What do you
have
want me
to
to
be.
criticize on the left? What do you want me to criticize on the left? There's plenty I can criticize on the
One was
left.
a reality TV show host, the other was a drama teacher. That's Trudeau and Trump. Hell yeah. And Zelensky was an actor. Figure it all out, guys.
Yeah, they're all
These
bullshitters.
guys are all part of a little club. You're not in it.
None of us are. Yeah. Wait, George Carlin said that, right? That's a good one.
Yeah, I love George
Yeah.
Carlin.
He was great.
George Carlin is turning in his grave at the sites of our politics right now.
Yeah, it is what it is, man. What can you do?
I'm going to take off. You guys have a great week.
Cheers, brother.
All right.
See you, Tom. Feed that dog a treater for us.
Yeah,
be nice
treat.
dog.
She wants to
Be
eat.
nice
That's
dog.
why. I'll see you guys.
Let's go.
See ya.
It's all good.
That's Lola. She's a good dog.
La 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 la.
All right.
I'll
what's the word
I'll
here?
probably be doing the same. Actually, I'm gonna go hang out with Ren if you guys don't.
All right, guys, let's take
Cheers,
off. I'm going to see you guys
Buddy.
later. Thanks for having me, guys. Have a good night, everyone.
Hey, Scum, are you going to go live? Oh, man, I wanted him to promo his thing while he was here.
Time to promo, bro.
God damn, he just fucking left. He probably doesn't want any of us there. Fucking his whole work.
Yeah, right. He's
Probably
just
not.
antsy, man.
But hey, Riddle, tell Ren hello. We all remember her. She was a visitor on occasion.
Yeah,
and-
yeah. I wanted to have her come back, but she's a little bit. She doesn't like politics and stuff. So yeah, she was watching earlier. So I mean, I'll let her know. I'll say you guys said hi. So.
She always seemed
tell her that next
naturally
week is
on the
animated.
shy side, but also like a fun
Yeah.
person.
She is.
So,
Yeah, I'm a lucky one on that one. So yeah, I'll let her know.
all right, buddy. Enjoy the night.
Yeah, it was good. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Have a good night. Incarnation, you as well. Everybody, Fish Wells,
Cheers,
Steve, RW.
Don't be a stranger, buddy. See ya.
No worries. Have a good night. See you guys.
See you, man. All right, R-Dubs, you want to keep an eye out and see if Scum goes live? If he does, let me know.
Let me open up YouTube.
And I will post his link here and be ending this shortly.
Scumland is upcoming and going live very shortly.
How do you know? Does he have our preview
He's got the
screen?
upcoming- Yeah, he's got the preview.
Oh, wow.
Let me
Cool.
grab
Good
that for you, my man.
All right. Rock and roll. I mean, it's been a good pub. I'm still pretty awake. So I'm faded, but awake. I had a nap.
Are these guys passed out?
The two up above, probably. I can remove them.
No, it's all good. Whatever.
I will. If they start snoring, I remove.
It makes us look more popular. I was kind of AFK because I was dealing with some server stuff, but I missed out on most. Did you talk about Israel striking Syria?
No, we did not. And can we just ask, what was the server? Was it the Starlink?
So my internet was being terrible before. I had like 0.3 megabit download speeds off the Starlink. So I rebooted the system and I got back up to 12. But for some reason, every time it's pub night, my internet doesn't work. Maybe it's like it's Saturday night, so everybody's starting to use the servers or something. I don't know.
So it's a shortcoming with, and you're paying good money for that. That's over $100 a month, right?
Every other day of the week, at any time, it's perfect. But when it's time for me to hang out with the pub, it's like, fuck you.
Huh.
So
that is interesting.
Maybe it's
huh?
because we talk too much shit about Elon Musk here. I don't know.
And you have a real good placement on the receiver thing.
Yeah, it's cherry. It's at the apex of the roof, so you're not getting any better.
And you guys don't have wires out yonder. So
Yonder.
like
We do, but it's the same price for 7 megabit download.
7
It's not
megabit
even comparable.
consistent or 18. No, wait. Starlink's like 300, right?
Well, I have Generation 2, so if I'm lucky, it'll go up to like 120. But my
Okay.
grandfather just installed Generation 3, and that sucker's at like 300 plus something.
Mhm.
So it's cooking now with the new stuff, but there's no other option out here. Like there just isn't, and I think it even competes honestly with some of the broadband options in the cities. So
Gotta love the country, huh?
Yeah, man. It's a fair trade. If my internet goes down, I can't hang out on the pub, but oh well, I'll have to just live real life.
Or use the 5G on your phone through your provider, but that definitely adds up quick.
I was gonna ask, how is your cell reception out there?
It's fine. I mean, it's like when I'm outside with open signal, it's like we don't have bars anymore. We have that triangle, but it's like, a quarter of the triangle.
Okay.
And
Could you not get a better rate plan through your mobile carrier?
There's no mobile carrier that does unlimited. Like they're unlimited for like so many gigs, and then it drops down to like a 56K modem. So there's no American provider that provides anything realistic.
Yeah, but what about just using 5G? Like, what about just getting a 100 gig plan for your 5G?
I would literally eat 100 G. Like
Okay.
those numbers are for like old timers, man.
But how much are you running per month? Like, what's your usage rate per month?
1 billion G's.
Yeah, seriously, seriously. So this household off the system is running 1, 2, 3, 4 adults on this homestead part, and they each are avid users of YouTube.
Oh, you have 4 adults. So
Right.
it's not just one family. You
No.
have 4 adults. Oh.
It's 2 families. So my family and my parents' family all pull from the same Wi-Fi system, and then my grandfather's too far away on the property, so he has his own system.
Okay. But okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I would like to see providers provide a better option for 5G hotspotting.
But even
It's just
4G.
not there.
But like even 4G.
Whatever. Just, I don't even care what the G is. Just hook me up, G. But they're all overpriced.
Yeah, that's the funny thing. Like 4G, when it was really strong, a good, strong 4G signal, almost as fast as 5G. But what I find is when 5G is a little slower, in the same place where 4G was slower, 5G somehow makes up for it and can still work in places where 4G before was totally spotty. So I don't know what that's about. Maybe
as
it's
long as you have one bar with 5G, you can do anything.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Like the
Less drop
one
off.
bar with
There's
4G,
less-
you'd be buffering, searching for something. One
Yeah,
bar
there's
with
less
5G, boom.
Yeah, there's less drop off with how the signal is transmitted in 5G. So yeah,
that makes sense.
It's very cool. It's very cool technology. Like we're at the point now with our usage of the electromagnetic spectrum that we're sending data through very crazy ways now. It's very, very cool stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Bottle cap, sorry. The weather can be a factor, but only if it's extremely overcast or downpouring. That's usually the only issue with that. And then the other issue is that sometimes the network hub can go down in Georgia, but it's very rare.
Georgia.
So, and I'm curious to see if Musk is gonna put out a phone. I'm expecting an amalgamation of his internet system with phone communications as well as his social media platform, or X, or whatever you want to call it. I'm just waiting for that to kind of happen. I'm waiting for a phone to surface. I've seen some trolling and stuff like that. I don't know if it's going to happen, but it just seems like a logical next step if he can pull it off.
It does, but wouldn't this whole thing he's been taking on with politics and the government be a distraction to things like what you're talking about?
Apparently, he's getting the boot.
I mean, he's stepping down. Yeah, he's not going to be in Doge anymore. But the networking involved with being that high, shaking hands in the government, I would think that would only benefit him.
Like, what do you think his motivation was for going in such a heavily political, and not only political, but a one-sided scenario here where it's caused serious detriment to some of his companies? Do you think it's purely his motivation to quote unquote like save America?
No.
C, big C with big fat capital C. And the detriment has been only to his public company. his private companies will flourish from his massive corruption scam that he did with the U.S. government.
The C is for corruption.
Oh yeah, big time.
Okay, so yeah, like shaking hands with the people at the top, which I'm sure he already had the power to do because of his wealth, but getting right into the politics of it, I think that would have benefited him. If his stock crashes for a while, it doesn't even mean anything. Like he can take the hit, and in the long term, he's going to gain.
Tesla's going to be basically destroyed. The car company.
Tesla as a company doesn't really matter to Elon Musk. That's what you just need to remember this, okay? He makes way more money personally. We're talking personally. I'm not talking as a company, right? You can look at it as a person, but if we're talking Elon Musk as an individual, he makes way more money off SpaceX because SpaceX is private. It's not a publicly traded company, right? And because SpaceX is private, it also allows him to take money privately.
Sure.
So if somebody wanted a funnel into the US government, they would do it right now, currently, through Musk. Because Musk has the ability to funnel that cash without it needed to be really in anywhere but through SpaceX. So that's where he's gaining. Like to RW's point, like the Tesla stock, who gives a crap? Like he'll sell that off if he wants to tomorrow morning and let the company crash and burn, and Musk the individual will move on to SpaceX and move on to his other AI ventures that he's working on, and that Tesla will be a thing of the past.
I mean, that would be a shitty move for him as a kind of what people perceive as the founder of Tesla, even though he wasn't. But yeah, he only owns 12% of it, but they are cool cars. I can't really afford one. I mean, if we stretched it, maybe a used one, but it's like, yeah, I always kind of looked at them like, oh, cool, a Tesla. I always wanted them to be a little bit better in the design aesthetic, but that doesn't matter really in this conversation. But for him to do what you're saying and just, shit the bed, drop everything and move on to his other projects would be abandoning a company that he's at least superficially associated with as, the guy,
I don't think he's going to do that, honestly. I think Tesla is, as much as it's hated now, I think it's a flagship for the technology of EV cars. It's got on the quality scale, it's rated, higher than the other options. If they can bring the price down, if they can continue to push the technology and make it the option that's worth having in the free market, people are fickle. In a certain period of time, they're going to be like switched again, and Tesla is the way to go. Like he just has to wait it out.
I disagree because Musk bought Tesla by selling what?
PayPal? Is that right?
Exactly. Yeah. So, he sold PayPal, he made SpaceX, he made Tesla. To me, the next logical move for him is to sell Tesla, take the money from Tesla, and then move on to his next whatever venture it is. And I think at this point, when he sees that his ability to inflate the Tesla stock is no longer viable, his value with the Tesla brand will have expired and he will leave.
So you're expecting that the sale of that to the right person is going to bring Tesla out of the waters and people are going to flood back into it?
Well, Tesla as a company is publicly traded, so he just needs to sell his stock, and it doesn't really matter to him who owns it or not, right?
But if he's no longer attached to that name brand, then all the liberals or whatever that are burning the vehicles are.
Then as a company, if let's say Tesla as the company disassociates itself from Tesla or from Musk, then whatever Musk does politically, right, quote unquote, shouldn't really affect the company anymore, because the protesters, the reason why they're attacking Tesla is because it directly affects Musk's net or perceived net value, right? So they attack the company, it affects the stock of the company. His wealth is directly or perceived to be directly tied to the wealth of Tesla. Therefore, Elon Musk loses. But if Elon Musk sells his stock in the company and cuts his involvement in the branding of Tesla, then whatever he does politically or otherwise shouldn't affect the Tesla company.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, and I understand your point. But when it comes to the character of Elon Musk in his past, he seems to have pride in leaving a company better than when he started with it. So if he were to walk away from Tesla as a loss, wouldn't that be the first time that he does that?
Well, I would say, okay, currently Tesla as a company is at the same place it was before November, before its stock got massively inflated. I would even say that before the Tesla stock bubbled off of the backs of thinking that he was going to, I don't know, somehow corrupt his way to a trillionaire. Right, because people were buying the Tesla stock when Trump won office. Right, people were buying the Tesla stock, thinking that the U.S. government was going to go in like this crazy Tesla direction, and people were buying the future. Right, because this is the problem with the Tesla stock. If you look at the Tesla stock compared to every other company, what the revenue that Tesla generates as a company is so low compared to what the stock is worth. And the reason that happens is because Tesla or Tesla as a company is positions itself not as a car company, but as an innovation company. And they're trying to push innovation in AI or innovation in self-driving or innovation in this or that or whatever it is. So what happens is every time that Musk goes on stage and says, hey, we're one step closer to finishing self-driving, even though he's been saying that since 2018, guess what happens to the stock? It goes up. It goes up. But the problem is that from a company standpoint, from a hard number standpoint, from a sales standpoint, the sales and the cash that Tesla as a company is actually generating is so far lower than what the stock is worth that it's like this weird fake stock. I don't know. It's like this weird. It's hard to describe, but it's like a false stock. It's not a real stock in the sense that it just doesn't make sense. Right?
Well, that self-driving thing, it's already the technology is more than there, but they had an incident where it failed and they killed a person.
Oops.
A Tesla ran over somebody, and then a lot of municipalities, I think laws were made that you can't have an unmanned car. So they made Teslas so like they have eye sensors, and if your eyes aren't looking in the right place,
that's not just Tesla though. Every car company has to deal with that, and that's okay. Like that, those are attention sensors. It's just to say that you're not reading a book or like playing video games while your car is driving at 130 kilometers or 130 miles down the highway, right? Like that's the premise of that.
So then what they're saying is we can't really trust self-driving. You kind of still have to be there.
That's because self-driving isn't ready yet.
Right. Okay.
Right? And every time that Musk claims it's ready, right, another year passes by and another Tesla yearly stock meeting happens, and people ask Musk, hey, where is the self-driving? And this has been happening since 2018. And then 2019, oh, we're almost there. Oh, 2020, oh, we're almost there. 2020, 2021, Cybertruck, right?
It's the viability of the technology, then that's the problem, because people should be tearing off Starlinks up from other people's houses or destroying them so they don't work if it's because Elon Musk is attached to the technology, right? They only seem to be going after the vehicles.
Well, because again, you can't see how much money Musk is losing when you're ripping off a satellite off a TV, because SpaceX is a privately owned company, right? Whereas Tesla is a publicly owned company, so you can literally go on your cell phone and see the stock drop live and see how much money he's losing. Or again, I say hypothetical money, because at the end of the day, he's losing in the stock market. He's not losing any cash out of his pocket. Like,
if the technology is not viable and the world is actually shifting away from the Green New Deal type stuff, I can understand moving Tesla in a completely different direction. But I don't, because there's people like my cousin is a Tesla guy. He's not liberal. He's more of like a right wing, I guess. But he's going to be, him and his brother are going to be Tesla guys for life. So there's got to be people that are still with the technology, even though they don't offer the self-driving or whatever, because the technology is still viable.
Like I said, the technology is not the issue. The problem right now is a branding problem. The problem is you have Musk, who is intrinsically tied to the value of Tesla, not through any material means, strictly through being the richest man on earth. And when the richest man on earth goes on stage and says, my car will be self-driving next year, the stock goes up. That's why people are like attached to the value of Tesla. The company in and of itself, the material that the company creates, right? That is completely different. That is completely separate and detached from Elon Musk as an individual. Elon Musk is not the one designing and building and creating these cars. He has nothing to do with the engineering of any of the cars in Tesla.
So
And
if he only has 12% of the stock, though, wouldn't Tesla themselves distance themselves from him?
They want to, but again, he's also the reason why they're worth $298 on the stock compared to GM's like 50. Because a real car company isn't worth $230 like how Tesla is. That's the thing. That's the problem. Like look at every other car company in the world, and their stocks are not worth anywhere near what Tesla is.
So that's a stalemate scenario because he basically has to be willing to just walk away from it and let it burn into the ground, because if he does walk away, the stocks are going to drop.
If okay, so
if he
look,
stays, the stocks are going to drop.
Yeah, so just for comparison, okay, I just want to show you for comparison, okay? So General Motors, would you agree that General Motors is like 10 times, if not even 20 times bigger than Tesla as a company?
Yes, it is larger.
Like massively larger. Do you know what GM's stock price is? You're gonna like be flabbergasted by this.
I mean, being that I personally would never buy one, I'm not surprised if it's low.
It doesn't matter.
I mean, it kind of does. Like if people aren't.
No, it doesn't matter. RW. The company outperforms fiscally Tesla on every single measure, like 10 times, right? GM is worth $44 per stock compared to Tesla's $238. So this is Canadian or USD. No, this is USD. This is USD. So like when you're comparing what an actual car company in terms of GM, and you can do it with Ford. Ford's worth $9.58 per stock. Mercedes, none of these companies are worth what, right? €49 for Mercedes, right? Why is Tesla worth $236?
Because people want to buy the stock.
Exactly. And why do people want to buy the stock?
Because they believe that it was going to go to the moon.
Exactly. And why did they believe that?
Because it was going to the moon because of the Green New Deal push during the last cabinet.
And where's that Green New Deal now?
It's in the waste paper basket.
And who is in charge of all that?
I would say that Trump is in charge of all that.
Under the behest of?
I don't believe it's under the behest of Elon Musk.
Absolutely it is. Yes, definitely it is. Because Trump wouldn't be pulling that off if he's this close attached to Elon Musk. So Elon Musk clearly doesn't give a crap
I disagree there.
Tesla. He really doesn't. If he's willing to get rid of the Green New Deal and he's willing to concede, right, that China has won against Tesla, because this is what he's saying right now. By saying, "Hey, Green New Deal, go out the window, bucket. We're not gonna build infrastructure for electricity. We're gonna pump more oil. We're gonna pump more oil." This completely flies in the face of Tesla as a company. So clearly, he doesn't care.
I don't understand. You're saying that Elon Musk is telling Trump to do these things.
Well, he's certainly telling him not to do it. Doge has told the U.S. government basically what to do in almost all of their departments. They've cut back regulations in literally everywhere, and in that they've scrapped the Green New Deal as well. The Green New Deal would have directly benefited Tesla.
But you understand that the whole platform that Trump was running on before Elon Musk was even in the picture was to scrap the Green New Deal and go back to combustion engines.
But why would Elon Musk as an individual support that?
I think Elon Musk is supporting the Trump candidacy because he can work deals, and the Doge program is cutting fat all across the board. The fact that it's a conflict of interest is almost in his favor.
Well, I'm not even going to begin to unpack what you just said there. But the truth is, right, is the Green New Deal directly benefited Tesla as a company, not Musk, but Tesla.
Right.
Right. So if Tesla is that important to Musk, why would he buy Trump's campaign and not tell Trump to like make sure that he doesn't tank the Green New Deal that directly benefits Tesla? If clearly Musk at the end of the day doesn't really care that much about Tesla, because he cares much more about other things that are much more profitable for him.
I think that he's going to make way more money, and Tesla doesn't matter. I do
Exactly.
agree with that. Yes.
Right, exactly. I
don't
think his
understand-
actions clearly state that. Like his actions clearly show that he, at the end of the day, like Tesla doesn't really matter to him.
Okay, that's fine. I don't understand the aspect of Elon Musk telling Trump what to do all the time. I do think that Trump is above Musk.
Sure, but Steve, you're muted, eh, buddy?
Oh, he's gonna call it.
Yeah, I'm calling it. I've been searching around here. It looks like what's his name there? Scum TV's going. So check him out if you want. Link is
Cool,
in
man.
the chat.
Cheers,
And
guys. Always a good convo.
Yeah,
For sure.
Incarnation.
You guys are great. Thanks for being here.
Cool.
All right, thanks,
I'm
Steve. I'm
gonna-
gonna back down myself.
Go ahead. Hit your own X if you want. Otherwise, I'm going to remove you.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out where that is again. Here we go.
All right. What a night. It's been great. It was a long one. And Incarnation, RW, great finish from you guys. You're the best. Stick around if you want. Head over to Scum TV's stream, which is over here in the chat somewhere. And everybody have a great week. Come back next week. Really, I've really enjoyed it. Take care. Be well. Goodbye.